there's really very little lessons learned in bodybuilding. Because people always say, well, that was just him. That was just his genetics. Or that was just... Nobody ever says, wonder if that's the best approach for me. Nobody even really says that. In fact, it's become commonplace now to take these sky-high dosages. People, the young guys, just think it's normal now. But their training protocol is not like what you and I had.
We changed. It changed every time.
You don't get you don't get the benefit of repeated bout effect from what you and I did. Because we were thinking, how can I absolutely annihilate the muscle? That's what every workout we did, that was the goal. If you look at all the sleep studies where they do sleep restriction for 4 hours, you see increases in ghrelin, which is a hunger hormone your stomach makes. You see decreases in leptin, which is a satiety hormone that your fat cells make. And so you're not full, you're hungry all the time, and guess what you crave?
Like I go into the gym and it's like I'm still training as if John was there. It's all, it's all his exact style it's kind of like that, where it's like I'm doing all these movements that just remind me of John.
Let's look at this from a realistic standpoint. You got somebody who really probably needs to lose 30 to 50 pounds. So instead of doing that, you're going to give them something that's going to enable them to rest and sleep and actually recover better. So now they're going to gain 30 more pounds. 30, yeah. And so now it's going to be 80 pounds more. And I'm like, fuck that. And I knew that in most cases it was the weight of the neck pushing down on the esophagus that was kind of choking them out. At least that was my comprehension at the time. So I'm like, fuck it, I am not training my neck ever. I'll get my traps big, my back big. I don't care. I don't need that to be strong. So I avoided all neck training at all costs. And that was my way to avoid the CPAP. But meanwhile, Tracy was still bitching the whole time because of the snoring and everything. But
you know what? I remember doing a neck curl. To me, I was like, I've never done that either, because I read the same things you read. Mm-hmm. So I didn't want to go to sleep with a Darth Vader mask on either. But now, I hear all these guys that use them, and it gives me another excuse to not gain weight, to keep my weight nice and steady, because I know if I gain weight, I'll be in that situation where I'm snoring and all that. I'm like, no, thank you. I'll stay nice and light for now.
Yeah, yes, definitely. But from, I guess, the longevity standpoint, since this is a topic, if somebody is heavy and if they are snoring and they are not getting the rest that they're supposed to, I would agree 100% with everything that Stan's putting out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get a CPAP, if you don't want to go the route of a sleep study, which I don't see how that's a bad thing. I think that's so easy now. When I had mine done, I went in, they give me a hat, a neck thing they put over my... I didn't have to stay anywhere. I just went home, they did the sleep study, I came back, and here's your sleep app. But they are auto-regulated, and you can override the adjustment, so if it's not enough, you can take it up. But my question would be, if you're self-prescribing, I guess in a way is be what it would be, and it's actually cheaper to probably buy it off your insurance than it is on. I've seen that just with parts, that it's ridiculous how things work anymore. As a side note, one of the guys that works here needed an MRI of his shoulder, and the insurance cost was going to cost him like close to $3,000. He called directly to see what it would cost just to pay out of pocket. It was like $375.
Yeah, it didn't surprise me a bit.
It's unfucking believable. So you imagine what a CPAP is, right? $9,000 if you were to buy it through your insurance company. $700.
I was going to say $500 to $800.
Something like that. But what if, my question is, what if you actually need a BiPAP, where you need the air pushed in and out, then you really, if you're at that stage, you probably need to look at more things than just the CPAP. Yeah. You need to look at losing some weight and stuff like that. I have some things that I thought you would enjoy that I found the other night.
Okay.
Looking through.
Not boxes of Pop-Tarts.
No, but does that thing there bring back any memories?
Competitive bodybuilding, Joe Weider. Yeah, I had this one.
That had to be one of Chris Dickerson. That had to be one of the first ones.
Yeah, I had this one.
See, I got it all highlighted and shit because I used that when I did my first show. That's what I used.
Yeah, I had this one. This is.
And then I go back now and I look at the shit that I'm highlighting. Like, here's are the things that can show if you're overtrained.
I remember this. Oh yeah. Ignore that section.
Oh yeah.
This is funny. Confidence versus arrogance. I remember reading this. Yeah. Confidence often leads to a degree of cockiness. And in most cases, this adds to a champion bodybuilder's charisma. Yeah, this is Muhammad McCauley here, Scott Wilson. Man, these are the older dudes. I was in Philadelphia last weekend. You remember a guy named Greg Long?
Yeah.
Greg competed in the AAU. I remember watching him compete against a guy named Marlon Darton and Doug Brignoli, and it's always interesting having. Oh, Mass. Yeah, I had this one too. Yeah.
That one's hard to find now. That was actually one of the better ones I remember when I was.
Oh, man. Yeah, God. All these pictures, man. This is oh, God. I've read this stuff over and over and over. There's John Aranita. Oh, yeah, man. I remember these. I must have read these 100 times each. No doubt about it. Looking for the magic formula. Barry DeMay. Yeah, Tony Pearson. It's funny. I've actually talked to a lot of these guys. Muscle Mag. See, so this is one of Gaspari's first covers, actually. Mm-hmm. This is when he won the Nationals. He was but 21 years old. There's the old Lou Ferrigno Hercules. I had this Corey one. Muscle Media 2000. Yeah, that was awesome for a little while.
No, I didn't take the time to try to find ones that you were in.
Well, probably because you would have been looking for a long time.
Yeah, but I was looking through a lot of the old shit that we had.
Yeah.
And like some of that stuff.
It's good stuff, man.
Goes back to your early competing days.
Yeah, well, this is, I'm gonna guess this is from, I'm gonna say 86-ish.
Maybe.
Let me see.
It should be on the side.
Let me see. I'm gonna say this is from around 86, 87 or 86 maybe. Oh, this is 89. So okay, this was this was 80. Oh yeah, I could see Gaspari's pecs a little torn. I should have picked up on that. Yeah, that would have been in 89. Yeah, very cool. Corey, this one's probably around the same. No, this is 91. Whew. Remember when she tried to get into movies? She wasn't much the actress. Very cool, man.
So let's dive into the longevity, and let's just jump in anywhere. I mean, I can speak about, mistakes that I made, training wise, joint wise, stuff like that. But I guess we got to first off kind of decide what we mean by longevity. Like, I see that two different ways. Like longevity, like we're going to live longer, or longevity, like you're going to be able to train harder for a longer period of time.
Yeah, I think in terms of option number 2.
That's what I think of, because I don't know how much control we have over option number 1.
Right.
In the grand scheme of things. You can do everything in the world to try to live longer and get hit by a car on your way home.
You just saw with Matt Porter. Matt was one of the most meticulous guys with his blood work and cardiogram, echocardios, and and he passed away at 30-something years old. So you're right. And when I was sick and for my disease in 2005, I was in my early 30s, and I was that close to biting it. So yeah, you're right, man. Just don't know.
So let's go with let's break it down into extending the training age of how you would like to be able to train. Now, I think everybody needs to understand that that's going to change over phases of time. So we both competed at the highest levels of our respected sports. So there's the training is when you first get into it, which is just craziness, an extreme, and then it goes through different phases. So what I think that we're going to be talking about, and to be clear to the people listening, is the phase that happens after the peak phase, because you can only control the peak. The peak phase can only last so long. God, we wish it could last longer, but it can only last so long. So, and everybody's peak phase is going to be different. And I think some of it's dependent upon what they decide. Some of it's dependent upon, obviously, age. your age and how in bodybuilding how your look is, age and powerlifting, how long your joints can take it, how long you can mentally take it, just physically how long you can take that.
Yeah.
And then you're dealing with, I don't think there's a whole lot we can do to extend the peak phase. I'm sure people would disagree. Maybe you disagree. But if you can, let's put it this way. If you can, it's going to be not that significance of a difference in time. Maybe an extra year.
Yeah. An extra, like to maintain your peak. So one of the things that I've maybe changed my opinion on a little bit over the last 3 or 4 years is the ability to maintain. Not get better, but maintain. I actually think it's a lot easier to maintain a level as to getting to that level. So then the question becomes, when you're at that level, are you talking about, I got to get the bodybuilding thing out of my mind, because I think the muscle size and so forth, and I think that's kind of easy to maintain, but the training part, the crazy sets on squats and all those things that are really problematic for your soft tissues and things like that, that's where I would say I think you're right. You can only extend that so long, man. Like the engine in the car can only go so, you can only use so much nitrous. And it's probably different for everybody, but I feel like we have the ability to extend that, but people don't listen. And I think it's because of the male ego, and it's because of things we get attached to. Like for me, I remember giving up heavy squats, putting a heavy bar on my back, and I know you can relate to this, was really hard.
Yeah.
Really hard, man. Like, you go into the gym, and I'm even still looking for an excuse, and every once in a while I'll put a bar on my back, and sure enough, the next day I'm paying for it. 2 days ago, so I use your spider bar now. 2 days ago, I did 3 plates and a quarter on the spider bar, which is a good amount of weight for me now. And I had just done, so you're going to laugh at me. So every once in a while, for those of you guys listening, I do something really stupid, and I'll call Dave, and I'll go, man, listen to this. Listen how dumb this was. So on Saturday, I was training in Philadelphia with some young kids, really good kids, hard workers, and I wanted them to show like a full leg workout. So, we always finish with a stiff-legged deadlift. Well, that's obviously really hard on your lower back, or it can be. I haven't done those in years, right? So what did I do? I went up to 315 for a set of 8. Now, that's to people listening to this, that's not a lot of weight, but for me, that is a lot of weight. So I was like, oh, God, that was stupid. I'm going to be in so much pain tomorrow. That was so dumb. But I just couldn't help myself. And then, so I had to film yesterday, or 2 days ago. I had to film on Wednesday. I had to film a leg workout. And my hamstrings literally felt like I had surgery on them. They were so sore from having that new exercise I hadn't done. So I'm squatting. It feels like my hamstrings are going to tear. I'm like, man, this is probably not a good idea either. This doesn't feel right. And then I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to go up to 3 1/4. I mean, I haven't done them in probably 4 months. But So, so I'm picking my battles very wisely, but every once in a while I'll be stupid. But luckily, I'm stupid less often. And I think that's kind of the key when you get to our ages. There's so much meathead in us, it's almost impossible to eliminate the stupidity. But if you can just make it less frequent, that's probably our best option, is to just make it less frequent.
Yes, I would agree with that. And I would agree with acknowledging that you're going to do stupid things and you're going to make bad decisions. But that's for a lot of the people that I know, if you take that away, then they probably would never train again.
Yeah.
Because it seems like everything in between is just waiting for that next stupid act that you really love.
Right. Yeah.
And it's part of the mindset. It's part of who we are. It's not living in the past, so to say, but in a way it kind of is like, yeah, I remember when I used to be able to do this all the time, and this was fucking awesome. And this is great, and it's worth the pain, afterwards, as long as you didn't tear something off. And usually those battles you got to pick intelligently. Like, the stiff leg probably wasn't the best exercise to do that on,
right.
Which but you could have picked a different one and gone just as crazy to be able to do that. So it's tough when you're talking about the competitors now trying to extend their career, because if they're at that top level, that is their focus. For most, it's their primary focus. So just to be able to get through to them, to have a conversation, to say, look, 8 weeks just kicking back and chilling isn't going to hurt you. It's probably going to help you. In most cases, they're probably not going to listen. It's a very hard conversation to be able to have. And
well, what have we always heard about Dorian's injuries and Ronnie's injuries? Well, that's just how they were. That's why they were a great champion. There was never any, maybe they should have changed the mindset at some point. Like, it's just, you're right. That's just who they were. I think it takes a strong person. If something gets you from A all the way to Y, I think it takes a strong person to go, man, maybe I need to change some things to get to Z or to maintain Y.
Yes.
And that's hard for people.
Yeah. And from a bodybuilding standpoint, one of the mistakes that I've seen as an outsider looking in, and powerlifting, I've kind of seen the same, but just from a little bit different standard, is a lot of guys too take breaks. It's not really because they want to. I mean, it's just, to be completely honest, it's because of the drugs.
Yeah,
so they're taking the break, so they just pull back, because of that, because they don't think they're going to be able to make the gains or whatever it's going to be, but they're taking a break, and so they are giving themselves 2-3 months, sometimes even more. Usually 8 weeks is kind of typical, 6 to 8 weeks, right around that range. But then when they go back to training again, regardless of what sport, they don't transition back. It's like they jump in the cold water.
Yeah.
And I think that's problematic, because they need to have, that's how I was. It's like, okay, break's over, rest period's over, off season's over, let's go. There's a little bit of a taper, not much, 2-3 weeks. Like a 3-week taper was like, yeah, fuck, this is way too long. This is perfect. This is all I need. I think if they extended that taper time, a little bit longer, 6, maybe 9 weeks, to be able to reacquaint themselves with the volume, the intensity, intensity in both factors for powerlifting as far as weight, bodybuilding as far as how hard they're working, and acclimate it a little bit better. I think that could add to longevity when stacked cycle after cycle, year after year after year after year after year. Because say each one of them adds just a few weeks, but then the argument could be made back, well, you're kind of taking away 3 weeks every time I have to do this. So if you're adding 6 months more to my career, well, you already took away a year to add the 6 months more. Right. But what's more important, the 6 months more at the ass end where you're at your best, that's assuming that you step off at your best, which nobody does. What you really want to extend is when you're at your best.
Yeah. How long can you stay at your best?
That's the trick, man. And that's where they're mentally so engaged, and the ego is so engaged, and everything's so engaged,
and that's what I'm saying with like Ronnie and Dorian. Like, if they could have just altered what they were doing, I think they could have extended their best for several years.
I agree. And that could just be them actually listening. I'm sure people were telling them, people listening to others to say, you know what, just let's kick it back just a notch. You can't tell me that Chad wasn't trying to get Ronnie to kick it back just a little bit, here and there, because, then again, when you got 8 Sandows, what's the 9 mean?
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
I know it's easy for me to go, well, I could see how that 8 could have been 10, but when you're in his head, though, it's a little different mentality.
Yeah, and it's a different lifestyle from the bodybuilding perspective. The powerlifting perspective, it's just tough, because from that mental side, you never had your best meet. There's always that factor of, well, if I added my best lifts together and they all happen in the best meet, well, that's still 150 pounds over my best total, which means I still should be able to get at least 75 pounds more. There's always that self-justification that's going in there when it comes to when it's time to walk away. And bodybuilding and powerlifting, it's tough because there's nobody there. It's not like the NFL, or it's not like any other sport where a coach just doesn't recruit you and you're done.
Well, and how many coaches are actually good at that stuff? Like, how many bodybuilding coaches do you know that are actually good at teaching longevity?
Zero, because that now we're opening a whole nother box.
They don't understand it.
Now we're open, a whole nother door just open here, because they're stuck on show prep, because it kind of works two ways. We got shitty coaches, but we also got shitty client education. That the client should know that if they're going to hire a coach, it should be a long-term commitment. Mm-hmm. It's like, if you're really serious about this and you really want to do a show and and do well in the show, make the commitment for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Because there's only so much you can do as a coach with somebody 12 weeks out.
Only so much. That's right.
You can salvage the muscle, get them shredded, but you can't fix any weak points. Yeah. You can't bring up weak points. And anybody that says they can is full of shit, because if they can, they're either extremely good, which is beyond most people. You're dealing with a far outlier, because you're going to do this in a calorie deficit. Mm-hmm. All right. So let's talk about, all right, you're a really good chemist that knows how to manipulate shit, in a calorie deficit. Normally, though, you put them in a calorie surplus. They do the show. You let their hormones kind of get back to normal if they're using PEDs or not. If not, it's a little quicker process. And it's like, okay, we got to bring up the biceps, man. And then you got 6 months just to think of the difference. But the clients are all short-term thinking, because everybody is every 12 weeks, 10 weeks, 8 weeks, and then you get the dumbass coaches that capitalize on that. They run with it. I got it, this great 12-week program. Yeah. It's going to fix all your problems.
Yeah.
You see?
It's marketing. And a lot of the coaches now are younger. And I was a young coach once. I get it. Mm-hmm. And their goal is to get as famous as they can as quickly as they can. And so they're going to take everybody from 0 to 200 and with nitrous as fast as they can. And those people sometimes have kidney problems. I've seen a lot of people in dialysis. Sometimes they die. And it is, and it's a weird sport, because really nobody cares. People will have a sad day and then they go about their lives after that. There's really very little lessons learned in bodybuilding, because people always say, well, that was just him. That was just his genetics, or that was just... Nobody ever says, I wonder if that approach was the best. I wonder if starting off and taking 3 grams of test and a gram of tren, a gram of mass, I wonder if that's the best approach for me. Nobody even really says that. In fact, it's become commonplace now to take these sky-high dosages. People, the young guys, just think it's normal now. Like, what seems crazy to you and me, like mind-boggling, is normal now. Like, that's normal. And then on top of that, you can't teach longevity until you've lived longevity. Mm-hmm. You can't take someone who's 24 years old and have them teach you how to lift into your 40s or 50s. I just don't. It's one of those things that you have to live, in my opinion, because the best teachers on longevity are the ones who have made the most mistakes, have had the most injuries, who've had to learn how to think. And, for us, it was interesting, because when I was coming up on my pro card, and even after I got my pro card training out here with you, I couldn't quite do the heavy lifts. So we were always in a mission every week. Well, how can we really load the muscle and hammer it without getting injured? So, that's the advantage I had. You had a watchful eye on me. Well, a lot of these guys, they don't even understand that. So it's, if something's not right, you just work through it and then pop, or they're just broken down, in a couple of years. So, yeah, man, the longevity part from that perspective is really tough too. There's no good coaching. Many times you got to learn the hard way. Many times you got to give up exercises that you don't want to give up because you love them. And then if you do that, you have to really push hard on the other stuff, really hard. And that can be quite painful too. And a lot of people don't like that nowadays either, because they're scared they're going to overtrain. So it's a combination that makes true good longevity in our sport very difficult to achieve.
Well, painful and time consuming too, because let's say the deadlift is a great back builder. You're a great example of this. Deadlift was a great back builder for you, but at a certain point in time it had to go. So how many exercises does it take to make up for the same thing that deadlift was doing? Well, over a period of time and progression, about 60 sets of a lot of different things. That's not saying that the person listening should go do 60 sets of back work, but that's what it ended up being, is damn close to 60 sets, to be able, not saying that all you could do is deadlift and get away with it. It was one part, but 3 or 4 movements just to take care of what that one, was able to do. And I think that a lot of the coaching and a lot of the advice is out there. It's just we're looking at, I like to phrase it as, we're on the other side of the table now, where when we were in our 20s, we had people telling us the same shit we're trying to tell people today. Look, you might not want to, be hitting the overhead presses as hard as you're doing all the time. You might not want to be, as a bodybuilder, you might not want to be benching, all the time. You might want to kick it back on the squats, a little bit. You might want to keep the dose down just a little bit. Yep. We heard all of this from the 45, 50-year-old guys sitting on the other side of the table trying to give us advice. And in our mind, we're like, dude, you're fucking washed up. You're done. You haven't been relevant for 10 fucking years. Fuck you. I'm doing what I got to do to get better. Well, that's life's crazy spin, sir.
Now here we are.
Here we are. Now we're on the other side of the table. Yeah. And it's like, guys, listen, and a lot of the advice is the same. A lot's not. I think that, things have changed. That, we were told just don't do certain things, where now the advice is you can still do them, but the moderation, here's how you can moderate through it and all that kind of stuff. But so I think to stay on the point of how to increase the peak years, from a powerlifting perspective, I think the most underlooked aspect, which I can't give you an idea on how many years it's going to add or how many meets it's going to add, but even if it's one meet during their peak time frame, that could be that one meet where they pull it all together. I think nutritionally they've gotten better than what it used to be. I think they just need to keep pulling that together. And I'm not talking supplementation, and I'm just talking making better food choices, where it is, JM and I spoke about this, it is very hard to gain weight with all clean foods, but you can still do it with 50% clean foods. It doesn't have to be to the degree that I went to, where it was 100% all bad food, because that's the only thing that worked. It did work for me, right? But I could have made better choices on 50%.
Secret diet to gain weight. Remember that?
Yeah. And we spoke about that, and it was interesting, some of the things that he said, because I asked him why, and some of it I didn't really think about, like the McDonald's, the breakfast sandwiches in the morning. He was saying that if you look at the science behind how McDonald's designs their foods, it's designed to go down your system fast.
Right.
You could take a cheeseburger, and it's true.
Yeah, that way you can eat 5 of them.
Yeah, you put the cheeseburger in your mouth, and the next thing you know, you swallowed it, and you don't know how it happened.
Yeah.
So that's why.
So you order 5 the next time.
Yeah, so that's why, because it's calories.
Yeah.
It's still calories. It's not healthy. He was very clear about that. It's not healthy, and we never said this was healthy.
Yeah.
But it gets down.
Yeah.
And that becomes, and I'm like, oh my God, I never thought that was why. Because, like, why not just like a ton of bacon? I can there's a million ways to make up the same amount of calories.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't just melt down your mouth.
Right.
They have food scientists that design this food to where it almost just dissolves in your mouth and becomes addictive.
Yeah.
So you want to eat more because mentally it's got shit in it that makes you. So I'm sitting there like, oh my God, this is like way more thought out than I thought. But from a powerlifting perspective, I think that, and I think some of that's being done now. I think that the other area would be just better recreational lifestyle choices, better control of stress, for those people that are out drinking and shit like that. If you're in your peak years, you just stop. I get that. I don't drink alcohol, so I'm making a very.
Did you drink when you were in your 20s?
No.
Never?
I didn't. I already had other choices that I made that I felt were putting my health at risk.
Life-threatening.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't want to add to that, especially to when it wasn't going to benefit me in any way.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, okay, I'm going to use a test. All right, well, that means I can't drink now. Yeah. You know, and so that's kind of how I framed it. Plus, I also bounced. So I worked around drunk people. Yeah. And I hated drunk people. I hated the way they acted. So I had a lot of reinforcing behaviors is to not do that. But if they're in their peak years, you know, just maybe it helps you relax, but is it really necessary? You know, just pull it. It could be argued.
You know, I think what's crazy. So this is what's amazing about when you're in your 20s. Like, I grew up and I never had a beer till I was out of high school. I had I didn't have a beer till I was actually headed for vacation in Ocean City, Maryland. After I graduated from high school, was the first beer I ever had. And I went a little crazy in college. Like, I was like, I've been missing this. Everybody else was partying with me. So I went a little crazy.
Yeah, most too.
So, yeah, most people do in college.
I saw all you fuckers at the bars.
Yeah, I was one of those guys. I was one of those drunks. So, you know, but I was training really hard back then.
Yeah.
And I will never forget going out with my buddy Daryl, Daryl Mayo. And that was when he had just quit drinking and I had just started drinking. But drinking a lot, waking up, getting home at 3 a.m, had to be at the gym at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning to squat, and squatting, I could smell the alcohol on me. And I was, that's when I was squatting 606 plates for sets of 8, 10 with a hangover. Like, I can't even comprehend that now. Like,
you're in 20s, but let's flip it back to Daryl. And super great and nice guy, by the way. So I want to put that out there because he trained at Westside for a while. His father trained at Westside for a while. So I have nothing bad to say about the guy at all whatsoever. But what I can say is his dad did have a lot of muscle tendon problems. Yeah. So there was some genetic stuff going on there. And so did Daryl.
Yeah, he's had a lot of injuries he's had to deal with.
In a case such as that, with the knowledge that he has, I'm sure in hindsight, if he was to think back, he would think, maybe I wouldn't have been doing that, knowing that this could be a potential factor. Mm-hmm. Notice I didn't say cause. I don't want to get called out of my words. Yeah. But a factor. Mm-hmm. Because I think that for a while there, his kid was training out with Louie. And I can guarantee he's probably making sure his kid's not making the same mistakes that he was doing, because it doesn't help an athlete who's I think a football player, I'm not sure what his kid's doing. Mm-hmm. It doesn't help him very much with a torn pec, or blown off tricep or whatever it's going to be. But when you're in your 20s, I don't want to mention names, but at Westside we used to train our bench out at somebody else's. It was Tim Van Horn's garage.
In the London Grove.
Yes, and that was Sunday morning. I can remember the number of times walking in there, and it was like, oh my God, this smells like a fucking bar. Like, these guys just came in. It's like they just shut down they closed down the bar. They went to breakfast for a few hours.
Yeah, there they were.
And came in and trained. And they were just killing shit. And I'm like, how is this possible?
Look at Jerry O. Dude was a crack addict.
Yeah.
He would come in off a binge and incline 500 pounds.
He won the fucking the bench classic at the Arnold Classic Bench Bash. And I think this is common knowledge. Mickey Tate had to pull him out of a crack house to take him to the meet.
Yeah.
To which he then won.
Right.
Which is, so can we make the case now that, you go a whole different direction?
Yeah.
So from that longevity standpoint, let's go back a little bit and say, let's say you just started, because that's where a lot of people who are really trying to absorb material are not the people who are at the best and they're not at their peak. Mm-hmm. That's actually, in my opinion, what they should be doing is trying to keep all material away and just focus on what they know works or what they're working with their coach, and disregard all other material completely, and just focus on this session, this session, this session, this show. or this session, this meet.
Yep.
Fuck everything
Perfect
else.
every day.
Don't even look at what's going on as far as different training. The people who are really absorbing information are the intermediates. And I think they're the ones that probably, two people who have the biggest questions are the intermediates and the people who are older and beat up.
Yeah.
The intermediates are wondering what they should do to not end up being beat up.
Right.
And the first answer I have to them is just quit.
If you want the reality of it, yeah.
I'm telling the dead truth, because and I'm not just talking from arthritis standpoints or bone, tendon, muscle injury standpoints. I'm talking just overall health standpoints. Things with, heart, blood pressure, stroke, all these different things. Everything a doctor's ever told me when I was younger, you know what, you should just quit. And if you quit, this probably won't happen. It's been true.
Yeah.
When you're older and you go in, now all they're doing is validating, but the good doctor is going to be the one that's going to tell you, yeah, you probably should quit doing this stuff, but
let's figure out how to work around it.
Let's figure out how to do this, because this is a huge component of your life.
Right.
So I think the younger intermediates need to first really, really ask themselves, how important is getting better?
Yeah.
Do they want to just train to have
a little
fun?
bit of a hobby, or is it something
hobby,
you're really passionate about?
or really push? And we're not talking PEDs and stuff like that. We're just talking how hard you want to push. Because pushing hard on, let's talk bodybuilding, pushing hard on a 4-day split, 1 day off, or even 3 days on, 1 day off, with just a couple, or every day. That's demanding,
If you really push it,
it's demanding. And even if you just train twice a week, HIIT style, that's demanding. And all that's going to be wear and tear. So for them, it's making that decision first. And then my advice, and I'll let you build off that, would be take the time to get your technique right on everything, not just the big stuff. Like everybody wants to squat, bench, and deadlift. In my world, squat, bench, and deadlift, right? But they don't take the time to look at if they do leg curls as an accessory.
Yep.
What is your lower back doing when you're doing the leg curl?
Yep.
Take the time to really, really, and your channel's doing a good job of going through and showing all the accessories and what they should be looking at.
Trying to hit everything.
And that's a great resource for you guys, is to look at John's channel and look at I can almost say for most of you guys, forget the big movements, because you're probably pretty dialed in on them. I would think most intermediates are pretty dialed in, except for little tiny things like breathing and, their feet, stuff. Things that matter at the top end, but not really at the intermediate. But look at the little stuff, because you actually do more volume on that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you really do. Because if you're doing 5 sets of 10 on leg curls, and I'll guarantee if your lying leg curls screwed up, you're arching too hard on that. So is your seated leg curl.
Yeah.
And so is every leg curl machine you ever do.
Yep. Then your lower back's tight, and it messes up your squat, and there's a definite snowball effect. For sure.
Yeah. So that would be my first tidbit of advice to throw out there, is to make sure technique wise it's solid. So what would you add to that?
So 2 things. I always hear this advice that beginners and intermediates should forget the isolation stuff. They should just do compound stuff, bang for your buck, movements. I think that's very bad advice, and here's why. How can you teach your pecs to contract in a barbell bench press? How can you isolate them? Well, you can't. You're using your anterior delt, your triceps, etc. But there are movements. I think you should learn how each muscle contracts. So some guys say don't train your arms directly. You'll get plenty of arm work. Well, how do I really know what a good bicep contraction feels like from a lat pull down? Because if I'm doing a lat pull down right, I shouldn't feel a great bicep contraction. I should feel a lat contraction. So I think just the general thought process of including isolation stuff with the compound stuff is number one. Number two, and people always get on me about this, I am a stickler in what you just said particularly for the basic movements in terms of longevity, and that's form. And I tell everybody, if your form is about to go, you stop your set. And people go, no, John, they're not pushing hard enough. No, get what when you're working with 85-90% of your 1 rep maximum weight, you're going to get full activation. As long as you're coming within a rep or so of failure, you're getting what you need out of the movement. Now, when you go to the isolation movements, if you have practiced them and you've got good technique and you feel them, use those movements to really, really push hard. Use those movements to not only load the muscle, but to really fatigue the fibers, do the stuff that we used to do, full reps, then partial reps, or a drop set, or all those things that take kind of your intensity to the next level. There's nobody that's going to convince me that you can reach your best, and this is what we're talking about, getting to your peak and maintaining it. You can't get to your peak unless you've really pushed hard. Like, there's just no way that you can convince me that you can get to your absolute peak without training with a really high level of effort and pushing pain and so forth. So it just becomes, how do you intelligently do that? So to your point, good form, learning isolation movements when everybody else is saying they're worthless. They're not worthless. They're very valuable. Doing these high risk movements, a squat, those need to be technically proficient. But as you mentioned, even the isolation movements, I was just teaching in England 2 weeks ago, and we had this big debate on how to do a correct leg curl. And I liked it. I was good. I was like, this is a good conversation to have, Should your hips be popping up off the bench, Now, I like to do my leg curls with a little speed, a little bit more explosive, but look at my back and look at the tension. I've never had a hamstring injury ever, and I feel a massive amount of tension, but I'm really dialed into that muscle. I'm tuned into it. There's no momentum. It's just contracting hard. And you can apply that to a lot of different movements. But that is kind of the root, like that's step one in this conversation we're having is learning isolation movements. It's being very intelligent with your form on the other movements. Learn that first, and then we start graduating into okay, now you're going to get some mileage on your body. Now what do you do when your form is perfect, but you still hurt? So now Dave has taught me how to squat perfect, but I wake up and now my lower back's starting to hurt. I didn't do anything wrong, so now what do you do? And that's the part that people don't get. That's the part where they can't transition into, maybe those squats we were doing every week needs to be every other week. Maybe it just needs to be when I feel great. Or maybe I need to dial down the intensity on them, but I got to do something. If I'm waking up and my back is killing me for 2 days, and this is what people, their body will tell them. They just don't listen. If you do a movement and something that you didn't intend to be hurting is hurting, like your body's telling you something. And when you talk to people about tears, they usually tell you that one rep felt kind of funny, but I thought, okay, it'll be okay. The next rep, pop. Well, the same thing happens with this nagging stuff that builds up for us. Mm-hmm. Like, I know that if I do something and I'm hurting really bad the next couple of days, it probably wasn't a good idea. So I got to pick but this is what guys, what do? They take painkillers, they take Advil, they take NSAID and stuff like that. Like, that's the worst thing you can be taking. And they just keep going and trying to work through it when they should be looking at their training and saying, man, let's think about these squats. I know I love them, but let's think about how often we're doing them. Let's think about, and this is one great thing you taught me, let's think about the bar that we're using. Is a barbell, putting it right on your back, is it the best idea for you at this stage? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Probably not for me. So there's a whole line of thinking that comes with experience that you really can't learn in a book, of listening to your body and being wise with exercise selections, with bars that you use, and all kinds of stuff like that. That to me is the beauty of longevity. Like, that's what it all is encompassed by. It's exercises, it's how you execute on them, it's listening to your body. That's kind of it. That's what you have to unravel.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on the isolation work, and I think I put that as part of an article in T-Nation years ago, and it was that was back when forums were a thing, and I caught a lot of shit for it. And this is for a power lifter. It wasn't for the bodybuilder. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm like, well, it's if in the few years I did bodybuild is probably why I discovered the importance of this, because I had two guys I was training with that were really, really big on, the whole mind muscle connection type of thing. And I do believe that exists. It's hard to explain, why it exists. I'm sure there's people that can explain why it exists, but you're always kind of looked at as the freak, when you start talking about stuff like that. Even though Arnold said it, first, probably not first, but years ago. But if I'm telling somebody on their bench press that I need you to squeeze your pinkies or pull the bar apart because I want you to be flexing your triceps harder, they need to know what flexing their triceps even means.
What does it even feel like? Yeah.
So, if they're going to be at a high level in powerlifting, bodybuilding, or whatever it is, I should be able to sit across from you sit across from you in a relaxed state and say, just sit relaxed and flex your left tricep, and just bam, boom, you hit your left tricep. Hit your right, boom, you hit your right bicep. Biceps are easy, pecs are easy. I mean, it's usually the first to come for most people are going to be the pecs, and then it's going to be the biceps. But somebody that's experienced, been really focusing on this, can hit their triceps, their delts, their calves, their quads, their hamstrings. Now, you're probably doing this as I'm saying it because it's so natural and it's been practiced so frequently. I can remember sitting in high school class, just sitting there, okay, that's the hamstring, just trying to flex these type of things. And then it carries through, because if it's a matter of squatting and you got to, everybody's into activation now. You need to activate this. You need to activate that. You need to do these movements to activate this. Why not just flex the fucker? If you want to activate it, flex it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Especially like with a hip flexor, right?
Yeah. I mean, do you need 12 exercises to prime you to flex a fucking muscle? Why not just teach them how to flex the muscle?
Yeah.
And you know what? That's not an easy thing to do. I think it does take isolation exercises to be able to actually learn that. I don't know how else you could. Maybe there are ways that gymnasts use, or, I don't know. But I don't know. And you got to have something to flex. That's the other thing. You can't flex bone.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, because bone, I'm saying this for that dumbass that called me out once in a comment. Yes, you can flex. Yes, I get that. I understand your bones do flex and move. I get that. That's not the point, you dumb fuck.
But they don't pump up.
Yeah, exactly. I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. You can't flex bone. But what a great time to do that, would be as a beginner.
Yeah.
Because the stronger they get, as a power lifter, the more the body begins to start working almost like a sprint car. It's like, boom, green light goes, everything fires at once. And that's what you want as a power lifter. That's what you want. But what I tell them is every now and again, you need to take that dragster and you need to put it in the shop. You need to take everything apart. You need to pull that engine all apart, lay all the parts out, start cleaning them, start taking care of them, replace the ones that need fixed. Well, those parts are body parts. So every now and again, you need to pull the car in the shop, start doing some bodybuilding type training, clean up those parts, because all those small muscles, all these isolation muscles, they're also called stabilizers.
Yep.
And you have to stabilize force to produce it. And they're not doing that. That's where I think a lot of the injuries could be avoided during the peak phase for the strength athlete. Once they're developed and once they have that connection, I don't know how much they really need to be doing, isolation work.
Sure.
A little bit here and there is probably going to help them more with just recovery, because it's a lot of those type of movements, like just push downs and curls. I call them very concentric, heavy movements, because the eccentric phase is not really that, unless you're really trying to concentrate on it.
Yeah.
It's not that demanding. The eccentric phase of a push down is not that demanding unless you make it, which as a bodybuilder, you're going to make it, or a curl the same way. But as a power lifter, you can knock that stuff out, get a big pump, and then the next day not even be sore because the eccentric is so far. It's almost concentric only, but not really. But a great way to pump a lot of blood in there to help with that recovery. And with that blood, I think I need to explain, comes the nutrients. which we talked about earlier, is what nutrients are you allowing to flow through there? Ho-hos or, good solid amino acids that are broken down from quality proteins. Or quality sugar, glycogen, to be able to help with the recovery process. So I think we've kind of hit, I don't think we've missed a lot with the beginners, because it should be pretty, consistency matters with them. Don't overtrain. That's a big one for beginners. And overtraining, I think, is overused word. But for beginners, let's just say don't train too much. You don't have to train. I get you love it. I did it. You did it, right? We trained for 4 hours a day, every day. I get that you love it. But, man, just try to avoid that, because it's still wear and tear that adds up over the years. Hold some of that passion for the next training session. Put it into the intensity, because their muscular coordination and just their general coordination probably isn't good enough yet for them to really go hard. They think they are, but they're not.
When I think a lot of them are using like soreness as a gauge, and they have to do a ton of volume to even get sore, because to your point, they don't quite have that connection. If they had that, when you get real efficient, real good at this stuff, you could make yourself sore from a few sets, as opposed to needing to do set after set after set after set.
And when we were hammering it with the volume is when I became more familiar with muscular soreness, because powerlifting, it's just more like you get beat with a club. It's more because everything's firing like the dragster. So the next day is like, oh fuck, that was a bitch. And bones hurt, stuff like that. But there really wasn't a lot of muscular soreness. When we were training, there was a lot of muscular soreness. And what I realized was you knew you were recovering properly, you knew the training was on point, and you knew the nutrition was on point when you started to get sore a few hours after the training session. Intra-nutritional, I think, plays a big role, and I'll let you talk about that. I never got sore the day after. If I got sore the day after, then I started wondering where maybe it was too much, but something was wrong. Because usually it was a few hours later the cramping started. Sometimes the cramping started before I left.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay. It was usually 3 hours later the cramping started, and then several hours later the soreness started. Then that night the soreness was pretty bad. The next morning, residual, middle of next day, fine.
Then you're good.
But I do think that some of that might have been the intra protocol, but maybe, I know you've played with it more than I have, maybe only by maybe a day. It might have saved one, you know what I'm saying? It might have cut a day down. What if that wasn't there? Would that have been the same scenario? That's what I'm asking.
So you get people to throw in the repeated bout effect, like, oh, you'll get used to it, you won't get as sore, and that is a scientific principle. But their training protocol is not like what you and I had.
It changed every time.
You don't get you don't get the benefit of repeated bout effect from what you and I did, because we were thinking, how can I absolutely annihilate the muscle? That's what every workout we did, that was the goal. Annihilation. And it's funny you mentioned the cramps, because as soon as you start talking about soreness, I thought, I'm on the way home and I'm getting cramps in my teardrops, and then that night, 3-4 hours later, it's peaking, and it's bad. And of course, everybody's got other theories. Oh, your electrolytes are messed up. I'm like, no, you don't understand how we just trashed the muscle.
No, it was not that.
You could eat all the salt you want, you can drink all the Gatorade you want. It wasn't going to stop the pain. But then, the next day or 2 days later, you're good to go. Now, I will say this. Before the intra stuff was introduced, like my legs, for example, would be sore for a legitimate 4 to 5 days. Legitimate 4 to 5 days every time. And the intra stuff brought it down to not sore the next day, or maybe just a little bit the next day. Like the whole concept of DOMS, like the second day went away. Like I never got DOMS again. I would just get it that night and maybe a little bit next day, but there was no second day. By then it was gone. And that was strictly from nutrition, because if you think about what we were doing with our food, people say, well, you only have to be in positive nitrogen balance. That's all you need to be in a caloric surplus, and you'll repair as fast as you can possibly repair. I get the logic. I see what you're saying. I understand that when you ate a steak, the aminos are still in your blood. You had I get that. I understand that. And that's part of the reason why I can't even reconcile why it works so well. And those are the arguments I get. And I can't tell people, like, I don't like where you're coming from, because I get it. It makes sense what they're saying, but it just doesn't work when someone trains like the way we were training. The intra stuff, just shoving nutrients in the muscle while you're training, is the only way I've found that can keep that soreness down. And I think that helps with the longevity too, personally. Not having just your body, and you can train your muscle fibers so hard they die and they have to regenerate. That's proven. We probably killed a few muscle fibers, I'm guessing, that maybe we didn't need to kill. But the nutrition stuff was really, really key for me. And then if you look at, like, I don't know if you remember or not, but remember us saying we're going to demonstrate that it doesn't work. We're going to train real hard until we're crippled sore. But when we were playing around with those protocols, we would kill each other and we'd be fine. So that was a big deal, but I think just from the recovery aspect, that's fine. But I think to the whole point of this conversation, the longevity piece, I think it really helps. I don't really understand maybe the management of the inflammation. I don't really understand the mechanism, but I feel like, when you can train, go through a full range of motion for your joints, when you're healing up fast, I feel like there's probably some benefit to longevity there as well. I can't really explain it. It's just something I feel like, and when I travel now, if I don't do an intra, I had a workout I told you about in California 3 weeks ago where I just went crazy and I didn't have my intra. I was crippled sore for 5 days, crippled sore. And that can't be good for longevity, to always have your body inflamed and just trash like that.
All right, to stay going down that hole, if we have, say, the nutritional stuff, I understand what you're talking about as well with the amino acid, pool, which is in your blood for, hours upon hours upon hours, and all that other kind of stuff, which, our bodies are very good at pulling what amino acids are needed to go where they need to go when they need to go there. So that always kind of confused me with, I always say, I've taken one nutritional biochem class, so I'm an expert, which is far from the fucking truth. But that's why I never really understood, why you would take amino acids that are medium or small chain, because they all end up small chain, because it's the only way it's going to pass through the intestines to break down. But that would, with what you're talking about with the intra, that only really leaves the glycogen then, because is that the factor, is just the point that there's glycogen or sugar, so to say, not sugar, but you get what I'm saying, fast acting carbohydrate being, or high molecular weight, however anybody wants to define it.
Sure.
Being there in the muscle while you're training, the most important part.
So you can make the same argument you make with protein for carbohydrates.
Because there's fats breaking down to create the energy if it's not there.
Well, the carbs are generally speaking, you'll have enough carbs in you to last you, say, 24 hours. So if you've had a meal 2 hours before you train, people will say you have plenty of glucose that's went into your blood that at some point is turning to glycogen. They will say, do you have the same argument that you have with the aminos? So my theory is that when you're introducing the carbs, if they're not causing a spike, if they're more creating a steady level of insulin release, or raising your blood sugar more on an even keel as opposed to a spike, then your pancreas produces insulin at a more even level, and that's what manages cortisol, and that's what manages muscle protein breakdown. And we know that from they measure a muscle protein breakdown marker called 3-methylhistidine, and you can see that when aminos and carbs, and particularly carbs, when they're used while you train, you can see the huge reduction in 3-methylhistidine. The muscle protein breakdown goes way, way, way down. I wish there was more done on it. There's not a lot of research on it. There's only some done because all the research is pre and post workout. They don't really look at intra workout that much. But the stuff I've seen, I've only seen a little bit that was done by, if you look up Bird 2006 in Australia, they did some nice work on it. But that's the best thing I can come up with, is that there's something about delivering it while you train, getting that nice little lift in insulin while you train. Somebody could even still come back though and go, well, you got the same thing from the food. So I get it. Like, man, I get it. Like, I can't really explain succinctly why the liquid stuff while you train works so much better. I just know that it does. I also will tell you, if you don't train really, really hard, then it's meaningless. It shows its value when you're training really, really hard and you're really breaking down a lot of muscle. Because that's what we do when we train. We just break down muscle. You're not building anything. You might be stimulating muscle protein synthesis, but the bottom line is you're creating a hell of a lot of catabolism too. You're breaking it down. And to train like how you and I did, we're not digging the ditch 1 foot deep or 2 foot deep. We're going down 5 or 10 feet deep.
Yeah.
So now think about what it takes just to get back up to where we were. You got to have a real focus on this stuff. And a lot of people might say, well, the stuff you and Dave did was probably too hard. You did too much. Maybe it was on occasion, but you know what? I was approaching 40 years old. I put another inch on my legs training the way we did. My back was a weak point. It sure looked pretty impressive a couple years after doing all those crazy hard sets. So for me, it was what I needed.
I think the statement I think that statement is extremely irrelevant, because the goal was the pro card, and you got that. Now everything past that was bullshit, because you weren't supposed to do anything past that. But we've had that conversation. Other people don't know about that, but that was supposed to be John's last show. But I understand why he kept going, so everything past that was icing on the cake, but the goal was the pro card, so if that's what it took, even let's just say it was placebo.
Yeah.
If that's what it took, that's what it took.
That's what it took.
And it worked. To circle back to the longevity, we've covered the beginners, with the biggest advice being there, work the technique, control the intensity of that. You're still going to need a lot of volume, guys, if you're a beginner, because you need to learn how to master the movements. Right. So we're not telling you to train hard. We're not trying to tell you to train to failure. We're trying to tell you to do a lot of repetitions to really learn the skill of the movements, and to pay attention to making sure you're adding in isolation exercises. And probably, in a way, I think we both agreed, equally as much on that as you would the basic compound movements, just to be able to learn how the muscles work. Pay attention to the nutrition. It doesn't have to be crazy solid for you. You're a beginner. You're just getting used to stuff. You just get used to the training stresses. There's been very few football strength coaches that I've ever met that didn't like the idea of their athletes having something to eat during the training session. A lot of times it's a peanut butter sandwich, so I don't want to tell them, "Hey, go buy Intra."
No,
just have some. Make sure you're going to have some kind of surplus if you can, unless you need to lose weight.
You just want to feel good during your workout.
Yes, yes. So you feel good for the training, and you don't need to train every day for 4 hours. We've went through and covered what the guys should do in their prime. They're not going to listen to it, so we're not going to spend any more time on those. They're not. They're not. And if we bring up anything, they're going to ask their coach. Their coach is going to say those guys are full of shit, and they're not going to do it. So
they're 24-year-old coach.
Yeah, let's put it this way: the guys who are in their prime, we're known well enough, and we are open enough. If they really want to know, they'll contact us directly.
Yeah.
Now let's get to the people who really care. And those are the ones that are older, kind of like us. I don't want to say past prime, and I don't want to use a life extension, because I don't think that's possible. I think that's a bullshit excuse. It's quality of life or quality of training, past prime or as you're older. And that's what I think people really want. But I didn't want to have the conversation without covering the full gamblet of the training age, because it all is wear and tear. And when I get to my main points, wear and tear is going to be a huge part of that conversation, which happens to if you're in this for the long term and you've been doing it for 20, 30 years, you're paying the price, you know, in your 45s, 50s for shit you were doing when you were 16 and 17. You just don't know it.
Yeah.
You know, everything has a price to pay. And we all know that. Even when we're younger, we're like, oh yeah, I know at some time I'm going to pay for this shit. Or you do that crazy set when you're 19 and you're on the ground about ready to die. And you know, man, I'm so going to pay for this someday. Well, guess what? You turn 45, that fucking day comes.
Yeah.
You know, so when you get out of bed, you can't stand up. Think about that set.
Yeah.
And it'll make you smile a little bit too.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you earned, you know, right. You earned the ability for your feet to hurt like fuck. But when you get there, you do start wondering, fuck, you know, was it really worth it? And I'll say from my end, looking back, yes. You know, and I've been through some shit. You've been through a lot of shit. I think you agree with me that looking back, it's always worth it.
1,000%.
It's always worth it. So let's start speaking about that. Okay, so I'll let you start out on the nutrition end. You're far more, obviously, far more educated and experienced in the nutritional side of controlling cortisol, the nutritional side of being able to control stress, because I think that's a huge factor when you get older, because it's not just the training you're recovering from. I think that's a mistake people make. As you get older, you have kids, you have jobs, you have responsibilities.
That's exactly where I was headed.
Other factors, you know. So nutritionally, so let's start knocking away nutritionally on what they can be looking at doing to help with quality of training for the next 20 years. So let's approach it that way.
And these are the people who've been training for a long time, or
anybody that's 45 plus. So it can even be a beginner that's 45 plus. But I think we kind of covered them because training age does matter.
Sure.
Like they're going to start a little bit more banged up just because they're older, but their joints haven't. We're going to have the discussion based upon the fact that they have 10, 15 years of wear and tear, but everything's still going to apply.
Well, so that whole discussion about getting hammered and drinking and being able to train when you're in your 20s, that's awesome. You're capable of doing so much stuff when you're in your early years, but when you get into your 40s and 50s, now those things like sleep quality, nutrition, now those things take on a whole nother level of importance. Like you just look at like sleep, for example. If you look at all the sleep studies where they do sleep restriction for 4 hours, you see increases in ghrelin, which is a hunger hormone your stomach makes. You see decreases in leptin, which is a satiety hormone that your fat cells make. And so you're not full, you're hungry all the time, and guess what you crave? You crave sugar. So you get these people that sleep less, and what you see is their energy consumption, which is just how many calories they eat, it goes up. They start eating a bunch of trash. And here's another thing that you don't notice when you're 20s, but when you're in your 40s or 50s, sometimes you'll eat a bad meal and you feel it the next day. Like you can feel the inflammation in your joints. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
You'll be eating good, you're eating good, and you have a day where you eat a bunch of bad stuff, and the next day it feels like you got hit by a truck. Did that ever happen in your 20s? Nope.
Let me ask you this, just to throw a little fun into this, and we'll stay on the nutrition aspect. Sometimes it happens almost immediately. Like you ever have a Baconator?
Oh, no. Don't go there.
No, we're there. We are there. So John's got a story that...
We've been holding this story back for many
years. Who was it? Yeah,
Santana Anderson was here.
Santana Anderson was here, and he's the one that told me about this. But John decided to have a Baconator, and...
Yeah, man. So we trained really hard here. Really hard, and Santana's like, can we stop by Wendy's on the way back? And I'm like, sure. What do you want to get? And he goes, let's get a Baconator. I was like, what's that? He's like, just trust me, it's really good. It's like, okay, all right, I'll get a Baconator. So I don't have an intestine, I don't have a colon, which means I have a really fast transit time for food, like really fast. So I eat the Baconator and I'm driving, and I'm like, uh-oh, there's no bathrooms in sight. So what ensued when I got home was pure carnage.
Keep going.
Oh, no, oh, man. It was bad. So I called Dave. I messaged Dave and I said, man, I just shit everywhere. And you're like, what do you mean? I'm like, literally. I shit everywhere. Like, it's all over the place. I'm cleaning the bathroom right now.
He was cleaning the walls,
everything, man.
The whole toilet, and it's that's been the Baconator story.
That was the Baconator story.
So of course I think
you had a Baconator since then.
I don't think so.
I immediately went out the next day and had one, and I'll tell you what, my story, it wasn't as bad, but my stomach within 2 hours was. I was on the toilet. It was
so it wasn't just me.
No. Like if you ever need to cut weight quick and you need to clear out your gut, there's a good 2 pounds that's going to come out real quick.
Yeah.
All right. Anyhow, get back on the nutrition. So you were speaking about the what was it? Just the ability to not eat the same type of foods.
Yeah, you just can't get away with it. You'll notice foods, generally it's sugary foods that'll cause a lot of inflammation and you'll ache. If you eat foods that maybe are greasy, you'll notice your gallbladder, like you'll have some issues from that. There's just all kinds of problems that you will feel quickly. And what happens when your inflammation goes up? Now your insulin sensitivity can be negatively impacted. So now instead of pushing nutrients into your muscle cells, you're pushing them into your fat cells. So you're getting fatter. But the nutrition stuff becomes of utmost importance for you to feel good when you're training. Because it doesn't feel good, man, when you wake up and everything's hurting and you know you got to go to the gym. So the training part becomes the nutrition part becomes really, really critical, and the sleep part becomes really, really critical. And it's not even just the amount of hours of sleep, it's the quality of the sleep. But, so when you sleep, you go through these sleep cycles. You have, we'll say 5 of them a night. Each sleep cycle is about 90 minutes. And in each sleep cycle, you have a certain amount of sleep that's non-REM, and you have a certain amount of sleep that's REM. Earlier in the night, when you go to bed, most of those sleep cycles are dominated by non-REM sleep. Later in the night, early in the morning, most of those sleep cycles are a little more heavily dominated by REM sleep. Now, the reason why that's important is because, I hear a lot of people go, oh, yeah, you get all your growth hormone release and testosterone, all this cool stuff happens in REM. No, it doesn't. It actually happens in the deeper stages of non-REM. So if you're not getting enough sleep, let's say you're going to bed late, if your sleep cycle is normal, or if you're normally sleeping from, say, I'm just going to make this up, 10 to 6, and if you go to bed at 1, then you miss the first 3 hours and you still have to get up at 6, you just missed a bunch of non-REM sleep. So you missed a lot of that physical rejuvenation. The REM stuff is really good for the mental stuff, cognition, memory, all that stuff. So if you go to bed, on time, but then you get up earlier than you normally would, you miss out on some of the REM sleep. So if your sleep is messed up, you're missing out on a lot of the recovery that now becomes really important as you get older, because you just can't ignore that like you can when you're in your 20s and get away with it. You don't have that margin for error. It's not there. So now all of a sudden you have to learn, you have to get educated on sleeping. I know it sounds crazy, but it sometimes does take a little bit of education on sleeping and how to establish your circadian rhythms and cement them, how to like just general stuff, like don't take a nap at 6 o'clock because it'll impact your ability to sleep. And we could go into why there. You have this stuff called adenosine that builds up in your body. Some people refer to as sleep pressure. The longer you're awake, the more it builds up, and if that in conjunction with your circadian rhythm is what will put you to sleep. So if you take a nap at 6 or 7 o'clock at night, then sleep pressure is gone. That part of the process is gone. So now it's going to be a lot harder for your body to fall asleep. Now it's kind of only relying on the circadian rhythm, but then you get like caffeine in the evening. Caffeine blocks those receptors, the adenosine. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of education. People are quick to just jump on sleep supplements and take a bunch of pills. But if you actually learn about sleep, you can do this without pills and medications for the most part. I mean, some people have to mess around with that stuff, and I certainly have myself. But once you've got it, so now all of a sudden, you've been training for 20, 25 years. Now all of a sudden, if you want to get another 10, 20 years out of it, sleep becomes very important. Balanced nutrition becomes very important. Avoiding foods that cause like inflammation that appears almost immediately. Like all those things start to really play into your ability to train effectively and feel good. You might still be able to go to the gym, but now all of a sudden your workouts might be terrible. Maybe you're not getting anything out of them. Maybe you're just kind of going through the motions, as opposed to going in there and really feeling good and putting in good work and enjoying what you're doing.
With the sleep part, I'm more a night owl than I am a morning person. So, I'm missing out on, one rhythm of sleep. But anyhow, there's a give and take to everything. What I wanted to throw out there for people is sleep has become very popular, and it's become, coincidentally very popular with the onset of sleep studies and CPAPs becoming more popular. So it becomes one of those things like, okay, what really is going on? Is this becoming more popular because everybody has to get a CPAP now, or is it more popular? So when you're looking through, and this is just because I did. So when you start looking through how can you sleep better, a few things to keep in mind, and then I'll give you some kind of tips and advice. Is sleeping is something that we've been doing since we've come out of the womb. Actually, beforehand, we've been sleeping since before we were born. So the whole 10,000 hour rule, I think we have that covered as far as our ability to know how to sleep. That's kind of covered. Mm-hmm. But there's stresses and so forth in life. But when you start studying this, like John said, you're going to get very overwhelmed, because you're going to see you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this, you should do this, you should wear these goggles before when you're watching TV. It should be a completely dark room. It should be exactly this temperature. It shouldn't be this temperature. You should take this bath. You should do this. Just, guys, you're going to be very, very, very overwhelmed. Keep in mind, it's no different than training, nutrition. Everybody's trying to stand out. Everybody's trying to make their mark. They're just trying to do it in the sleep field. So take the things that make common sense to you and just start with those. For instance, for me, I used to always wake up in the middle of the night. I never really cared that much about it, because I used to actually have a shake then, when I was dieting or even just training, because it was more protein. I was able to slip in, I wake up, take a piss, I'm slamming the shake actually while I'm taking the piss. So the liquid balance in my body was probably the same, but you're asleep, so you don't even know you're pounding the shake. Yeah. And so I kind of got myself into a habit of doing that, but it took me a while to realize I was drinking too late in the night. And when I stopped drinking a couple hours before I went to bed, I stopped waking up in the middle of the night to take a piss, which stopped that disruption. So that one little tiny observation probably made the biggest impact on my complete total sleep, because now it's uninterrupted for the whole entire night. So look at those really simple, low-hanging fruits that you can pick. For me, I need a little bit of carbohydrate before I go to bed. Not a lot, just a little bit. Usually it's like Chex Mix. I'm lactose intolerant, so a little bowl with water and I'm good.
Water? Do you eat Chex with water?
I can't have the milk, so
that's gross.
So it's not bad. It's not as bad as you think. I could mix. Here's the thing: I've tried to mix it with like cashews, like a trail mix. Yeah. But then it doesn't work as well for my sleep. It actually disrupts my sleep for some reason. I don't know if I don't know why. So it's like, fuck it. It's just this. And then the temperature and the mattress. Yeah. The mattress was huge.
I was going to say the temperature was huge.
Yeah. The temperature of the mattress. I would say if you get a mattress that's comfortable, the right temperature, make sure you're not drinking too late before you go to bed. Avoid caffeine. For the half-life of caffeine is pretty long.
Yeah,
it's like what JM said,
5 or 6 hours is like 5 or 6 hours. And that doesn't mean it's all gone. It just means half of it's gone.
The other thing I really got to watch, because I train at night, I cannot do a work set past 10 p.m. and I may go to bed at midnight or 12:30 or 1. If I do anything past 10 p.m., it impacts. So that was enough for me. It's like I didn't have to go through this whole down regulation, meditation, avoid the TV, don't look at and there's things I can still remove, like answering the emails right before I go to bed, that kind of crap. And it's not even answering emails, it's just getting rid of the spam. So it's just less spam to wake up to. But I think some people, you see, if you start digging around, you've seen it, it's like, oh my God, I can't do all this.
Oh yeah, there's books and books and books on it.
Yeah, just find the low-hanging fruit and kind of hit from there, and it will make a huge difference. Nutritionally, on the other hand, a lot of the guys listening, or girls, or however you want to identify yourself, they know what foods they shouldn't have. Just don't do it. You know what I'm saying? And some of them are addicting foods. Some of them are foods that we really like. Just know that there's a price. You know, I like sugar, but I can't have it on the day that I'm going to train. I just can't. I mean, it's got to almost be 48 hours away, because it hurts my joints.
I remember many of the times that we were training, like there were days when your joints hurt and we could trace it directly to a lot of sugar. Yeah, it
was the sugar. So and I like it. And with that in mind, even sugar-free products, you got to be careful on those, because some will, some won't. You know, I'm cool with the Monster for some reason, but if it was a Diet Coke, hell no. And it may even be the same ingredient for all I know. I just know one causes, one doesn't. But if training longevity is what we're talking about, it's hard to have a good workout or a good training session when your elbows are on fire. I don't care how much liniment you put on or how many knee sleeves that you put on. It's just not going to happen. It's just going to hurt. And as you get older, it's going to hurt anyhow.
You just make it even worse.
It's just going to, you want to, the whole goal here, I think, with the guys who are already beat up is to not make it hurt worse. Like, let's just stay at bay. Like, because you can do that.
Hopefully you've learned how to work around it.
Yeah. And some things you might be able to regress a little bit, especially if your nutrition's really bad, your sleep's really bad. You might be able to, someday wake up and be like, wow, my back doesn't hurt. Cool.
You can pick a battle that day and work a little harder.
Let it go with that. The other thing is stress. So I have my views on life balance. So you have 2 little ones, and you're at a point now where you're really active with them because they're in sports, they can't drive. So how do you do that?
Well, first of all, I love talking about this subject. So this whole notion that you can't have balance in your life is complete and utter bullshit. It's just made up by people who are trying to find excuses to be a shitty human being half the time. Now, you will be hard-pressed to find something that's more obsessive than competitive bodybuilding. That is the utmost pinnacle of self-absorbed obsessiveness. If you can make bodybuilding at a high level work and have a balance of life, you can do it with anything. And what I always heard when I was in my 20s and I really wanted that muscle tech contract because that $3,000 a month was going to make me rich, I always heard, John, you can't work a job and be the best you can be at bodybuilding. You can't train, you'll be too tired. And I just never got it because, and this is all going somewhere, by the way. I just never got it. I never understood it because when I worked at the bank, I thought, this is great. I'm on a schedule. I get up. Bodybuilding is all about discipline and consistency. That's really what it boils down to. Consistent, hard work over a long period of time. So I'm forced to get up and eat breakfast. I have my protein shake at 10 o'clock. I have my lunch at work, and then I have another protein shake at work at 3 o'clock, and I'm in a corporate setting. I can very easily mix a protein shake up and take it into a meeting with me. And then I get home and I have a meal. I go train. I come home and I have my post-workout meal. So I never, it helped me to have discipline. Now, then you throw kids into the mix. Well, this is another really big challenge, especially the first year when they're really little, which was easily, Dave, the hardest year of my life. Easily. Way harder than when I almost died or anything. It was very, very challenging. Stress, lack of sleep, etc. So you can't, I think that you can't think of splitting time, you've got to make sure that the time is quality time. Because a lot of people say, well, I spend an hour and a half with my kids every night. And, I'll say, well, yeah, that's great. What do you guys do? Well, we sit on the couch and watch TV. I'm like, well, what do you do when you're sitting there? Well, I'm on my phone. I'm answering emails. That's not time with your kids. What is better would be if you go out for 20 minutes and throw a baseball or a football with your kid. Like, to me, the child is going to, that's going to make them feel good, not sitting there when you're not paying attention to them. So number one, the first rule is the time is, don't think about the quantity of the time, think about the quality of the time. Like, make sure you're engaged and you guys are, same thing with a marriage, right? Make sure that you're really engaged and that time is impressive. Now what do? You bake stuff into a schedule. That's called prioritizing. So if having a balanced life and your family is important to you, then you put it in your schedule. If it's that hard for you to do that because you're very busy, which is absolutely common, then put it in your schedule. I'm in a very fortunate position now to where I can kind of create my own schedule. It wasn't always like that. But there are certain things that I have in my schedule, like, for example, it changes by during the time of the year, but we're in August going to start football season. So I'm only doing 1 or 2 appearances in August, September, and October. That's it, because I'm not going to miss my kids' practices. That is my priority. So you just have to look at your priorities and you have to make time. If you're really busy and you have to work a lot of hours to support your family, I totally understand, but make sure that when you're spending the hour or 2 hours with your kids, make sure that it's quality time. And you're not going to work 7 days a week, hopefully. So what do you do on the day off? Do you go do stuff with your family half the day or all day? Like, really try to make up for it. That just takes priority. It's just planning and setting priorities. But man, I've seen in bodybuilding, and I'm sure you've seen in powerlifting, people just can't do that, and they just let their family, they just let their lives just fall apart. I mean, I've seen it over and over and over and over. And I'm not saying all the doing that stuff I just said is easy, but when you kind of start practicing it, and it just becomes like when you wake up, you don't say, I wonder if I'm going to train today. No, I'm just going to train. There is no decision-making process. The balance stuff, should be the same thing. You don't go, wonder if I should spend some time with my kids today. You don't do that. You just do it. You bake it into your life so that's a part of your life. And that's kind of the magic formula to me. It's just making it a priority and making sure the time is quality time and just sticking to it.
I'll add to that. I don't think you're going to disagree with anything that I'm going to say, but I'm going to challenge the quality time, but not really with quantity time. But the reason why I think the balance is, I think balance is a terrible term.
Yeah,
it's a terrible term for this, because balance of what?
Yeah.
Because to me, when you say balance, I'm assuming something that's...
It's like 50-50, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
There's more entities involved here.
Yeah.
There's
more than 1 and 2.
Hell yeah. I mean, there's...
That's a great point.
There's 5, 6, possibly.
A great point.
If you put faith in there, you're throwing another one.
Yep.
So you got a lot of different things that play a role there, where to hit on one thing that you said that I agree with, is when to go back to the guys that are in that prime or trying to go all in with the sport, or as JM and I talked about, that say they'll do whatever it takes. Rarely will they ever do whatever it takes, because if you really push them, would you kill somebody? You know what I'm saying? I mean, let's really answer that question.
Yeah.
Or is this just a phrase of whatever it takes within what boundary?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where's that boundary? All right. Where I start to get into that is I understand making something a top priority, which you did with bodybuilding, I did with powerlifting. That doesn't mean there aren't other priorities. There is number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. I was working on an education. I was working on always trying to have, I don't think I think there's been 2 weeks in my entire life I've been unemployed since I was 12. So always looking, if I didn't have a job, I was looking for a job, then taking whatever job I had, no matter how shitty it was, just because that was an important value of mine. And trying to build some foundation of something. I didn't know what it was going to be, for when the powerlifting was done, because it's, like I said, it was first. But I was smart enough to realize at some point it's going to be done, and I'm going to have something.
Yeah.
To not have anything underneath that, to me, is just ignorance and stupidity. Because there's no degree of intelligence to be able to think that either one of any strength sport is going to provide you enough for retirement. There's none. All right. And then now if you throw a family in there, it's irresponsibility. Yeah. So it's gone beyond ignorance and stupidity, but now you're just irresponsible. Yeah. Because you're not there is time. I mean, how long? Bodybuilding takes a lot more time than powerlifting. All right. How much time does powerlifting really take? At the most 4 hours, 4 days a week, maybe 5 days a week. I mean, we're talking a part-time job here. Yeah. So there's a whole lot of other time. So I think that's an important thing to put out there, because as well as I do the number of people that just do that, then they go home and play video games.
Oh yeah.
All right. They're wasting time that they could read a book.
Right.
They could learn a skill online.
Oh yeah.
They don't even need to move. And I understand sometimes when you're dieting, you can't move. I get that. I've been there, not to the same degree, but I've sat in the chair for 2 hours having to really take a piss, but not wanting to get up to take the piss.
Yeah.
But I'm still watching TV, right?
Yeah.
I could be watching a TED Talk. I could be watching something to educate myself. But going back to the quality thing, I think it's more of engagement. Like when you're with your kids and it's time that's with your kids, are you engaged? And that's kind of what you said. Yeah, they're sitting there watching TV. Okay, that's great, but are you engaged? Are you having a communication? Are you talking about the show? If there's something in the show that's interesting, did you talk,
Right.
Or better yet, take them outside, do that. But I'm in a podcast with you right now. I'm engaged with you. I don't care what they're doing. I don't care what they're doing. I'm right here, with you. So if it's friendship, something that you value, then I'm going to be engaged with you and not let you think that I'm thinking about other shit I have to do later today or work or whatever it is. And in this hour, 2 hours or whatever it's going to be, I just spent time with Dave.
Yeah.
All right. And that means a hell of a lot more than zero time or us just hanging out, watching fucking every episode of Breaking Bad, what I'm saying from that standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, from the quality standpoint, I've changed my view on that a little bit because my oldest son is autistic. So I'm always there when he comes home from school. So he gets off the bus. Well, it's summertime now. So say he gets off the bus at 3, 4 o'clock. I'm there. He may walk in and go straight to his room, take a nap, and I may not see him for 2 hours. Like yourself, I can work almost anywhere. I mean, I have to spend some time in the office, but for most part, 60% of my work is done at home. Now, maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks, he's going to come up after his nap and he's going to sit down on the couch and we're going to talk. All right. So I have to invest maybe 20, 30 hours for that 1 hour conversation. I'll do that any day of the week because if I wasn't there, that never would have happened.
Right.
And this is an extreme example, okay? A very extreme example, which most people don't have to contend with. But I think they would find even with their spouses, their girlfriends or wives or significant others, if they were actually just there, when they're communicating, say having dinner or whatever it is, and actually communicating, a half hour of that or an hour of that in their mind, and even in your mind is worth 40 hours.
It goes a long ways.
It goes a long way because you're just there. Yeah. So here, now I'm going to really fuck with them, right? Now we're really going to fuck with those people out there that are listening. What's a better training session? One that you're actually engaged in the session and you're focused, like you finish the set, now you're focusing on what the next set's going to be. Now we have to go back to when we were in our prime because that's not the case now. It's fun. We're trying to have fun,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So yeah, we're going to check our phone. We're going to fuck around. We're going to have fun. But when you're training and it's serious, you ain't checking shit on your phone.
Yeah.
You know, you do the set, you're resting, you're getting your breath, you're doing the next set. The more engaged you are, was that not a better training session?
Yeah.
Significantly
100%.
better.
Yeah, 100%.
Why would that not be the same with kids, faith, you know, and all these other factors?
Yeah.
You know, and so that's where the balance thing, I think balance is a bad word.
Yeah, you're right. It's just a shitty
I think
term.
it's engagement. Be better engaged at the things that are important to your life.
Yeah.
All right. And don't take them for granted.
Yeah.
Because they could be gone.
Yeah.
You know, they can be gone in a heartbeat.
100%.
I mean, we're old enough now that we've all lost people. It's boom, boom,
Gone.
fuck.
Yeah.
You know, why didn't I call?
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Here's the really interesting thing is I don't know how long, we're like an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes into this thing yet, talking about longevity of training and have not yet spoke about training. So that's a huge take-home point because what we've talked about is the nutritional aspect, the stress aspect, the relationship aspect, the recovery aspect, the sleep aspect. All these things matter, but they don't just matter to the training, but they matter to everything else, you know, because it all becomes kind of full circle.
Right.
There's another factor I'm going to throw out there, then we'll get to the training, okay? The other factor, and people can define this however they want to define it, I'm always clear about that, is you have to have some degree of faith for all this to work. Mm-hmm. So the way that I like to define that before people blow up the internet, and you know, it's to me it's terrible that you even have to define what it is, but people have different different religious beliefs, and that's not what I'm talking about here. What I'm just talking about is the faith in that everything's going to be okay.
Yeah.
That no matter what happens, and bad shit happens, and we're old enough that really bad shit happens, and you know what? It's going to keep happening.
Yeah.
And even worse things are going to happen. We got kids and wife.
Yeah.
Even worse things are going to happen, which can be very fucking depressing to think about. But if you have the faith that knowing that things are going to be okay, that is huge. To me, I think that trumps all of this.
Yeah.
You know, that just to have some degree of faith is huge.
Yeah.
So your turn, your thoughts on that one, because I know you've went, you know, from a religious side.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to say full circle, but you know,
yeah, I mean,
gone through a few.
Definitely some changes over
the years. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
That we don't need to talk about the religious part. I don't want to do that. I just want to talk about that faith aspect of it, because I saw that change happen in you throughout the training process, where all of a sudden it wasn't about things that were nagging, it was hurting. It was more about, man, this is so cool that I'm able to do this and I can do, you know, so that all changed. So I'd love to hear your point of view on how that goes into this whole process of longevity.
Well, you know, if you don't have, let's look at it from both perspectives. If you don't have any faith in anything, you're probably going to be pretty cynical. You're probably going to have maybe a little bit negative view of things. And what happens when you're always in that negative mindset, that maybe not even negative, it's kind of just like a hopeless, well, I'm just here, I'm just a speck of dirt, nothing really matters. You know, I have these quadrants of emotion that I read from a sports psychologist that I've adopted, that I really, really like this concept. And basically, there's 4 quadrants of emotion. There's one where it's a positive state and you have a lot of energy. This is when you feel good, you feel confident, you're energized. And then there's a positive state where you're more relaxed, you're content, you're happy. And then there's 2 negative states. One of them is it's a high energy negative state where you're mad, you're aggressive, you're angry. And then there's the low energy negative state where you're just pessimistic and And I feel like you end up in that quadrant of emotion when you really don't have a lot of faith in anything. And that just saps energy from you. It takes away not only from your recovery, but it takes away just from the quality of your life.
Would you say that increases cortisol?
Absolutely increases cortisol, because you're always sitting there and you're ruminating. You're thinking about, oh, I wish I'd have done this, I wish I'd have done that. Or it's just a negative view on life. People suck, everybody sucks, everybody's out for themselves. There's nothing, like, life sucks.
Real quickly explain what cortisol is to the listeners so they.
Yeah, I mean, it's cortisol itself is not a bad thing. It's just simply a hormone. It's a stress hormone that's secreted, and it liberates energy. So liberates fuel for energy. It's a fight or flight hormone, so it actually serves a good purpose. The problem is that when it's not acutely raised, but when it's chronically raised, so it's always high. And that's when you start seeing things like insulin resistance, your adrenals tend to get a little overworked, things like that. You have sleep disturbances. So sleep disturbances, poor insulin sensitivity.
Weight loss is going to become an issue.
Weight loss. And just
weight loss becoming an issue.
Well, you lose muscle.
Yes, you lose muscle. Yes.
So you have all these things happening when you're in this quadrant. So there's two positive quadrants. There's high energy and low energy, and there's two negative quadrants, high energy and low energy.
So we were speaking about the one that saps you.
Yeah, and that's the low energy negative quadrant. And I feel like people that don't have a lot of faith can kind of live in that. Whereas if you have some faith, sometimes you can, guess what? You go up to the high energy or the low energy positive, where you're content. You're like, you know what? Business sucked this year, but
it's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right. And actually you taught me a lot of that, business wise. So a lot of that is how you were raised. It's your internal values. It's who you surround yourself with. If you surround yourself with people in this quadrant down here, what do you think you're going to be? You're going to be one of those people. I've never met somebody who's a high energy positive person who surrounds themselves with low energy negative people. I've never seen that happen before, and I doubt I ever will. So faith is it's a way for you to just stay in kind of that positive low energy where you're recovering, you're building up positivity, you feel better, you're content, you just have a better life. Other people around you see it, you impact other people. So that's just kind of one of my views of looking at faith and just knowing that things are going to be okay. If that makes sense.
No, it makes total sense. I probably live in that quadrant far more. It's hard for me to move to the left.
Yeah.
To be that high energy. Now in the gym, oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm that high energy asshole, but it's a fun asshole, but it's. This
could be a real interesting conversation, because the high energy negative can actually be channeled positively for short periods of time. It's when you're constantly like that, it's where it can really drain.
Oh yeah, you can't live like that.
You can't
my God.
But some people do. But I think some people do try to live like that.
I know they do.
So that's a whole nother.
Could you imagine that? Taking that gym animal, right?
And just live.
And going to Kroger. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean $1.99
what
a
the
pound?
fuck? What do you mean there's no Rice Krispie treats?
Do people live like that? People live like that. I think you made me think about somebody pulling up on the McDonald's drive-thru and they told them they were out of chicken nuggets. So the lady was reaching and trying to grab her and punch her because they were out of chicken nuggets. Yeah, people live in that quadrant, man. And but I like to self-awareness is huge. I don't think people have enough self-awareness. And if you understand those quadrants, you can say to yourself, where am I at? Like right now, I'm in between. I'm in a positive area, and I'm somewhere in between. I'm in a little bit of both right now. I feel energized because I'm connecting. I'm talking to a friend. I also feel just very content because I like what I'm doing with my life. Now, that could change. I've got to go. Do you remember the last time I came? I hit a tire blew off of a semi, and it screwed my car up. I still don't have my car back. And how long ago was that?
Oh, wow.
6-7 weeks?
Wow.
So when I leave here, I'm headed there. They said my car is finally done.
Cool.
So when I get in there, I'm not sure what quadrant I'm going to be in, but I might end up in that angry one.
Yeah.
So, but self-awareness. So knowing where you're at. And if you know you're in one of these negative quadrants, you can say, why am I here? You can identify it. Okay, now that I'm here in this quadrant, Now that I've identified why I'm here, is there a game plan to get me out of there? Or do I just recognize I'm here and I don't want to be here? A lot of times people end up in those negative quadrants because their needs aren't being met too, just generally in life. Whether it's companionship or whatever, it just puts them in a certain mood. So what are my needs in life? Well, one of my needs is spending time with my kids. So I haven't spent any time with my kids for 2 weeks. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe that's why I'm down here. My needs aren't being met. Mm-hmm. So when you're self-aware and you understand where you're at, you can say, okay, some needs not being met, or think about the things that make me happy. I'm not doing those things, or what have you, but that self-awareness is so key, I think, to kind of keeping in that positive state more often than not, because you should be there as much as you can.
Yeah, I like this conversation because this is going to allow me to actually kind of detail something that every Friday night on Instagram I do an AMA, where I answer questions, the little question box. And every time I've done one since I've started doing them, and there's I don't know how many now, it's thousands of questions, I always get asked what's a regret, from all of it. And my regret's always the same. It's never changed. And it's how I treated my wife when I was still competing, or for me it was even after I competed, because it's an identity change, because it's all you do. Well, I didn't actually come to terms with the change. I just kind of, and this is nothing bad about Justin in any way whatsoever. I just happened to meet Justin Harris and ended up making a change into a pivot of seeing how shredded I could become following a carb cycling diet and doing everything associated with that. So just taking one obsession to another one, which actually ended up being a worse one because it takes more time out of the day.
Yeah,
right?
By far.
All right. So mentally, I never made that change. So I was still putting myself in my training and everything else first. And the Kroger story made me remember this. I remember that it was a high carb day, and a super high carb day was fats as close to zero as possible, because there were other agents involved, so I don't condone this by any means whatsoever, but insulin was involved. Okay, so there's super, super high carbs and insulin, which he did not tell me to do, by the way. It's just insulin was involved in the process, because there's 1,000 grams of carbs, 1,200 for me, that we were shuttling, into a 250-pound frame. That's a fuckload of glycogen that you're pushing into there. I went to grab the pancake mix out of the pantry. And this fucking pancake mix, John, it had 2 grams of fat per serving.
Damn.
And I lost my shit. I was mad as fuck. It's like, I told you it had to have 0 grams of fat. It's right now. I told you and just blew up, just not hitting, just I wouldn't even say it's just verbal abuse, but just thinking back on it, it's like, what? This is the shit that I did for a decade. All right, this is how I made her feel. And I have I'll never forgive myself. Well, I have forgiven myself, but I'll never forget for that, because that almost destroyed my relationship forever. Not the pancake mix itself, but the behavior.
Yeah.
Because that was just one instance that I looked back on that I can remember very vividly, because I was no longer competing anymore. So it's easier to see. All the other ones I can't even see because it's a blur. Because you look back on it now and you're like, really? Was that really worth, this big fucking disruption and huge fight over 2 grams of fat? Really? It was only 2 meals out of the 10 that day. 4 grams of fat could have ended my marriage forever.
36 calories
almost
for 2 meals.
Did. You know what I'm saying? But that's that quadrant. But I think not having that self-awareness, going back to what you were saying during that time period, and that's not an excuse. I was an asshole. But, had I been a little more self-aware, may not have been as bad.
You would have caught yourself. You'd have said, "Oh, wait a minute."
So I hate that we keep going back to the prime training age. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's where I think these guys really should listen, because you can destroy the shit out of your life in pursuit of a goal, and it doesn't have to happen.
That's right.
It doesn't have to happen. I don't care what anybody says.
I agree.
It doesn't. I know too many people that have excelled. And think about it this way: if you had that faith and you did these things that we're talking about lifestyle wise, were present, communicated, and did that with the significant other or the spouse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we all think that we're in this alone, right? Because they are individual sports. We do have somebody with us along the ride.
Yep.
But we keep them in the back seat.
Yeah.
What if they were riding sidekick,
Makes no
man?
sense at all when you think
if they're
about
riding sidekick, that's your biggest fan.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Your biggest fan that can offer something nobody else will. Unconditional love.
Yeah.
So your biggest fan that can offer unconditional love, you put that with training right and all the other stuff, I'm telling you, you're beating the person that says that they're all in and is willing to do everything.
1,000%.
You're beating them.
1,000%.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. So this whole thing of don't be surprised if you're not willing to go all in the day that you're standing on the stage and you got a second place trophy. That's bullshit.
Yeah, 100%, man.
That's bullshit. That's a lie. Now, training wise, finally.
Oh, this is the easy stuff.
We're almost 2 hours in.
No, this is 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this shows you the importance of all the other stuff, because you got to be able to recover from the training.
Yeah.
So what have you found training wise? Because it's you say you're in maintenance mode, but you still want to make gains, right?
Yeah.
But
and I still train really hard.
And you're not trying to downsize. Yeah. Maybe a little bit, but
I'm trying to maintain.
You're trying to maintain, where other bodybuilders will downsize. So I think people are going to relate more to the training aspect that you're going to talk about, because you're trying to maintain. Jay and some of the other guys that are downsizing, that's a whole different story, because they're purposely trying to.
And actually, Jay is like, I just saw him a couple weeks ago. He's actually maintaining, man. He's
maintaining fairly good.
Yeah,
he's still not what he was.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, because I feel like maintaining muscle is so much easier than building it. I mean, everybody who comes to stay with me or spends any length of time with me, they're amazed at how little I eat. I eat very little. I eat 2 eggs for breakfast and 2 pieces of toast. I probably have 100 grams of protein a day. It used to be 150. Now it's down to probably 100. I just don't eat a lot. And I notice that when I don't train, like when I go to a seminar, like I was just in England, I didn't train for 3 days because we were speaking. I can see myself getting small quick. But as soon as I start training hard, it comes back. And the harder I train, the better I look. In the last 2 weeks, I've actually trained really hard. And like I've seen a lot of my leg size, for example, come back, and even some of my chest size. So for the purpose of this discussion, longevity, I can't quite handle all the hard sets we used to do. I have to be much more strategic. Like you and I used to do a drop set on squats, then a drop set on leg press, then a drop set on hack squat, then a drop set on stiff-legged deadlift, and we started all that with drop sets on leg curls. I can't do that now. I mean, I could, but I probably wouldn't be able to train again for a long period of time. And I like to be in the gym all the time. 5 days a week, I like to be in the gym. So now I like to still maintain that intensity, but I can't do it as often. And to go back what we were talking about earlier in this conversation, now you have to just say, okay, this exercise may not be the best choice for me today. Maybe I need to find something else. And it's amazing to me how people are so reluctant to just give up an exercise for a while and do something else. These people beat this mantra, like you got to do the same stuff day in and day out. I mean, you could have a really good conversation with how that actually creates injuries, the same motor patterns all the time, very few. You could have that conversation, but just from a longevity perspective, Dave, I think it's almost as simple as when something doesn't feel right, toss your ego aside and find something else to do. And then if you want to excel or maintain, you still have to have that level of effort, that intensity, but you just got to be careful. You got to use it wisely. Like, you can't go nuts all the time, every set. You just got to sprinkle it in intelligently. You got to figure out what you can recover from. So if I'm telling someone you still got to use a lot of intensity, I can only give them the amount that they can recover from. Because if I give them more than they can recover from, that's stupid. They're just going to get worse. So it's exercise selection, it's exercise sequencing. You and I have talked about that. There's absolutely no reason why I should walk in the gym and start off with squats now. Just no reason for it. So it's how you're sequencing, like elbows. How many guys have torn up, destroyed elbows from doing heavy skull crushers? It would make no sense for you or I to come in here and do heavy skull crushers first. Both of us would be paying for that the next day in our elbows. But people don't want to give that stuff up because they think it's hardcore, and that's manly, right? But as long as you're annihilating the muscle, as long as you're loading it, as long as you're doing quality reps and you're fatiguing the fibers, I mean, what else is there when it comes to bodybuilding? That's what you do. It's just loading the fibers, having to do hard sets, and fatiguing the fibers. I mean, that's literally it. And so I think the training piece is just so much easier than all the other stuff we're talking about. It's just a matter of being able to think, be creative in some cases, to not lose your intensity, but to use it judiciously.
What about the frequency?
Frequency to me, so first of all, when people want to do high frequency, I always ask them, why do you want to do it? So anytime, any training program you have, you should have a reason why you want to train that way. So for me, when I hear frequency, there are valid reasons to have higher frequency. So for me, high frequency is doing a body part 3 times a week or more. That's high frequency. I think 2 times a week is, like, there was a time when you could say that was high frequency. Remember when we used to train body part once a week?
Yeah.
2 times a week you could probably say was high frequency. But for me, it's 3 times a week, 4 times a week. So why would you even do that? So you would do it to stimulate muscle protein synthesis, which lasts for, we'll just say 4 to 8 hours. So you could target the muscle more often, create that response. But you have to have your intensity in line to do that, because if you're training real intensely and you create a lot of muscle protein breakdown and soreness, if the muscle is sore and it's damaged, it can't produce as much force. Like, you're going backwards. You will end up overtrained. So now you got to look at your training program. So, man, all those sets you were talking about doing, those hard sets, boy, now maybe I can't do all those. Now maybe it's just 1 exercise, or it's 2 instead of 3 or 4. Now maybe instead of 4 all-out sets, it's only 2 all-out sets, or maybe even 1. So you have to program. A lot of people, Dave, what they do is they go, oh, I'm going to try high frequency. And I'll go, okay, what are you going to do different? I'm just going to train more often. You going to do the same stuff? Yeah, I'm just going to add in extra sessions. That's probably not going to end well for you. But that's what people do. They don't go, okay, well, it's high frequency. Now I need to recover. So now I've got to adjust these. We know things like slow negatives. We know things like lengthened positions, like a fly. We know those things create more muscle damage. So now in your programming, you got to think, maybe I shouldn't do so much of the heavy, slow, eccentric stuff. Maybe I shouldn't do an excessive amount of really heavy lengthened stuff, like a fly or a stiff-legged deadlift. Now you got to start thinking about, there's a lot of factors. So if you think about that and you control all those variables and you set up your program right, then high frequency is very valid. You're stimulating the muscle more often. It's great. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just you got to program intelligently for it, if that's what you want to do. Or you have the opposite. Someone's doing high frequency and they say, I'm getting a little tired of this. I want to go to a split where I hit the body part once every 5 days. Okay, now that style that you were using is probably not intense enough, because you're going to be recovered in 2 days, but then you're not going to be training for another 2 or 3 days. So now what's happening? Nothing. Nothing positive is happening. Everything is going down. So the whole talk around frequency is, whether it's good or bad, is not a good. I mean, it's a good conversation, but it's kind of a dumb one. You just got to look at how the better question would be: if I'm going to train with high frequency, how do I build my program? If I'm going to train with lower frequencies, then how do I build that program? That's really where the discussion should be. So for the purposes of longevity, training the muscle more often, can you do it? Sure. You just got to build the program right. That's all. You don't, and then again, exercise selection. Does it make sense to squat 4 times a week if you're 47 years old like me? Probably not the best selection to do that. So then you got that factor too.
From the powerlifting side or pure strength side, which is where I've been for the last few years, some of the takeaways that I've learned is, my best days are behind me. So some of the rules that I kind of follow, and these are my rules. Some of these rules have been taught to me through, orthopedics, through physical therapists, and just other meatheads that have been around for a long time. I try to avoid any movement that I know how strong I really am at from my best days. Right? I don't want to be reminded, of that, where I really am. Yeah. That's one of the things that I do. And my joint history is bad, so I have to put that out there. There's 2 replaced hips, there's a shoulder that needs replaced, there's arthritis, there's degenerative bone issues going on, there's all kinds of things that are going on. A lot genetically related would be the first cause. The second cause would be my body weight being over 240 since I was 15 years old. Third being training related. As John kind of touched on a little bit, when you're a powerlifter, you're still doing the same movement patterns, even though slight fluctuations can make a huge difference in the joint. Just a finger change on a grip on a bench press can make a big difference. So, but it's still kind of the same movement patterns. So with that all in mind, because a lot of the people that do reach out to me want to know how they can keep training when they're fucked up. Well, I have to preface this by saying, see an orthopedic surgeon, see a physical therapist, because I am neither, nor am I able to speak as this is being part of my scope of practice, as it's not. I can tell you my story. That's all I can do, is to tell you my story of what I have found has worked for me. For me, restricted range movements on the joints that are the worst has been one of the greatest things that I've ever done. The shoulder saver pad for the bench press, for example, which is essentially the same thing as a 2-board press without having the weight displaced throughout the board. So there's still more joint stabilization. And when I do the restricted range, I determine the range by where my threshold of pain is. So I will go to where the pain is just with a barbell. It's like, okay, there's the pain. Then I move about 5 degrees out of threshold. So I'm away from the pain. And then that's where my working range becomes. I'm not going to work through the pain. I have no meat coming up in 12 weeks. I have no peak. I have nothing that I'm training for. All right, so that's why you'll see things like the spider bar box squats that I do that are on a higher box. I have prosthetics, so I'm staying in the safest range I can possibly be without putting excess force on the joint, which is artificial, in its most vulnerable position, which is going to be at a 90-degree or lower position. If my knee was to come in that position, there would be a problem. I also use a lot of accommodating resistance, if it's reverse band or chain, because when I'm in that bottom position, just through the strength curve is when there's the greatest stress on the joint.
Yeah.
I want to lower the stress where it's the greatest on the joint, but I want to increase the stress where the joint is at its greatest point of stability, which is at the top. So if you take the spider bar squat, which I troll myself when I post on Instagram, you'll see there's a boatload of weight, but you're also going to see there's bands or chains, so there's something that's deloading it at the bottom. So I'm overloading it at the top for the ability for the joint to stabilize. Just me standing up, the joint and body has to stabilize the joint. Then it's being deloaded to a point at the bottom, which is away and out of threshold. and then back up. You got to always remember a joint has to stabilize before it can absorb force, before it can produce force. These are common rules in physical therapy and just training in general. So I'm playing into those rules in my exercise selection. I do max effort work, and the reason I do the max effort work is because it's actually easier on your heart. People will disagree, but when you're dealing with a mitral valve, you're pumping a lot of blood in, and it only comes out once. It's 1 rep. Now, granted, there's other shit that goes on in the heart, which that can create great strain and probably blow your heart up. So I'm picking my battles, based upon chambers of the heart, I suppose. But that 1 rep is not going to be as problematic, and it's also not going to be as I've always seen more injuries on a 3-rep set, 5-rep set, 10-rep set than I've ever seen on a single. The only injuries I've ever seen on a single usually are in a meet, and that's because of meet conditions, competitive environments, lifting more than they're actually capable of lifting, or in a gym, somebody doing something just stupid as fuck. Usually the injury comes out of nowhere. Like, man, I was just doing a normal set of 315 and pop, my fucking pec, I don't know why it popped on 7. I can do this shit for 20. That's typically, you rarely see it happen on something that's heavy, assuming that you have experience and know how to get tight, you know how to brace. The reason for this is you are getting tight and you are bracing and you're preparing your body for the force. Where if you're normally doing a set of 10, most of the time you're just going to take it out, you're going to do a set of 10. You're not really thinking about all that. Now, I'm doing the max effort work because of the joint health. I want the joint to maintain the most bone density I can, weight, right? And to stabilize the force. So I have to pick my battles. So I got something for a pressing movement, something for a squatting movement. And for me, the deadlift, I've never liked it to begin with. And it's not a happy movement for me. So I don't do it. I haven't done it for years, and if I do, it's going to be like what we used to do. It's going to be something with a whole lot of chain for just a couple reps. Once I get through that main movement, then training economy becomes huge for me. It's like I'm not interested in getting bigger. Yes, like most people, I would like to lose weight, but like yourself, I don't eat a lot, and I do that because I feel better. But I've created a bad situation to where my maintenance calorie level is really low. So if I was to start dieting, I'm going to have a problem in 10 weeks. If I'm at 2,200 calories average, that's not good. I would have to reverse diet up. And I do have plans to do all that, so that's all in the works because I don't want to continue weighing 275, 280 pounds. But I also, this is the tricky part, I also know how long it takes. So that mental aspect comes in like, okay, fuck, this is going to take, to do it right, it's going to take some time.
Just 1 more week.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing I do is with each joint that I have a problem with, which is almost all of them, I'll pick an exercise towards the end of the session, which is, if it's my shoulder, it's going to be a machine fly. It's going to be a stabilized exercise. It's not going to be a dumbbell fly. It's going to be a machine fly, cable fly, something that I can actually have the joint stabilized with the help of a machine or a cable or even somebody, holding the joint. And I will let it come back to threshold and then come out of threshold by 5 degrees and then just pull it over. And just do very slow, like 4 very slow negative reps, not at 100% intensity, maybe 60% intensity. Because a lot of what happens with joint issues is the restricted range of motion. A lot of it's coming from muscle inhibition. Your muscle saying, fuck you, stop. So it stops. So I don't want to completely take that away because it is a protective mechanism. But I do want to make sure that doesn't progressively get worse and worse and worse and worse, because then it becomes more and more and more frozen. This is something I wish I knew before it got stuck here. Because I could have started doing it from the very beginning and not had the frozen shoulder problem. So I'll do the 4 negatives, and then I will do an ISO hold at the end of the last repetition, or it will just be a completely another set where it's just going to be a 30, 60, a 90 count ISO hold just shy of threshold. Threshold, again, meaning pain. Pain's not good. Stay out of pain. Don't go into the pain thinking it's going to help, because, guys, when you're doing ISO holds or isometrics or anything that's some type of yielding movement or isometric against force, that's going to work that muscle 10 degrees plus or minus whatever range of motion you're in. So if I'm just 5 degrees short of threshold, I'm working 5 degrees into pain without having to go into pain. Mm-hmm. And I'm working, so I'm getting where I need to be to strengthen it in case something weird happened. Mm-hmm. My arm gets stuck getting out of the car, and it pulls it a little funky. Yeah. Well, it's not going to tear anything because I've actually strengthened it beyond threshold without ever having to go there. So that's kind of my finisher work, is those eccentrics and then the iso holds from that, and then just very, very general stretching work, which it's not old football stretching, but it's again, right to threshold and getting the fuck out. Yeah. And just staying there. And out of all the things that I've been shown over the years, and every exercise, every corrective movement, every therapeutic modality, all these different things, nothing yet has trumped those things. Nothing's come close. Yeah. And those things I've been doing since my shoulder first needed replaced in 2004, and it still has the same range of motion that it had then. It still is it the same as far as pain. It's not gotten any worse. And for it to be how many years later, almost 15 years later, from needing replacement due to bone spurs, and I still have more bone spurs in it. I have it checked every few years. It's worse. The degree of damage in it's worse. Mm-hmm. But the pain's not, and the range of motion's not. Yeah. So had I known some of these things, thanks to the bigger ones that I talked about at the end, the threshold, the range of motion, stretching, iso holds, that's Danny Overcash, was somebody that taught me that. And I mean, we're talking somebody that's half my age. She's got a PhD in physical therapy, but just because we're older, guys, don't think you can't learn, from those that are younger, because, their area of expertise is in a different area. But sometimes you have to get these people out of the clinic, into your environment, or they need to come up through your environment, because you're going to toss around ideas that if you try to do it with your orthopedic, he's really got no choice other than to say no. Yeah. Because he's liable. Right. Get him out of that environment, build trust. Like, I have trust with my doctor. All right. And I can tell it's Eric Serrano. I can tell Eric anything. I'm not going to lie to Eric. Right? I know he's going to jump my shit. I know he's going to yell at me, but I also know he has all the information he needs. Yeah, right. All right. And if I don't tell him, he's still going to know. He's just got his ways. He knows too many of us. Yeah. I get a text the other day. You're drinking fucking Monster drinks. What am I going to say? No, it's on fucking camera. And I'm like, well, the caffeine is only like 135. I mean, the caffeine's really not bad. Yeah. And, he's like, it's not the caffeine. And I'm like, okay. So we go back and forth on that whole thing. But you can't hide. If he's your patient, you can't hide from Eric. It's just the way it is. But when you need to get a hold of him, good luck with that too. So, you know how that works.
He's a busy man.
Yeah. So from that powerlifting side, or that pure strength side, the other aspect, the other big thing is, I've had health issues over the past couple of years. There's sometimes you'll be put on meds, and John's had intestinal issues and been on certain meds. There's certain meds that will fuck you up, just guaranteed. If that's the case, then, hey, look, if all you can do is get in the gym once every 2 weeks, then get in the gym once every 2 weeks. The only thing that I do, and I have the personal luxury of this because the gym is part of the office, is I walk into the gym every day and I grab a barbell. I just want to feel the knurling. Yeah. Because my fear is, and there's been times, the longest I had to go was 8 weeks, I think, without any lifting at all. and that was my last hip. I got scared. Maybe I'm never going to walk in there again. You don't know.
A good thought.
You take it away for 2 months. Your life begins to change. Things begin to change. But I could walk in and grab the bar, and it's like, I'm going to be back in here,
Yeah.
And, so that always helped. But if you're in a position to where your health is, you need to take care of your health first. As Eric told me at one point, actually a couple points, your blood work matters more than your training. Let's get this right. Then we'll talk about your training. And then a couple months later, it's like, okay, we'll talk about the training. Your health matters more than your training. So if your health is off and you have to go on some meds which are going to make you weak as fuck or tired as fuck, and that's what you have to do, then do what you have to do for your health. The training will always be there. It can always come back.
Yeah. Well, I like what you said about the accommodating resistance, because not only for powerlifters but for bodybuilders, it's a tremendous help. And the bodybuilding community, I've been trying to educate them on bands and chains since I learned it all from you and Louie, but they're very resistant. They look at a band and they think, what's making it easier? They don't understand the strength curve. They don't understand. But anyways, I don't think I need to belabor the point there, but that's a great point. And the other thing is, when you started talking about your range of motion, working in the right range of motion, there are two things that popped into my mind right when you said that. Your machine flies and your hack squats. Like you would always take those, okay, let me see how far I can go. So you were always trying to keep your range of motion. In addition to working in the smart range of motion, you were always trying to do exercises to ensure you had the best range of motion. You did that on your hack squats too. You'd go down to a certain point, you go, okay, I can go down all the way to here. Then there would be weeks where it'd be like, okay, I can go a little lower now.
Yes, it does change. I'm glad you brought that up. It does change. Yeah. It does change.
Yeah,
inflammation is why.
Yeah, the more inflamed, the worse that feels.
Sugar.
So you made me think about that. And in what I do when I train is I save my last movement for something where there's a really full range of motion. And I'm not necessarily thinking about turning muscle spindles off, like you said, but that's also a great point and benefit. But I was just thinking, there's muscular building benefits, but also for your joints, they love going through a full range of motion as best they can.
Yes.
And I think that's best served toward the end of a workout when everything's warmed up, everything's moving.
I agree 100%, because the more blood you can put in there, because it's still, the overreaching factor here is still wear and tear. All right. That's the movement of the joint, over a period of time. Some things are more joint friendly than other things. Mm-hmm. Okay. Some things you can do ultra high reps on and it's okay. It's joint friendly. But other things, where you're dealing with a long lever arm, like
a preacher curl.
Or if somebody's got bad hips and they're doing a lot of swinging leg raises.
Yeah.
Right? They're doing it to try to loosen their hips up. One of the worst fucking things they can do if they have an impinged hip with a lot of arthritis.
Yeah.
That's terrible wear and tear. That's just over and over and over, but they feel better after they do it. Yeah. But they actually did more damage than they did good. But I think that there's some specificity in here. My joints are trashed. Now, my joints that aren't trashed, my last set's going to kind of resemble kind of more what you're talking about, just pumping the shit and putting as much blood in there, almost like a finisher, to make sure that's full of nutrients, to be able to heal and to pump, not just into the muscle, but into, the joint, and trying to get into the tendons and ligaments are really, really, the blood flow there is very limited. It's not like pumping a muscle up.
Yeah,
it's a completely different process. It takes tons of repetitions, especially for tendons.
Yeah.
Ligaments almost have, if I could be wrong, it may have no blood flow at all. It's got to have some, I suppose, because a bone has some, but it's not much. I mean, you fuck a ligament up, it's going to take a long time to heal.
Yeah.
Tendon's going to take not as much time. Muscle's going to take less time. I think bone actually heals faster than muscle. So it's better to break a bone than it is to actually tear a muscle, if you really want to think about it. And it's probably better, too, because it will make your ass rest
Yeah, you don't have any choice.
Because you can't move. Let's hit a couple questions, since I think we covered probably almost anything anybody was going to ask. But
no, there's a ton of good questions. One of them from the YouTube community was, Dave and John, how did you guys meet each other, and when did you start training together? So whoever wants to start with
I'll
that.
take that. John used to train at Westside for a short period of time, and one of his off seasons going back into the 90s, I believe.
95, 96. Actually, 94, 95.
Can you talk about your time at Westside briefly there, John?
Yeah. I wanted to build my upper body up because my legs were way ahead of my upper body, and Mike Francois was going there as well. And I always liked powerlifting, and the powerlifters that I knew were generally, pretty big guys. And I liked what I read about Louis, so I went over there to get a bigger upper body, and I really liked competing. Unfortunately, I only did one contest. I did a competition in Toledo, which I won. But I was probably only there a couple years. I started having some elbow problems. We were moving the bar down on my back because when I came there, I squatted with a real high bar, almost with a vertical spine. And then we started moving the bar down my back and my elbows and my wrists out, and it was literally destroying my elbows. So I kind of got away from it, and I just never came back. But my elbows is really why I stopped going there. So that's actually how I met Dave.
I reached out to John years later because I was crazy busy with the stuff that I was doing. I'd went through, the dieting with Justin, and I worked with Shelby for a little bit. And it wasn't so much about the dieting, it's just training-wise. I saw an article that he wrote. Hell, it may have even been for our site. But I read some of it, and I really liked what he was saying because I don't want to say it resembled Westside, but there were things in there that made a lot of sense. Train the hamstrings before you squat. It's like, okay, I used to do glute ham raises before I squatted. It made a big difference. So I reached out to him and basically hired him. Like, this is before he had the programs that he's putting out now. They used to be old school programs, that he would send. And I did not want to have to think about my training, but I didn't want to give my training, because even with Justin and Shelby and everybody else, I took care of my training. So giving my training over to somebody else was a huge leap of faith. And I didn't want to do that to somebody who I didn't at least have remembered training with or agree with the philosophy with. And called and talked to him and said, let's do this. And so he started writing the training, and he understood the importance that I was going to have to modify things, so other people, I'm sure, if I would have contacted, would have been like a little weird about that kind of shit. And then he started coming out on a Saturday to train. I think one leg workout or whatever it was. We have the same training philosophy of just, if we're going to be in there, just fucking destroy it. And it was kind of like a clash of titans that just kind of correspond, worked really well. Because the training intensity was through the roof, which I've always loved that. I've always kind of done that. He's always kind of done that. And then you put it together. And then for me, I find out, his backstory a little bit more, and that he wanted the pro card. And I'm like, I want to be a part of this journey somehow. Like, how can I be a part of this? Because this is cool. This is really kind of what bodybuilding is about. It's what powerlifting is about. It's not an underdog story. It's just, I know what it's like to try so hard to get something and miss, and then try and miss and try and miss. And while I'm not going to say I live vicariously through anybody, it was just really cool to be a part of that journey and seeing it happen. And from that, we developed a friendship. But also from that, he really pissed me off when he didn't retire, which after turning pro. But as I said it once before, I understand why. I understand the mentality behind that. But I still don't like that. But it worked out okay.
What was the most memorable training session you guys had? Obviously, the Baconator one.
There's a lot. Well, the first thing that always comes to my mind, and I don't even know if it was really the hardest training session, but we had a cooler that we had full of ice packs.
Yep.
So we knew going in that we need to have an ice pack to put on behind our necks,
between sets,
on our wrist, on all our heat, spots between sets. So we would be able to make it through the training.
So we didn't have a stroke and die.
So we didn't die.
Yeah.
And so it was like, we knew that there was a possibility that this could actually kill us.
Yeah.
So we
probably didn't tell your wives that.
Brought ice packs out with a cooler to.
Oh yeah.
So there's a lot of other ones that, there was one of them's on YouTube somewhere where I did a challenge set of deadlifts with the chains, and yeah. I passed out. He just like stepped over me and just started taking the weight off. That's how normal this was. It was just, okay, he's done. Let's just do the next set.
Yeah.
And
I remember smelling that puke.
Oh yeah. And it was the hard part for me was I had to go from training. I call it training economy, doing the least amount I absolutely needed to do to elicit the highest response, to matching his training volume in the shortest time possible, which for me, that was hell. So the first month was hard. It was hell because the breathing was hard. The rest period was, I had a lot of adaptations to make that went beyond just regular muscle adaptations. It's like, this shit is moving quick. It's moving fast. Somehow or another, I still got to keep an eye on my lifters who are in there training, but still not die, and be able to breathe. But that came fast. That came pretty quick because the volume didn't really, because the volume was moderately high when you first started coming out. It's after we got together that it was like, okay, fucker, you think this is enough? Let's try this. And then, well, what if we did this? And these were not just like stupid training sessions. Well, they kind of were, but there were intelligent conversations that led to them, to where we justified the means some way or another. Which
everything had a reason.
Everything had a reason.
The reason wasn't always good, but everything did.
It had a reason. Sometimes it was, can we do actually the scariest question, and I think this is to anybody who trains at a super, super hard state, is if you have to ask yourself, can I do this?
Yeah.
That's a troublesome question, because the answer to that's never good, because it's, what the answer, there's only one way to find out.
There's only one way to find out. Yeah, we had that conversation before a lot of sets. Like, can we actually do this?
Is this really?
I don't know, man. There's only one way to find out.
Like, is this really smart? I'm like, I don't know. It's the other thing I remember is I had one leg session that, it was he wasn't there, so it was during the night, and I think I almost killed myself. I actually think I may have had a stroke. But anyhow, him and his training partner and somebody else came out for the next session, and I'm explaining this, and I was explicitly told to never train my legs again by myself. So
who told you that?
He did. It was a hard rule.
Yeah.
And it was not a joke. It was like this, because it's worse at that time, and it's probably was the same for him. It's worse if you didn't have any regulation.
Right.
You had nobody else to guide yourself off of. Like, oh my God, he's about ready to die, so I got to be about close to that. If you don't have that, you just keep going.
Yeah.
And then it's not good, because you never think you did enough. And
different mentality. Like, I'm not saying it's the best mentality, but I don't regret it. I don't think if we pushed that hard, I don't think I ever would have progressed the way I did.
Well, here's the justification of it is, during that time frame, it was over a few years, 2-3 years, many visitors came to visit you, clients of yours, friends of yours, almost all pro bodybuilders.
Yeah.
Almost all threw up or couldn't make it through the workout.
Yeah.
So, and we're not talking amateurs that were just coming out, and these were the best of the best, and they weren't able to hang with what was a normal. And sometimes we took it down because we didn't know, because we didn't want to. Some of them were prep, they were not that far out.
Yeah.
You didn't want to see them get hurt, so it's like, well, we need to dial it back. And I'm like, fuck that, dial it back, shit. But we had to, you know. Now, given any of them, had they stayed for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, I think we would have been fucked.
Yeah, probably.
Because some of them were a lot stronger.
Yeah, we had some beasts coming through,
fucking
man.
Anton and
Ken and Fuad. We had some beasts coming through.
Strong. Well, what else you got?
So about a year or two, we did a video with Dave talking about what he's learned from training with you, John. If there's if you want to elaborate maybe on what you've learned training with Dave.
Sure.
In the however many years it's been now.
Yeah, well, I've always said, first of all, that a lot of the band and chain stuff, the ideas I have, I really feel like I'm the one that brought that to bodybuilding, but I learned that from Westside and I learned that from Dave. Those things turned out to be tremendous tools for me. The other thing is I always considered myself a pretty creative guy with exercises and doing things like that. There's a number of things that Dave showed me that were creative as well. So I feel like I had the advantage of a really creative mind. And, the other thing I would say is, I always wondered through the years what my limits actually were. And even when I was training when I was 20 years old, a guy named Mike Matson, who Dave knows as well, Mike put me through some hellacious workouts. But through the years, I've always wondered, what am I really capable of? And one of the best things for me training out here was Dave kind of asked that same question. It's, what are you really capable of? What am I capable of? What are we capable of together? And if I had to think of one, if I had to narrow it down, Dave's taught me a lot of cool stuff over the years. But if I had to narrow it down to the thing I appreciate the most, it's pushing yourself to the brink, man. It's what are you really capable of? And I don't know if people really realize how rare that is. I think people now I don't want to turn this into something negative, but I think a lot of people look for the easy way out. What is the least amount we can do? How can we make this easier? That thought process didn't exist here. Is how can we make things harder? How can we push more? How can we do more? And I appreciate that probably the most about training with Dave, because that stuff it's life-changing. And that's, to me, is why I got a pro card. It wasn't because I figured out a magical way to eat or I discovered a new drug. I still ate the same. I still took the same stuff. None of that ever changed. But when I came out here, it was the training at even another level that made the difference for me.
All right.
Hold off on that, because I got a side there as well from this that he may or may not know. Is when he first started coming, as I said, I was paying him for his services. I don't think a lot of people know this, so, and that was the respect for the services that he was providing. After a while, there came a time where their discussion was, you don't need to pay me anymore. And he was helping me with my diet as well. And that's a whole nother podcast all in itself right there, because it was always just 2 more weeks. But that's a whole nother, I don't want to go down that road because this will go on for 5 hours. But when that time came, when it kind of switched, it went from more of like a transactional relationship where we're just busting each other's ass training to, okay, now what can I offer him in return to what he's offering me? Because I did learn a lot from him in regards to how to train a muscle, how to watch the muscles work while they're lifting, especially. And it was so awesome because the guys that you would bring out, and you were always lean, you can see the muscle fibers. Mm-hmm. You can see what's flexing and what's not. You could see on some of the guys, I don't want to mention names, that when they did the rows, it was all rear delts and traps. And then later, injuries start to happen that are because of that. So it was at that point, it's when, you were navigating away from the bank, into trying to do this business online and or consulting and the programming and all that is, how can I help navigate him through this period? Because I've been through it, and it's not as easy as people think it is. It's stressful, and you were able to navigate it a lot better than most because you were financially responsible. So it wasn't like you were going to fall on your ass in 3 months, but you still have all the bullshit that you had to go through, and needed a sounding board, even if it was just venting or bitching or complaining or how to structure this. And it's a lot of mistakes are made in the first 5-10 years of business, and you know that now more and better than anything.
Yes.
And they're normal, so you need somebody to be able to tell you, it's okay, this fucking stuff up is okay, or maybe this one's not a good idea, and then you listen and you decide and find out maybe it wasn't, or maybe it was, but at least there's some sounding board. So I think that, was a role that I was able to provide, that I like to be able to provide, because very few people out there do that. And it was a different, I learned a lot from that as well, because it was a completely different environment, because I saw product, yours is service, which is a completely different thing. I give away service. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like, oh shit, he sells the service. But so from that standpoint, it was still, a friendship developed out of all this, but there was still, a transactional, that's a terrible word to say to explain it, but I think people get what I'm trying to say. Go on to the next one.
All right. I'm not sure how recently, but John, you've been working with one of our Elite FTS guys, Ben Pollock, and I just was wondering if you could elaborate what it's been like working with this guy.
Yeah, so I just started helping Ben with his diet about 4 weeks ago. He wants to do a classic bodybuilding. We've got some work ahead of us. He's structurally not as pretty as some of the classic guys. He does have a fair amount of muscle. We've got to volumize his muscle. We've got to really look at his training. Ben likes to deadlift a lot. I'd like to see him get wider lats so he has more of like a taper for bodybuilding. So it's a different mindset. Ben's got an open mind. He's extremely intelligent. So with Ben, I will give him instructions on what to do, and he oftentimes says, well, why would I do this? And he's just generally wants to learn. He's got a very curious mind, so I can say, well, this is why we would do this. And he'll go, oh, okay. So far, we're 4 weeks in. Ben's doing great. We just did his first calorie drop this past week, a couple days ago. Actually, he's the first one we've done. He's very, very lean already at 9 weeks out. But it's been fun. It's been fun. I hope that he just continues to have an open mind, and he wants to be the strongest classic bodybuilder. He kind of wants to have that title. It's a goal of his, and I see no reason why that won't happen. So, yeah, it's been pretty cool, man.
Okay. John, this is for you as well. Which bodybuilders, if any, would you say played the biggest role in influencing how you train? You said Dave was an influence, obviously, but as far as bodybuilders go?
Yeah, I would say Tom Platz. And the thing I liked about Tom Platz, it wasn't like his technique or form or even necessarily his exercise selection. I like what he brought to the table mentally. He was able to work through pain better than anybody I had ever seen. And I kind of identified with him on genetics. I kind of felt like we had similar genetics. And he had a very thoughtful approach. Like the things that he did, they were crazy, but he had a reason though. And that's kind of like when I think about how Dave and I trained, like a lot of that stuff was crazy, but there was a reason. So he was really the only guy that I really emulated, but it was the mindset. It was how far can you take a set. Really, I would say just him. He was one of the only guys that really influenced me to any degree, but he did influence me a lot early on, a lot, for sure.
Okay. John, can you please elaborate training the last week before a show, or maybe even the last 2 weeks, and what body parts or volume do you train? I'm sure that's individualized, but kind of your protocol to approaching that?
Yeah, so it changed over the years. There's a lot of beliefs in bodybuilding that turned out to not be true for me. I'll give you some examples that your audience might find interesting. We've always been taught to not train our legs the last week or two because the separation would disappear from inflammation. But what Dave and I found was that my legs often looked harder 2 days after I trained them. So we just said, screw this thought that we need to stop training them a week or two out. So I'd hit them on Wednesday and compete Saturday, and my legs would look fantastic. So that was a completely different approach than the norm. The other thing that I started doing later on was I started training, doing just a little bit of a pump volume type workout the day before a show. And the reason why I did that was because I often had to make a weight class when I did the 212 class, which was brutal coming down. So in order for me to try to get nutrients back in my body as fast as possible, specifically to get glucose into the muscles, I found that training a little bit while consuming the intra stuff would be about the fastest way I could do that outside of doing like lactate ringers, would be the way to do that. So I would use an intra drink the day before a show after I weighed in, and just train the muscle, not to destroy it, but just to deliver nutrients in the muscle to try to fill out the muscle. That was a little different approach, too, that not very many people, if anybody, used. And
I know a lot of power lifters that will actually do something similar to that before, if they got to cut weight.
Yeah, you got to get all that.
To be able to get the glycogen back in.
Well, I remember the one meet that I did in Toledo where we were at, where we went straight to the buffet after weigh-in. Mm-hmm. I think it was a Golden Corral. And then I remember the butte.
Yeah, the butte.
The water load or the water retention.
Oh, yeah, the butte.
But so that approach was a little different, and I've had a lot of people do that. Josh Wade does that.
Butte?
No.
I'm like, what the fuck?
How does he stay so dry?
There's no way.
That's a dead lie. No, the train the night before.
Okay.
I wouldn't even know where to get butte now, but you're making me want to kind of try it. Just
no.
That was fun.
Yeah.
But anyway, so but training itself, man, you just think of it this way. You just don't want to go out on stage with your muscle beat up and torn down. So you got to like lighten up a little bit the last week. The work is done. The muscle should look fresh. It should be full of glycogen. So think about it that way.
How was your exit from the business world? How did that affect your training and lifestyle? I think you kind of touched upon that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, so when I left the bank, I gave a 30-day notice. And if you know anything about banking, the day you resign, they walk you out the door. They just don't want you to have access to information and things like that. Well, I worked the entire 30 days. I remember my birthday was on April 11th on a Wednesday, and I remember thinking, they'll let me go early for my birthday. I worked till Friday, April 13th at 5 o'clock. So I had a tremendous relationship with the people at the bank. I still talk to many of the people, so it wasn't bad. The weird thing for me was the following Monday when I woke up and I didn't have anywhere to go, because for years I had to be somewhere, and then all of a sudden I didn't have anywhere to be, and it was culture shock. I literally felt unemployed. It was the weirdest feeling in the world. So it took me a long time to adjust to that feeling.
Okay. John, and Dave can answer this too, but if you were, I know you're into the WWE and things like that a lot. If you were a WWE wrestler, what would your finishing move be? The chair shot videos are awesome.
Dave's going to get one whether he wants to or not. Finishing move, man. I like something off the top rope, man. You know, something where you're jumping off of something really high and landing on somebody would probably be my finishing move.
I've never followed it to be able to say, so
no.
I can't. I don't have an answer for that one.
Okay. Let
me see what we got. I would come off of I would put somebody on a table, down under, not on the mat, but beside the mat, and I would come off the top rope and smash them through the table. Would probably be what I would do. And I'm more than willing to try it if there's any volunteers out there.
Okay. You guys were talking about the way that sugar affects the body and nutrition and sleep and things like that. Just curious to your opinion, John, on diet soda, things like that.
Moderation. I don't think if anybody drinks a Diet Coke every day, they're going to have some kind of massive problem. You do have to be careful. Like some people are sensitive to, like, say, aspartame. They'll get headaches. Well, that probably is your body telling you, I don't want any of this. Some people will tell you a teaspoon of Splenda is going to erode your gut bacteria completely. Just use common sense. Like when I was dieting, I'd have a Diet Sunkist every once in a while. Every once in a while I'd have a Diet Cherry 7-Up. But I don't drink 12 of them a day. So I don't have a problem with that kind of stuff. Just moderation is where I stand.
Okay. This one just came in the live chat. It said, question for John. Who do you think would win the Olympia? Dorian in his prime or Ronnie in his prime, ignoring all other factors?
Well, Ronnie in his prime would win. He just has Dorian's best thing was his phenomenal back, but Ronnie had an even better back. And Ronnie had a much better physique from the front, and actually much better from the side. Particularly from the side. If you look at the detail on the side of his body and the side chest, for example, there's really no comparison. My personal favorite physique ever to hit the stage was probably the 93 Flex Wheeler, where he was maybe 218, 220 pounds. You remember when he won the 93 Arnold Classic? You could see every muscle fiber in his body. Everything was attached perfectly. Like, for me, that was the best body that ever walked out on stage.
People should, if they're bodybuilding fans, they should look up photos, see, just do an image search of that, because that's probably the best look I've ever seen any bodybuilder ever.
It's amazing.
It's freaking amazing.
Okay. This is another one from the live chat. They said, I see you both like the sissy squat machine. What do you guys like about that? Or why do you guys throw that in? We recently did that with Juji Mufu.
Well, I like it because you can get some rectus femoris engagement. When you stand up, you can lean back and you can actually feel a burn localized in your rectus femoris. You will never feel that on any kind of hip flexion or squatting type movement. You will never feel that. The tension goes more into your vastus lateralis, vastus medialis. If you go deep enough, your adductor magnus. But to really feel something drill in to the rectus femoris, that is one of the best ways to feel it, and you'll know it when you do it right, because it's a really unique kind of burn.
I like it for powerlifters because it gives them and teaches them the confidence to be able to sit back at a perpendicular knee angle, which I'm not saying is always necessary for how a lot of people squat, but if you really want to squat and bring in your hamstrings as much as possible, the only way you can really do that correctly is, to jam your shins against the pad as hard as you can and to sit back a lot. I used it when he was out here because my whole goal was I had one exercise or one superset. He was just out here and his thing was to train every muscle from head to toe in one session. All right. It's a Juji thing. You know how he is. I'm like, well, shit, I got one superset I can do of basically one set of each. So I had to fall back onto HIIT training principles. Like, how can I destroy him without having to do leg presses and something that's going to take a whole lot of time the fastest way I possibly can? So it was a drop set of leg extensions. And I'm like, if I can, because you can always leg extension somebody to the point they can't walk.
Yeah.
And then there's enough machines to basically hobble right over there
to the next one,
to the sissy squat, bench, and stick him on there. And the worst thing that could happen is him go down and not come up.
Yeah.
So he couldn't get hurt.
Right.
So, and I figured, he would have enough time to get there. So I just used it to be able to destroy him even worse. I think it's a good movement. I don't think it's a be-all, end-all movement. I do like what John said. You can really get up there high if you really focus, and it can also teach somebody to really drive through with their hips at the top if they really focus. But you can cheat really easy on it too, by not leaning back.
By not leaning back, just stand up straight.
And sitting forward. And so that's almost one that you got to be supervised on, at least to be shown how to do it, because it's almost like teaching a really weak teenager how to do a push-up. They'll still get 20 of them done, but their belly may never leave the floor.
Yeah.
But you do it right, it's freaking hard.
Yeah.
And it's relatively safe on your knees because you're getting way back in there. So it's not a hard one.
All right, here's a good one to end on here, unless you guys have anything else you want to cover. John, what advice do you have for younger lifters coming up? We talked about longevity and stuff like that. And then kind of what is the legacy you want to leave behind? You know, you got your pro card, but obviously you're doing quite a bit these days. So what did you want to leave behind, and what can people expect from you moving forward?
Well, when I think legacy, man, I think the first thing I think of is what I want my kids to hear about me. I want people to be able to tell my kids that I was helpful, that I helped a lot of people, that I made a difference. That's more important to me than any kind of legacy on competing in pro shows. And I don't really have any kind of legacy I think I've really left there, other than the fact that I never gave up, and I eventually did get a pro card, and I did place in 5 pro shows. But for me, the legacy is all about what people think of me when I'm going, and what they tell my kids. More specifically, what they tell my kids and my friends, like the people close to me. I would just want them to think I'm a good person first and foremost. There's kind of a shortage of good people in the industry, and I hope that my kids will hear good things about me when I'm not around. And what was the other question? Oh, yeah, advice for younger people?
Yeah, advice for younger people.
Well, I have a lot of advice for younger people. I think I'll start with the way things are nowadays. Just try to not get so wrapped up in social media. Try to, first and foremost, try to think about social connections, how you connect with other people before you think about social media. That's a lifestyle piece of advice. It's not a training piece of advice. But where I see the world going now is less social connection. And I think less social connection equals less positivity, less happiness, more depression. You know, there's things like that I think are far more important than training. I always tell the story that one of the things I like most about traveling is when I go to the airport and, like, let's say I'm waiting for somebody to pick me up, and let's say there's a group of people sitting out there waiting for somebody to pick them up. Car pulls up, somebody gets out of the car, they give each other a hug, you can see the connection, and, you know, they get in the car and they drive off. That's a human connection that when I see that, it just makes me feel good. Like, man, that's awesome. And I just wish people would live their lives more like for those social connections with people around them, as opposed to social media. Social media is a great tool for our businesses. I'm not downplaying it for that, but that's not where you should get your personal satisfaction from. That should come from real people, real relationships. And then on the training side, I would just say you're going to have a lot of people telling you that it's easy to overtrain and not train hard and all this stuff. And I really think at the end of the day that intensity is probably the most important factor. Quality reps are what matter the most. You could do low quality reps all day long if you want, the highest volumes you can possibly hit. But if the intensity is not there, you're just really going to spin your wheels. And I'd like to see people kind of going back to the days where you just kind of unleashed in the gym. And then you'll find your way. You'll find what's too much, what's not enough. You'll figure that out. But most people never really even get to the point where they even have to make that decision. They never really cross the, I have a saying, you never know where the line is until you cross it a little. A lot of people will never really cross the line. And I would say, like Dave and I crossed that line many times. We lived on that line. Like, that line was, if we didn't get to that line, we left the gym thinking, shit, So I would say, man, try to get that kind of mentality in your head.
We know John, we know his training methods, probably better than anybody except himself, because we were there.
Yeah,
a lot of other people will read things.
Yeah, I mean, I think between all of us, right, we've got it covered. Going back to, like, were you like 20? 90s. Were you like for when you trained with him though? Like, I go all the way back to about 2010. Mm-hmm. Time is like it's hard to keep track of that. So I say 2010, but
I think 2005.
So yeah. So we go way back that.
Yeah. So there's 5 years there consistently, and then there was the time at Westside, which I really don't. I trained with him, but it was different. Mm-hmm. Because he was kind of the outsider. Being the bodybuilder.
Yeah.
In the gym. But there were certain things that he did that impressed me back then. But where I built a better relationship with him would have been in that 2004, 2000. Like yourself, I get kind of foggy on the years. And then you were just the last.
Probably more consistently like the last two years. I mean, the first time I trained with him, I was like 15. And it was over at Lifetime, too, over there. Yeah. So I got to have, like, a little hint of it. But at that time, I wasn't necessarily, like, this is what I'm doing kind of thing. My dad just kind of brought me over there to train with him one time. And so we did. I was like, this is really cool. But I think it was the 2016 Arnold Classic when we all went out there and saw him compete, where I was like, I remember leaving. I was like, Dad, this is what I want to do. Because I just remember seeing him up there. I was like, this is wild. And so since from there on in, I think is when he's helped me the most. But
yeah, and for me personally, it's taken a while. You know, to be able to want to sit down and even do this. I mean, we were pallbearers, and so he was more than just the training partner to us. So it was weird trying to talk about like the hardcore training sessions and all the other kind of stuff. And I don't even know how well it's going to go now, to be completely honest with you guys. But
to be honest, I feel like this is almost going to be like a therapy with Dave Tate. You know, talking all about John, because you know, when you first asked, just all last night, you know, my mind's just racing through, you're just running through all the years of all the memories and everything that happened. And so, to be honest, I think it'll be really good for me, and I would assume everybody else, just to sit down and talk about it. Because things like that, like, it's been 9 months now, but it feels like 9 days.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, any time before, it was hard to just say anything. I didn't know I had me do something for Mountain John's pay site. You know, that was hard. But there was one thing I wanted out there before everything else. And so once that was hard, and that had nothing to do with the training, but it was something that I thought had to be put out there, is John the man, you know, because everybody sees him as, you know, John in the gym and so forth. But we'll see how it goes. You know, we got a lot of questions, so we'll just break the ice here, and we'll just talk about our training session that we just did.
Okay.
You know, so as we set this up, you know, one of you emailed or texted me and said, hey, you know, can we train beforehand?
Yeah, that was definitely
and I'm like, okay.
I come here, I got to train.
Definitely I'm going to let him train here. Then the more I thought about it, I'm like, well, do I want to train with him or not? And because I trained Wednesday night. It's a squat night. And I'm like, well, I think I do. And so and it was a weird thing. I'm kind of like going back. Like, do I want to do this bodybuilding crap again? You know, and after doing it, you know, I missed a lot. I missed some of it. You know, I really did. Because the funny thing was, when you told me that you were going to be training lats, I do like one exercise for lats a week, which is chest supported rows. All my other pulling stuff, deadlift stuff, squat stuff is taking care of that. So I'm like, oh man, this is going to suck, because I'm going to be terrible.
Yeah, you just did a year's worth of lat training.
I know. Then I'm thinking, well, what if I tear something just doing pull downs, you know? And but then the more I thought about it, and we started going back and forth a little bit about, let's do some of John's favorite stuff. And I said, this might be kind of cool to do. Maybe in a way closure, maybe not. You know, I don't think I really found what I was looking for with that. But it was a really good time training and doing that stuff again, because I don't do that. I do the other stuff. So now I'm like, to be honest, I'm a little bit confused, like how I want to train. Like I definitely want to do it again, you know, because that was a good time. And it's a faster pace than what I'm used to. And
we were moving.
The funny thing is, you guys are trying to slow me down. I'm like, no, this isn't what I'm used to when I was doing this with John. We just go. And then you build in exercises, you know, like the straight arm pullover. The movement is the rest. You know, so you just go to an easier movement, and then that gives you a little bit more rest, and you get back into the harder stuff. So what do you guys think when we start going back and forth about training wise?
I mean, I could definitely see where you and John think alike on a lot of things too. It was kind of like training with him again, which was very nice, honestly, because just certain movements, like I don't even know what we would call. I mean, it was a chest supported row of some sort, but dragging it again. I mean, I haven't done little things like that you almost forget to do. Like how you said, like everyone's traps when they're doing like a chest supported. You don't always have somebody there to tell you that that's what you're doing, and then you're lacking in this point. It might not even be like a weak muscle, but you're just not training it correctly. So doing those things where you had to basically pull it against the rack first and then pull it up, I haven't done anything like that in a long time, so that felt really, really nice.
One thing that helped a lot was think you sent the text that said that Daryl had a show.
Yep.
Then all of a sudden, my mind was like, okay, now I know what we can do.
Now you got some
Now
direction.
it makes sense because it's just not three,
Yeah.
three guys training together, two are washed up meatheads. It's like, now I got it because that gives focus to what the training would be. So that helped a lot because, okay, now, then that's why I asked you when you came in, what are you doing? What program are you doing? How many sets are you doing? Because I don't want to take you off plan, but try to find those little intricacies. I don't know how to say that word very well in there. What about yourself? I mean, how have you, actually I should ask, how have you been training in the past year? Because
basically like that. Like I go into the gym and it's like, I'm still training as if John was there. It's it's all his exact style of, and it's kind of like that where it's like I'm doing all these movements that just remind me of John. It's like I'll, in my head I'll pick or I'll remember a workout, or like on his channel we just made a video about leg training, and then it's like, oh, okay, now I remember when we would do back and we would do this exercise, so I'm gonna incorporate that into the next workout. To me, it's just bringing back all these memories of training with him. You brought up the drag curl. Well, John, it's unbelievable the number of, like he would talk about the tools in the toolbox that he had. His creativity, where there were so many options as far as tools of what to do and what exercises, that he would go in phases. And so it was like the 2014 John back training was completely different than 2010 or 2018. And so there's it's been, like I said, it's been 9 months in my training. It's just like I can just keep coming up with new reminders of how I used to train with John. And so I just everything I do, because as we said, like I go back to like 2010, right? And so my entire way of training is based on John. Everything. Like before training with John, I probably like everybody, I was kind of like, all right, Flex Magazine told me to do this Dorian Yates style training, and so I would do that for a while, and then you try something else. But ever since training with John, everything he did just made sense to me. Because for me, I'm not a competitive bodybuilder. For me, it's just my idea of a good time, right? So my goal isn't to do this show next week. It's to be 67 years old and still doing this. And a lot of what he did was based on longevity and staying injury free. And so all of his training principles, if you will, everything just makes sense to me. So really when it comes to my training, I just keep doing kind of what we did.
His
I'm not sure if that answers the question.
No, it does.
I was just rolling.
Yeah, no, I like when you're talking about his toolbox, because he didn't just have a toolbox. He had like one of those mechanics toolbox, like the guy over there,
The expensive one.
A big ass one, with all different things in there, but then knowing what to pull out at what time, that was the art, behind the way that he trained.
It makes me think, so you mentioned you went to Lifetime and trained with him. Well, you think of John, and there's all these videos of you and him here just destroying it. Well, he spent, I don't know, 15 years or something like that at the Lifetime Fitness Center, and he was able to, create his physique at this fitness center where everybody thinks you've got to be at this crazy hardcore gym. Well, his creativity, if you will, was like on full display with all of these machines that the fitness center had. And granted, back then they had some pretty good equipment, but like any fitness center,
it was still a fitness center.
It's a fitness center. And so every 2 years, it's like, well, there's these great equipment. Well, let's get rid of that and bring in the new thing so it's shiny and it looks good to the next potential customer. So it's like, okay, then John's like, got to reevaluate and come up with a new tool to say, how can I use this new machine they brought in, because they just took out my favorite hack squat.
It's funny that you say he's in phases, or like the 2010 John Meadows not the same. I almost wonder like what he would be doing now, because I felt like he was never stuck to one thing, and I feel like people that trained with him or was coached by him, there was never anything I felt like he was fixated, like this is the only way that works. If there's a better way to do something, he would do it. So
see, you guys were training with John after I. So when I was training with him, he was in pursuit of the pro card, right?
I got a story about that. We can.
So that was the main drive, was that. So, I mean, we do a workout here and there after he retired. but it was different. To me, it was a different John. He was evolving into being more of a coach than being the competitor, where the hunger of the competitor was kind of what I was used to, where that's where it was a weird dynamic, because when I was training with him, I wasn't the competitor. I just kind of was waiting for the challenge sets and stuff. And,
the fun stuff.
Yeah. So when he stopped coming out to train, because there was no reason at that point, because it is a distance to be able to come out here and train as frequently as he was, I kind of drifted back into my conjugate style and kind of what I love with the training with that. And then he more evolved into what you guys were training with him with. Yeah. But there was a time when you mentioned the Lifetime Fitness Center, this is funny, man.
There was one time, I know where you're going,
There was one time, man, because he said, look, why don't you come out and train with me? And I'm like, all right, that's cool, man. Like, where is it? And he's like, it's Lifetime Fitness. And immediately I'm like,
I was there. I saw you with the hood up, going at it.
I'm like, man, I don't want to do this, man. And then I remember it was in Easton, and I got a parking garage and all this kind of stuff. And you pay like $25 for a day or whatever. Whatever it was. But it smelled like chlorine, And I'm like, this is everything.
Yeah, the whole pool when you walk in from the
And the thing was, John, I'm like hating everything about this, right? He loved it. He's like, man, they got this restaurant. They watch my kids. They got daycare. The equipment's really good. So he had this way of just, here I'm like, this is the last place I would rather just quit.
It was all right there. He had a great restaurant across the street he loved. Trader Joe's was across the street. Like, it was perfect for him.
Yeah, and he's like, and I'm like, what's up with this guy? I'm like, it's like my place was like a shithole, but it was the hardcore. And like, this is like the complete opposite. And then we're training and doing this other stuff. And what I always joke about with that is we supersetted leg presses with leg presses. There were different leg press machines. Right. And they were both drop sets. Like one of them was an upset, the other was a drop set. And he's like, here's what we're going to do next. We're going to do, we're going to superset leg press with leg press. And I'm like, what? How do you do it? Because I got one leg press. It's like every gym I've been in has like one leg press. I'm like, how do you do supersets of leg presses with leg presses? So then we did that. And then he loved this stupid machine where you lay flat on your back. It's like a horizontal leg press.
Was it the where it had a weight stack?
Yeah.
It's at the far corner of the gym. Yes. So here's so that's that machine was quickly, and I don't know what you guys did on it, but we quickly named that the death machine. Like I was talking, like at some point that machine was rotated in, and it's nothing special. I had to look, and it's like a techno gym, selectorized leg press machine. It's absolutely nothing special, but it was always like the last exercise of leg day, and what you would do is you'd go in there, and the first set's 20 reps, right? A heavy set of 20 reps. Okay, that's whatever. That's hard. And then the next set is 15 regular reps, but then 5, what's the word? Rest pause. Yeah. You would stop, dead stop. You dead stop. So you're doing 15 normal, 5 dead stop reps. Then the next set is 10 regular reps, 10 dead stops, and then 5 regular reps, 15 dead stops, and then the last one is 15 dead stops on that machine. But the way it was, somehow that stupid machine felt so good, and since it's that selectorized, you're completely safe to go to failure and beyond, and if somebody needs to, they can assist you. But we quickly named the damn thing the death machine, because after you were done, you were just a dead body laying on the ground in the corner. But that was like his creativity, right, on display there.
Yeah, so I hated the thing, and it wasn't for the same reason, just because I did it, right? I did the same thing that you're talking about, but I just could not get any mental drive into it. I couldn't get over the fact, like, this is what I would do if I'm on vacation somewhere.
And when you're on it,
and there's nothing else. Like a cruise ship would have this.
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
The location of the machine, you were looking directly in, and they could be doing like Jim Fonda workout videos through the window.
It's like I'm like trying, and like I can't get into this, man. I'm like, I'll do it. I'm doing the rest pause and all that, but I'm not enjoying. It's just like, this is horrible, And then afterwards, I'm trying to figure out, like, how can I tell him I never want to come back?
You never did. You did. It was
and I didn't. I'm like, no, I got something. I got to work. I got something else.
Yeah. Would the internet believe that Dave Tate went to work out at Lifetime Fitness?
No, it was Now the leg press, I mean, there were things that you made work, right? I mean, dumbbell stiff leg deadlifts and leg presses. And, I mean, certain things are what they are.
Definitely different from your normal atmosphere.
Oh, for me,
For you,
I mean, I grew up in, every place I've ever trained is the opposite of that. And so, I mean, like, seriously, the only time I would use stuff like that would be on a cruise ship. I mean, it was like, because there's nothing else, And then on the, there, you're like, well, I have to make this work. So I guess that was kind of his mentality as well. This is here. I have to make it work because that's what I have, and there's no other choice. And, well, he had other choices, but the convenience outweighed that factor because the kids were small.
And to be fair, some of that equipment was really good around 2010, but they slowly got rid of, like, one of our favorite hack squats of all time was the flex machine hack squat. Well, I don't know what year they finally got rid of, and they didn't even bring in a new hack squat. They just phased out the hack squat.
Well, the other cool thing about that was they loved John.
Yeah. He kind of ran the gym for a while where he could do anything. And at one point they dragged chains in there. Like, can you imagine today somebody dragging, I don't know, 8-10 chains into LA Fitness? Like,
but that's him and his personality. I mean, how many times have you heard, bodybuilders or powerlifters or people thrown out of commercial gyms, for whatever reason? And, he didn't get thrown out for lifting too much weight, being too strong, or training too hard, because he did all those things. They loved him, because his personality, how he treated people, and all the other kind of stuff.
He was training the trainers a little bit too for a while. So it was like, he was good with the people you needed to be in good with the manager and some of the head trainers or whatever, so that he could kind of do his thing, and nobody really complained, or if they did, the head trainer was just like, get out of here.
Exactly. And then from there, I don't know where he went from there. I think it was it American Barbell?
Yeah,
was that directly after Lifetime?
Yeah, like once he moved to Pickerington, so I think that was like 17 or 18? Somewhere around there, whenever he moved, because he used to live real close to Easton, like we were saying, and there was the convenience. And then when he moved towards Pickerington,
then he went to American Barbell.
Yeah, he went to American Barbell, and I think there was a little bit of fifth phase where he kind of was jumping around to, I can't think of the name of it, but the gym downtown Columbus. When the Arnold Classic, the Arnold Classic is going, like, he was going on there for a little while.
It was a world gym for a while, right? And then they changed it. Metro.
I think it's called like the Pros Gym.
Pros Gym.
Okay.
It's multiple names.
I feel like every time when the Arnold's going on, all the pros will come in and go there.
It's like the old bank or something like that.
But I've never even trained there.
Now when he was coming in the West Side, he was training a little bit in the World Gym, which was up in Westerville, but also the one that was out east. So he kind of was on this. When Mike Francois, however it's pronounced, when he was coming, it's the same kind of thing where they would come in, they would do the stuff at Westside, then they go do their accessories at whatever those other gyms were.
Oh, they would go to a different gym afterward and do their accessory stuff.
And a lot of, I think back then double splits were way more popular. I don't know if anybody even does them anymore, but they were more popular. So they do the big heavy compound stuff, and then they would go do the other stuff.
I remember him talking, like he would do the speed work, and then maybe there was one other thing for like squatting, and then he would immediately get in the car and he's driving, like you're saying, driving to World Gym, and then he would like press hack squat, like so he would talk about.
He did go to Metro Fitness in Worthington. I think it used to be Worlds for a little while, right?
Yeah. And he still ended up squatting 800 pounds because he still did a meet.
Yeah, he did one meet, and he would always talk about it, and I think he wished he would have done a second one, because if I remember right, it was like when he went to squat, the first try, like he would say the weight was too light, and so he just went, he went up too fast with it, and I don't know enough about, but it was no good. And so then the second attempt, I think, was like the same weight again, so that was too light. And then Louis wouldn't let him take a big enough jump, so I don't remember.
He could have probably squatted,
So the way I remember it was always like, I know I could have done at least another 100.
He could have done at least 50, 60 more, without a doubt. But he was strong enough. All the indicators in the gym put him there, and the meet was that. And he didn't know. I mean, he wasn't a power lifter, so he didn't know. I think the first one was a little high, but he was hard to judge too, because his legs were so freaking big.
Yeah, he was bottom.
Yeah, and they're trying to look at the crease of the hip, and you can't do that on a guy that's quads are like 8 inches sticking up in the air.
It doesn't. I feel like it's going to be tough for it to look like it's going low enough anyway. Unless you're really digging it like deep into the.
Yeah. So what he did is he had to repeat the opener, which was a freaking joke, which he should have just went up. But it's all in hindsight, and it wasn't his sport anyhow.
Yeah.
You know, at the time, I was glad he competed, right? Because when you're in a group that all you do is power lift, you're like, who is this guy? What's he doing? Yeah. But then when he said he was going to compete, it's like, oh, okay. It's a little more respect, especially with the mindset of the guys I was training with at the time. You know, so that earned a lot of respect. Just the fact that that's what he was going to do. He wasn't just going to come in, you know, do the bodybuilding stuff and then be gone in 9 months or whatever it was going to be. Yeah. But looking back, it's like, you know, that was kind of stupid, man. I didn't know how good of a bodybuilder he was back then. You know, I didn't know what rank, you know, he was trying for his pro card at that point in time too.
Yeah, he's, you know, like, right, he spent like 20 years at the national level trying to obtain his pro card. Yes. I think he competed like 16 times before he got it. And like, you know, I don't know if we want to get into how close, talking about the pro card, but like that was when he kept getting second, right? Yep. It was like a 3-year time period where he got second, like at 2 competitions 1 year, second again the next year, second again the next year, and then would it be 2015? I'm
not sure, but he was close to it before he got sick, right? With his whatever it was, colitis, whatever it was. So he was close then. Yeah, so I think he had a couple of shots before that. So then he had that, which disrupted, you know, a lot.
It was like 1990. I'm going to get it wrong, but like 1996 or 99, he got like 5th.
Yes.
And so he thought, all right, I'm right there.
Yeah. So he was in the magazines. He had the momentum. Yeah. And it was getting there, and then boom, this knocks him down. Yeah. Then he came back from that. You know, then I hooked up with him because it was on my ass end of powerlifting. Actually, it was powerlifting was over. You know, and he was writing stuff for T Nation, and I was in flux. I mean, I really didn't know what I was going to do. It's like, well, I can't power lift. You know, that's not an option. Well, yeah. I got to do something. And I still can't wrap my head around training for health or longevity. I just don't understand it. It's just me. I can't.
Isn't that like exercising, right? You know, like, which is, there's just.
Once you have the mentality that you have, though, it's kind of hard to just throw it out.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand training for something like do this so 10 years from now you'll be this. Yeah. Where not just John, but many people I've been very close to throughout my life have passed too soon. Yeah. Like, no, I want to train for now.
Yeah. Because I don't.
Next month isn't guaranteed. Yeah. You know, so when people talk about longevity, I'm like, that has zero interest for me. Yeah. Zero. No, I'm not an idiot. You know what? I understand. I'm not going to do insanely stupid shit. But at the same time, I'm not going to put, you know, everything that I really love to do completely on a back burner for the hopes that I'm going to be around in 3, 5, 10, 20 years. I don't understand that. Other people should. I just am not wired that way. Yeah. So I was in that really weird spot, like, well, what the hell am I going to do? You know, because I tried some of the bodybuilding stuff and it bored the shit out of me. Yeah. Like, I can't, this isn't working. And then John wrote something, I forget what article it was, and it was about the challenge sets or whatever it was. And so I called him up and said, man, talk to me a little bit about what you're doing, because this sounds like it might be a bridge, you know, for me here, where I can kind of get the best of both worlds. And so we started talking, and then our ideas were kind of in line. And he said, well, let me come out Saturday and we'll train. I'm like, well, with squat, it's Saturday, squat is leg day. And squat, to me, it's squat day. And he's like, oh, so legs on the squat. Two different things.
It's squat and 17 other exercises.
Yeah, I mean, we came out and it wasn't like trying to position one over the other. We just trained and just brutalized the shit out of each other. Then he's like, I'm coming back next week. And I'm like, okay, now wait a minute. like, I love this. This is freaking awesome. But what are you training for? Yeah. Like, if you're going to do this, what value can I add? Yeah. Because he's adding value because he's showing me things I don't know. Yeah. You know, I know the strength stuff. And that's when he was saying, look, I'm going for this pro, because I didn't know shit about him since the West Side time. Like,
what year were you guys at West Side together?
Oh, God. It had to be maybe 95. Okay.
Sounds about
98.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not good with stuff like
I'm
that.
Not, I'm not that either. I was just
I was out of there about 2004, so it was long. It was during the Demarest days. Yeah. And so it was and it was the earlier Demers days because we just went from the Sullivan place to the Demers place. So maybe a couple of years into that, or even the first year into that.
Okay.
And it wasn't long, maybe about a year or so. But he was in the morning crew, which is where we are at. And he trained hard. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he trained hard. He did that, you know, but it was just 2 things and he was out, you know, where he wasn't doing the boring shit, you know, the stuff that the reverse hypers and all the other kind of stuff. And I get now why, because he was doing all the other things. But when we reconnected with that, that's when he was saying, you know, look, I've been trying to do this pro card thing. And I'm like, weren't you trying to do that back when? And I'm like, how many times has this been? And then it was ridiculous, man. I'm like, so you've been trying to do this like 10 fucking times and you're falling short second every time. So I'm like, okay, what's the plan here? Like, and so that was a big conversation. Like, what have you done? What have you not done? What do you think will work? What might not work? You know, just from the mental standpoint, huge respect.
Yeah.
But this is where the only argument, fight, or whatever you want to call it, I ever had with him was, okay, so your end game here is the pro card.
So, So I got a good story that ties into that, right?
Yeah.
So whatever it was, 2012, 13, 14, when he's getting those second places, right? You're working with him. You guys are communicating together. And like you're saying, it's not, all right, Dave, I got to get my pro card and I'm going on to the Olympia. I'm going to win the Olympia, right? He wasn't saying
just
that.
a pro card.
It was, yeah.
To me, that was his Olympia.
Yeah.
That was the end game, right? Because I know bodybuilding. I'm not an idiot, right? He had little kids too.
Yeah.
And I know the strain that puts on a family, no matter what anybody wants to say. So this is a big part of this conversation because I've seen too many relationships dissolve and all this stuff. It's like, this was a serious conversation. Like, you know, I'll help you. I don't know shit about bodybuilding, but I do know a lot about exercises and trying to change activation and different movements and the physique. You just tell me and I'll help with that. And then if, you know, one time with his lats, he's like, I need to push the volume of it was a bigger conversation. It's like my lats are a weak point. And he says, but my back can't take, you know, the squatting and all this other stuff. And so it was, okay, you need to build your legs like the biggest you can possibly be, bigger than, you know, something that would hurt you on stage in the off season, because we're going to pull the squatting and we're going to pull all that stuff out and just do regular leg work so we can increase the volume of the lat work to where you want it to be. So there's a balance there. And I said, that's going to allow that to grow. The legs are going to be a little bit smaller, but hell, they're already 2 inches too big after that you can deal with that. And there's a long plan, you know, to be able to work it out.
So did you guys just hit like the accessory work a lot harder for his legs in and pulling the squats out?
Well, that's when the squats really became, because for him it was always the second movement.
Okay.
Right. So then it became third or fourth movement, and then it became different types of squats. You know, like a front squat or a straight bar or you know, the power squat machine, and then it just came all the way out. So you had to watch his leg size. You know, and I've seen him so much that I could see, you know, here's what this is. And even with his body fat and stuff like that, it's his lower back was his telling factor. It was like, there's this water, it's this, you know, and I didn't know shit about posing. So, you know, one time he just posed, I'm like, oh my God, your lower back looks like shit. You know, what the fuck did you do? And then he fixed it. I'm like, man, you can't do that to me because I'm not, I don't have the eye for that, like what you do. But and it was really hard, man. It was hard for me because you would see him go North Americans second, Masters Nationals second. It's like,
and then there was also there'd also be at least once, maybe twice, where there's a little controversy around so it was like just there was so much drama around it, and so
that's when you know somebody like truly loves a sport or they're just like truly passionate about something too. And because after that, getting kicked in the throat that many times, being knocked down, it's very easy to either be like, well, I got second, that's good.
But then that was his mindset. So he had this rule for the clients, and he followed it himself, where there was a 24-hour rule, right? If after your show you don't agree with the judging or for whatever reason you're upset, all right, you got 24 hours to, you know, whatever, be mad at yourself, cuss at yourself, like, you know, you can't be attacking somebody else, but like you got 24 hours to deal with this, and then it's time to just move on. And like you can apply that to almost anything in life too.
Yes. Now some of them he took better than others, but this is probably something that people don't know, you know, about John. Like some of them he was like, yeah, whatever, you know, he legitimately knew. he got beat.
Yeah.
You know, the other person was better. There were other ones that wasn't the case. And then when it was a Saturday and we had a bigger group training out there, he would come in and he'd say, look, I need to talk to you. Let's go into the office, which was separate from the weight room. Then we go in the office and he was pissed about it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, well, and so I'm letting him vet it out. And it's like, now how much of this is controlled by you?
Yeah.
You know, if this is a political thing, is there a relationship you need to build with other people that you haven't built? You know, what do you need to do? Is this a show that you're just not going to do? Yeah. You know, but it's hard, man, because you see the work and the dedication, everything that's going into that.
The pain
and then
and
to fall short, right? And when it actually, I mean, it took several more times. I don't know how many. I mean, I have to go back and look. Probably 5, 6.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a few
like that,
years,
so.
man.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I had a little story around when he won his pro card, right? So going back to you saying the goal was get your pro card, right? That was the Super Bowl for him. We're getting the pro card, and right, and so I think it was 2015, whatever year it was, the year he wins it. The way those shows are ran, it's like late, it's like midnight or later that that you win, that he finally won or whatever. So.
Oh wow, I didn't realize it was that.
So he said by the time, you win. He went out. They probably went out to eat. I think it was like after he won, he had already determined what his next steps were, right? And so I hadn't talked to him then. So then it's like Sunday. Usually there's like photo shoots or whatever. And I think it was, the way I remember it's Monday. I get a text and he's like, "Hey, you want to train chest?" And I'm like, "Oh, great. He's back. He wants to do a little celebration chest training." So I'm like, "All right, this is great. Like I haven't seen him yet. It's gonna be awesome to see him." And so. I think, I don't know, he said like 6 o'clock or something like that. And so then I get another text, "Sorry, I'm running a little late." And that's not really normal. So I'm like, huh. And so then the way Lifetime's set up, we're still at Lifetime. You come up, he shows up, and it's him and Mary walking up, which isn't too out of the normal, right? Sometimes she would come and train with them.
Yeah.
And so they come walk up, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, I'm late." He's like, "The airplane just got in." He's like, "We just threw our bags in the house." And he's like, "And I came right over." He's like, let's start training chest. And I was like, whoa. He's like, after we're done training chest, he's like, then we'll go pick up the boys. Like he literally got off the plane and he's like, it's time to train.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so I'm like, this is a little odd, right? After like, just like you're saying, it was like retire. Like he won the Super Bowl already. Yeah. And he's like, immediately, he's like, all right, I got to get better. He's like, I don't know what it was. I got 14 days till the Vancouver Pro.
Oh, then he did 6 more in 7 weeks,
so
right?
He did like 2 or 3 shows like right after he won the pro card, and then that next year, that's when he did like 5 shows.
Oh yeah, in 6 weeks.
Within 6 weeks, because when he went to do the shows right after he won his pro card, he got top 5, and so in his mind it was like, all right. After that, he's like, I'm doing pretty good. He's like, if I do enough shows and I can get enough points, and then I'll be able to go to the Olympia. But like, I just thought the story was funny that it was like, what he said is as soon as he was done having dinner that night, he knew, all right, in 2 weeks I'm going to Vancouver Pro. And it was just like, when he came over, I was like, well, what happened to retirement? And so every time I hear you tell the story of retirement was a Super Bowl, I think of him getting right off the airplane and it's time to train chest. And he ended up saying he's like, yeah, the day before I did legs with, I forgot who he said. So it was like, he wins the pro card, he trains legs like on Sunday, and you're dead already from the show. And then the next day he's coming in, we're doing chest, and he's like, he's on to the next show already.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah.
So
I got a phone call, right?
Funny. I don't know if it's funny. I don't know what the moral of the story. It's just his determination that,
because I got a call, right? So it's somewhere after that first week, he calls. I'm like, I'm sending a text, congratulations, just texting back and forth. Then he calls and he says he's going to do this. And I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
And I said, I thought this was about the pro card.
Thought it was over.
And he just starts, explaining, like he does, like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. I'm like, John, look, stop. I can't talk to you right now. I'm hanging up the fucking phone. Yeah. I will see you when you get back. This is not what we agreed on. Yeah. Because I was pissed, man, because to me there was a process, because he's trying to build a business, and this all this other kind of stuff.
And that was like you're saying, the business. That was the prime peak of his website.
Yes.
Right.
So he's trying to push that. So he'd already stepped away from that, the job, and all the other stuff. And in my mind, I knew, he doesn't have the genetics to be Mr. Olympia. So then, he's texting the 212, and I'm like, oh fuck, here. So now we're gonna make this even worse. He's like, you're fucking this is not. I was mad, right?
There's a crazy story about him spending, I don't know, 5 hours in the sauna. Like,
I heard all that
practically
shit.
killing himself, right?
Yeah, so I'm getting those texts, for the Vancouver stuff and all that, and I'm just ignoring him. I'm ghosting him. Yeah. and then when he finally came out, I'm like, we need to talk. And I'm like, this is not what we agreed upon. And so we're kind of going back and forth. And he knew I was pissed about it. Yeah. And I'm like, you got to explain to me why here. I said, I'm going to support you no matter what you want to do. Yeah. But you need to tell me what the payoff is here. Like, what's the benefit of this? You did what's impossible. And then even from a marketing standpoint, with his business. Yeah. I mean, if you step out now, perfect. Now you go on this downslide. Of going in these shows and you're getting older and you don't place as well, marketing wise, that may not be the best, for that kind of thing. And once we talked it through, I saw where he was going. I still don't agree with it, but I saw, and now I can look back and say it did help him. Yeah. It did help his business. He built more contacts than he probably would have had, from that. He also found contacts that weren't good, took advantage of him as well. Yeah. But the conversation shifted to, I always wanted to do the Arnold Classic.
That's what,
And I'm like, I'm not buying that bullshit, John. This was about a pro card. So you can say whatever you want to say. I'll still help whatever you want to do with, and advise and whatever it's going to be. And it changed a little bit too, because he started traveling a hell of a lot more, because he knew the only way he was going to get there was points. Yep. And we mapped it out one time, and I can't remember what it was, but how much he spent in 1 year competing as a pro. Oof. Compared to the $250 he won for the 1/5 place, whatever it was. Yeah. It was fucking insane. So even me trying to, because I'm kind of, I don't want to say a mentor or advisor, but talking with him about business and stuff. I'm like, this makes no financial sense. I mean, you're hundreds of thousands of dollars upside down. Yeah. How does
he was flying all the way, like, we're in
and
Ohio.
With his kids,
flying all the way to, he's bringing the whole family. It's basically a quote unquote vacation. But going to Vancouver, you're going all the way to Florida.
But part of that is what shifted my perspective or perception of it all, though, because he said, this provides me the opportunity to take my kids and marry, all these different places they may not otherwise be able to see. Now looking back, what a great opportunity for those kids and for them to be able to travel the world, to be able to do that. Yeah. Even at that loss, he maximized that opportunity more so than just him. Yeah. If it was just him flying everywhere to compete, then you could see where, that would be a strain on the relationship. Right. But he did know at a certain point, this is the time to be able to step out. And then he didn't really know he was in my spot, where when I met him, and it's like, well, here's what helped me, so just try to help other people, which he was always doing.
Then at the very end, that's when he kind of found football and coaching football, and
he fell in love with that. I felt like more than bodybuilding. Well, towards the end, absolutely.
I don't know how much he ever talked about, but that was the first love, right? He played football in high school. Yeah. He wanted to be, an NFL football player, but obviously you're 5'6", he's not going to be. He was a running back and a linebacker. Yeah. He's got slim chance of playing in the NFL, and.
No need to make fun of short people. No, but seriously, yeah. Well, I remember going over to his house one day, and he was like, man, check out the playbook that I put together. I'm looking at these plays, and I was like, this is like top of the line stuff. I was like, how long did you spend on this? He's like, like 6 or 7 hours straight. And I was like, what?
I don't think people realized how much time and effort he was putting in to be the best, because he was like offensive coordinator, the best football coach he could be.
There was nobody else putting in the same amount of time. I'll tell you that.
No way.
He was spending time with the family. He was training with me, and then basically, he was still coaching clients. If he wasn't coaching clients, then he was studying football. Yeah. I can't remember how many different times he would come in and he's like, I just signed up for this seminar for the number 2 offensive coordinator from South Carolina who runs this, I don't know, offense, Y2K banana. Like every day he would come in the gym. He's like, check out this new play I wrote up. He's like, no, stand over here. He's like, the offensive lineman's going to do this.
He would in the middle of the gym.
Yeah, I know.
Because before we would train, we would sometimes talk for like an hour before just about football, and then we would start training.
Yeah, when he would come out, he was doing that as well.
Yeah.
When we went to Philly, to be able to work with those people out there, it's, I can't remember all the players' names. I like football, but it's not a huge passion of mine. I don't follow
his name slipped on my mind, but the offensive lineman, I think, spent a bunch of time with him.
Yeah. So there was like 5 of them that are out there. So we went out there to,
And it wasn't like, a Joe Schmo. Like it was the starting.
No.
It was
he
like
was
the starting lineman for the Eagles.
Yeah, I feel terrible not knowing his name right now. But at one point in time, I believe he was the highest paid lineman in the NFL. He still may be now. But anyhow, great guy. I mean, great guy. And he had a great group of people with him. And he had his own trainer there, which his name slips my mind too. But it was a great time going out there and spending, I don't know, 3 days, whatever we were out there. But there were so many times, that we'd be in the house just talking with the other guys and stuff and be like, where's John? He's outside, with the center, right?
Running plays.
And I'm like, he started doing that like 4 hours ago. Like we got done training 4 hours ago. They stepped out and started doing that. We went inside to eat because they had a chef and stuff making food. And 4 hours, it's 4 hours. I mean, I'm like, did he fall asleep? No. Then he'd come in and eat, and then he'd go back out there again, and it was just constant, man. It was driving me crazy, to be honest. We go to dinner, it's just boom, 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 boom. I'm like, can we just talk about lifting weights, man? And it's
give me some meathead stuff.
Oh, no, it was like, wow, man, let's just talk about getting strong. And John, I don't want to talk about that. Yeah. It's football. It was he found it, man. It was a great passion that he had.
When the kids ended up, I got to watch them win the championship, and you would have thought he won his pro card again. Because he lost it, man.
Yeah.
That was awesome. They went undefeated that year, I believe, or they get beat once. I don't know. But they ended up winning, and we got to be there for it. Then, after he passed, they won it again.
Yeah.
The next.
Yeah.
So this past year.
So that brings up the memory. The last time I saw him, it was a Friday. And I don't remember anything about the training, but he was so pumped because Saturday morning was draft day. Right, and he's got he's evaluated.
They took that serious.
He's evaluated the kids, and I don't mean it disrespectful at all, but he had a list of these kids, and he's like, here, look at this. He's like, these are the DNDs. He's like, no matter what, do not draft. He had these kids. He's like, these kids cannot be on my team. But he's got a whole strategy about the way the draft's going to go and how he's picking to set up the team. And I can't remember if it was like, he's like, we got to be like, I don't know if it was strong in the lineman. He's like, I know this kid's going to dominate at the offensive lineman position. And then with our quarterback, because I think the quarterback was the son's kid, so he's already on the team. He's like, this, and he just... so excited for the and so that Saturday morning, he went through and they did the draft, and then later that day or the next day is when he passed. But we would always, as we were watching that team, the team went undefeated. They went undefeated. They won the championship that he drafted. It was always, hey, you're watching this, you're like, John, you drafted a hell of a team. But the team went undefeated. I lost my train of thought. I remember where I was going.
Well, they ended up winning. And
what he did was he took
awesome.
The takeaway from that is he took when he was bodybuilding, that same amount of passion and energy went into that.
Yeah.
So he found and he took all that and put it into football, which during the lockdown period, he was considering running for office, right?
Yeah.
And that was a big thing. I'm like, John, look, man, you took all this energy and you put it into football, which is a good thing. That's a great thing. That you need that. I don't know if you need a third thing, to be able to put in there because you still got a business to run.
Yeah, that was a pretty big.
And then I think he found his address was like just outside of the city limits, so then he couldn't run for what he wanted to run.
It was like half a mile.
He was looking at other things.
He'd have to be like a, I don't know, county commissioner or something instead of like.
I was like, why don't you just buy a small house in town or something? He's like, well, I'm thinking. I was like, okay. I was kind of just joking, but he wanted to do it, man. It's like,
but football was like, I don't know if people understand how serious in Pickerington, where he lives, football was, and so. Yeah. He was coaching the little league version of football, and then he was about to start coaching in middle school. He was going to be, he was going to be the offensive coordinator for the 7th grade middle school.
Pickerington North or something like that.
Yeah, we'll butcher it. I'm not sure, but
it was 7th grade
there's
football.
Two, but it's so serious that like as soon as you get in the 7th grade middle school, that's a feeder system for the high school, and you're running like the exact same. Verbiage and scheme that they're running in high school, and then I think he was able to take that, and that's what he was using for like the little league version. And these are, I don't know, were they 12 years old or whatever? And his plan was he's running the no huddle offense. And so like we said, half the time he's just explaining to me how he's going to run the no huddle offense, and he's going to be able to communicate to the quarterback, and he's like, we're going to just destroy the other teams. He's like, we're just going to run, and throw. He's like, they won't be able to stop us. He's like, and I don't know, he's got the whole thing planned out. He's put so much time and effort into that.
Yes. Well, the cool thing with him is he would show me this play. Like, oh my God, these are like 7-year-old kids. I don't know how old they are.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How do they?
But he was able to teach them to do that. Yes. And that's a skill set that not very many people have. And because most of the time you're dealing with kids that you got like 4 plays. Let's just master the 4 plays.
Like 22 dive, run up the middle. He's got banana flip 3000. I'm like, what in the world? Like, what do you got going on here, man?
He would say, he's like none of these people give the kids enough credit. He's like,
true.
If you teach, and he had a whole strategy on it. It was like, this was like the base. I don't know how it is, and there was like 8 plays or 10 plays, and then you're just you're kind of building off that. Here's whatever 6 more to go. That and so he had this ridiculous play, this ridiculous playbook,
and the communication skills to do. That's the thing. And there's no doubt that. Long term, he would have been coaching high school.
Yeah.
That's what I was curious to see is where he would have taken the coaching part, because
he told me that's what he didn't want to do anything higher than that.
No, okay, so that's kind of what I was curious. Yes. I knew he wanted to end up high school. I was like, man, if he takes these kids all the way to high school and they already have these plays down, that's going to be a hard team to beat later on, especially them being good already.
Now, when I look through these questions that people posted, a lot of them were. They're all kind of grouped. There's like 5 big questions out of all of them that were in there. They want us to talk about some of the most brutal training sessions. So, I'll let you go first. Like, what's the ones that come to your mind?
Well, first,
or exercises or method or whatever.
All right. Well, first, I'd like to say, a lot of people see John as a very calm, chill. I'm teaching you these videos. So like, it's nice to like watch the videos and do it. But for the people that train with him, that's not the way it's going. Like, he's still calm, but it's like, it's no joke.
It's like a serial killer.
Yes, exactly. It is.
The skill he had was he could, you could be in between a set laughing and joking, and then he would turn around and he'd flip the switch.
Yeah.
And that's like a skill in itself versus some people. It's like that you open the door and they'll just they got to try to rage for like 2 hours and you're going to burn out. Where he could cool, collected, and boom. He's
it was funny. We were going to train legs one time, and he's like, okay, so we're going to take it. Cool. We'd always start with hamstring curls. That's one thing. So we would start a lot of times with the weakest muscle of that body part first, so you can get blood into that muscle first. But we'd always start with hamstring curls, right? So he would talk me through it, and then I remember one leg day, we kind of went through it, and it was tough. I was burning up. He's like, okay, so this next one's going to be tough. So it was tough, and then he's like, this next one you're probably going to throw up. And I was like, how are you just going to tell me I'm going to throw up? So Bulgarian split squats. We went up. We went heavy. Well, for me, heavy for me at that time.
It doesn't matter.
It didn't matter. It was like 35 pounds. It was honestly the top dumbbell. But we kept going, and I think I have a video. Basically, I was grabbing onto his arm. He was just like sitting there, and I think Noah may have been filming with my camera and whatnot. But anyway, I was finishing up. It was the last one, and I was like, I'm going to throw up. I'm really going to throw up. And I threw up. And it was after that, and he just like kind of like laughed about it. I was like, he was right, man. That was just, but the Bulgarian split squats were always tough. I think it's the Arsenal, the pendulum squat, that was tough. That was always weird for me to feel at first, but when I would do it with him, he would have like these different techniques that he could look at and be like, no, you're doing this wrong, do it this way. And then I'd feel it a bit better. That one was tough. The lunges were always tough. The
pond lunges? Did you do the pond lunges?
Yeah, I did. Pond lunges, that was a bunch of bullshit.
That would have sucked.
It did
so,
suck,
I never did it, but I don't know. I might have said, no, I ain't doing that.
Yeah.
So at the American Barbell, this was at American Barbell, right? And there was when he went to move, we were at his barn, and out behind the barn, there's like, I don't know how big it is, like the size of an acre, a pond. And so I don't know, somehow we're like, all right, well, let's do pond lunges, is what we were calling them.
And he'd always get so excited. It's like, what is wrong with you? You know we're about to endure here. And he's just like, all right, like it's the end of the workout. Let's do a mile of lunges, basically.
So if there was like 3 of you, I think it would be like four rounds of like each person got 4 rounds of like 40 steps. Okay. And like it took like 10 minutes, basically. You're lunging around this entire freaking pond. But again, that was just like his creativity. But for me, like one of the first things that comes to mind is the Bulgarian split squat drop set of death that we would do. Like most people probably know what that is, but if you don't, like you're working up, and so you're just going to do and this is with each leg, right? You're going to you're going to do your body weight, 10 reps. And then we would grab a 25-pound dumbbell, and you're going to do 10 reps each leg. Grab a 50-pound dumbbell, you're doing 10. You're going to keep doing that, and we would go up. I think we would go 50, 70, 90. And so once you did the 90, then it was like the drop set of death, right? And so you're going to take the 90-pound dumbbell, and you're going to do 10 reps on your one leg. And then when the 10 reps are done, you're going to do an iso hold for 10 seconds. Yeah, man. Then you're going to drop that dumbbell, and then you're going to pick up the 70-pound dumbbell, 10 reps, and then you're going to hold that for an iso hold for 10 seconds. You're going to do that with the same thing with the 50-pound dumbbell, with the 25-pound dumbbell, down to the body weight. And so that was just one side of the body.
Just one leg. So 40 reps and 40 ice or 40 seconds of iso hold.
Right?
Yeah, 50.
Yeah. And so it just, that sucked in itself, because it was like somebody stabbing you.
Well, there's so many parts of it that suck. For one, you're winded. Okay, we're out of shape here. So we're breathing hard. It does feel like someone's stabbing you, and you're just on one side, and you know that you got about 5 more minutes of this.
And then you got to do the other leg.
You have to go to a different place, man.
And so anybody, like if you realized it or not, and you're training with John, you were sort of like a volunteer participant in his training experiments, right? Because every program he wrote, he didn't just like go home and just make up programs. He was doing them, and then he would go back and like provide feedback, right? He would experiment with something and be like, well, that was too much, so we'll only do 2 sets instead of 3 or whatever. So he would take the feedback, and he did everything. So when you were training with him, it was like that Bulgarian split squat drop set of death, which is hard to say. It was like, all right, well, let's try doing that first. How does that feel? And then how does that impact the rest of the leg work? Let's do it in the middle. How does that feel and impact the leg? Let's do it last. How does that feel? Well, what comes to mind is one day we get in there, and you were in trouble if he's like, all right. He's like, this is going to be fun. And
then you know it's not going to be fun.
Yeah. He's like, or I got an idea. Like, that was never good. I got an idea. Like, this is not going to be good. So it was the Bulgarian split squat drop set of death, but with the way you started it, you do your body weight, but then we're supersetting it with a freaking leg press. So everything I did, your first set, you're supersetting with a leg press. All right, then we're going to add 2 more plays. We're going to grab the 25-pound dumbbell. We're going to work up. We're going to superset with the leg press. And the whole time I'm like, what the hell are we doing here? Like, this is ridiculous. So by the time you get up, I don't know if there's 7 or 8 plates. And so you're then supposed to do that whole drop set and then walk over to the freaking leg press and do another 12 reps on the leg press. And then, then you do that once and you're just dead. Well, then how the hell are you supposed to do the other leg? It's like, I need 10 minutes to recover and come back and do the other one. Yeah. Like, to me, that was one of the ones that first comes to mind, is like, just what are we doing here? Like, we did it first, and you could have just walked out of the gym. Like, that could have been a leg. And I can't remember anything what we did after that. But I know we did like 3 or 4 exercises. Like, it was, that's one that comes to mind. That was just ridiculous. And that was kind of like an older one where You just didn't know what he was going to do.
I will say it was fun sometimes when I would go in there and I knew I was training by myself, but you guys would be in there training legs already. I would take multiple videos of him laying on the floor when I would get in there, and I would know that you guys were training legs because you have a bunch of people around and people are just like looking at you guys like, what is going on? But and I'm like, good thing I'm a few weeks out here. I don't have to worry about that right now.
Yeah, when he was starting with those, it started out of my place. So it was, I hate single leg stuff. I just despise it, right? Like
or single arm, right?
Or single arm, right? So he loved dumbbell rows, man. And I did everything in my power to try to divert away from that. Cause to me, they're just bodybuilding burpees. And I mean, it is. And he knew it. So he'd always try to put it in there. There were always drop sets, same kind of thing. We're going to work up and we're going to start with the 120s and we're going to go to the 90s. Or like, why don't we just do like the 120s, 110? I mean, I would just exaggerate it just to get him to not do it. Let's just use every dumbbell if we're going to do this, because if it's going to suck, let's make it suck worse. So then it's like, I got this idea, and it was a Bulgarian. It was a split squat, but it was just a drop set, and it was just 3 drops. It was like 50s, 25s body weight. So we did a couple sets of that. And then he went to do something, and I always tried to make it harder. Like he would come up with something and be like, then with that one, he was last, right? So he would do the 50. So he did the 50, and then I made him hold it with the dumbbell.
Yeah, because that's what we're doing. That's what it turned into.
So and then it would like wreck him, right? Just wrecked him. Then he's like, oh, wait a minute. What if we do? And I'm like, oh, fuck.
What did I create?
He created it. It was 100% his creation. I was just trying to make it harder for him. Because what I would try to do is he would come in, he'd be like, I get this idea. Like, well, what is it? And then I'd go. And then I would try to take whatever his idea was and make it harder. Just because it's his idea, he already thinks it's hard. If I go first and he's going to go second, I'm going to make it as terrible for him as I possibly can. So I'd ISO hold a leg press or whatever it's going to be. Or say we're going to do a strip set, a drop set on leg presses. So it's like, okay, we'd work up to whatever that weight was. It says, okay, we're going to work up the weight, then we're going to do drop sets with 2 plates off each side. So it's 6 drops or whatever it's going to be. So it's like, you go first. I'd go it. So I'd do it, and then I'd purposely not rack it. You know, he's like, no, rack it. I'm like, because it was going to be like a rest, pause, count. I'm like, fuck that. Let's just go. I'm just going to hold it. Because all I'm thinking is it's going to be terrible for him. And I'm going first. And then I realized that's not the way to do it. You let him go first.
So
right?
Did you usually go first all the time?
No, we mixed it up. We mixed it up, yeah.
So like when I trained with him, and anytime anybody ever kind of came in and was training with us, he always went first. And that was him setting the tone, setting the example that this is how this is how you should train. This is how I'm going to train. This is how I'm going to show you how to train.
It depended on what we were doing. Because if it was his idea, he was going first, right? If it was something like, hey, what if we try to do this? You know, something that was mine, then I would go so he could look at it, right? And because the thing was, I'm trying to do this movement, but I'm basically disabled, right? So I can show him what I'm trying to do, and then he can go try to mimic it. And he was always lean, you know, even you know, you know, he's always been lean. And that was awesome for me because I could, like with you earlier, I can see what's moving and what's working. The leaner somebody get with him, you could see the fibers actually moving. And I'm like, okay, this isn't what I'm thinking here. We need to get it lower or higher. You know, if it's, you know, a big fat power lifter, it's really hard to tell on lat work, like what's really doing this work here. With him, it was bluntly obvious. And then he would get flush. So you could see where the blood is. I mean, the freaking purple. Like we're training the lats are purple.
He'd get the pump.
Yeah, he'd get the pump. Now, that was another thing. That was the other thing that took me a while, man, because he had these stupid bodybuilding sayings, right? Which is probably normal for bodybuilders, like, you know, train for the pump and, you know, all this. I forget what some of the other ones, but he would be putting them out there like, you know, make sure to get a peak contraction. I'm like, dude, don't ever say that to me. You know, just stupid stuff like that. You know, like stretch and flex. I'm like, don't ever. And he was serious about it. I mean, he like really, really loved it. And one time he said, man, it was like after doing leg curls or whatever it was. It's like, man, my hamstrings are pumped, man. Are yours? I'm like, don't ever ask me that again. You know, then one time he said, oh God, what was it? It's better to look strong than to be strong. I'm like, dude, and that one there,
you crossed the line.
That's it. Like all the other one I'm going to make fun with you about, but that one's bullshit. It's better to be strong than look strong. And it's like, no. It says this way, no matter where I go. And we're like, just fucking, just talking shit. Wherever I go, they're going to think I'm stronger than you. I'm like, and it was crazy, but, but some of the things that I remember, and none of them are like major ones, is starting with the leg curls, stuff like that. I always start with the squat, and I just use the bar for a ton of sets. And he's like, no, you want to start with the hamstrings to be able to, whatever, we'll see what's going to happen. The whole time I'm thinking, my squat's going to suck because I'm doing this first. Yeah, and I sit back when I squat. And it was the work, like we talked earlier, it was the freaking work sets. I'm like, okay, we're doing this. I'm like, okay, we're done. And it's like, no, it's like, now we're going to start doing our sets. We're going to do 6 work sets. And I'm like, the fuck did we just I know I just did like 2 sets that actually did some work. Like now it's like that's 8 sets. I'm like, so then you don't know when it's gonna end. That was the thing, is like, when's this stupid exercise gonna end? And there are multiple times where I'm like, John, look, I am bored with this now. Because I would just get bored. It's like, let's go to something else. This is I'm done with this. Let's do something else. Sometimes I do it after like 1 set. Like this is dumb.
What's next?
Let's just do something else. But the one thing, and a lot of the principles that he would bring to light, we all knew, or we did, younger as kids, but you just forgot about him. He had this unique way of remembering them. Or you did it by accident, like an upset, which is the opposite of a strip set. I never really called it an upset. But I mean, we've all done it, like with dumbbell, running the rack on the dumbbell curl, right? You just grab, or side raises, up and down the rack. We've all done it.
But the average person is going to do that on a bicep curl, not the leg press.
Not the leg press,
not the leg press.
And I'm like, okay. And it's like, I remember it was like 3 plates per side. And it's, okay, throw a plate on. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? I'm like, okay, let's go. And then sometimes there would be a strip set going back down. Sometimes it was just up. Sometimes it was, so it's things like that were just, brutal. But for me, the single leg stuff, I hate it. I just try to pivot off of it, just because it's so much, because you set your mind to do it. This is where I think for me, it was so hard, because you get through the one leg, you're kind of like, okay, done. But no, there's a whole nother one. It's like, how do you prepare yourself?
Mentally, You're like, damn, I got to do this again? Yeah,
and we touched on it a little bit earlier. You touched on it about the mindset, where he was really big on that. And I've always kind of been big on the same thing. You have to train your mindset to be ready for the training session, most definitely. But John taught me, with a larger volume, just chill, just rest. It's rest, just rest. But then when you get under the weight, turn it on, and I've always done that with speed work and powerlifting. So you learn, especially at Westside, because the speed work, the squats are every 60 seconds. So you realize real quick, and we weren't allowed to sit down. So you do your set, and then you put your mind in a rest place, because you're going to be back under there real quick. And if you stay hyped, like the whole, you're not going to get the benefit.
You're going to lose a little bit too.
Yeah, and you're going to lose the ability to apply force that you need to apply. And that also carries over to a meet, all the other stuff, because you're just going to exhaust yourself. But in bodybuilding, where there's so much volume, you can't, be walking around the gym, with imaginary lat spread like you want to punch people the whole training session, because you're not going to get anything out of the training session. Or what you're going to get out of it's going to be so limited. I'm trying to think of some of the other things that there's a lot of stupid things, like that just failed.
The one thing about I thought the way that you did, especially the first time that we did it by doing leg curls first, I was like, man, no, squat's going to suck. But it didn't. When I would squat, because my quads were so overpowering in my hamstrings, and I think from last season to even this season, I've done every leg workout like that, started off that way. Then when I would squat, though, I can actually feel my glutes and my hamstrings working when I'm sitting back, and my quads aren't taking everything like they normally did. Because when I would do my side poses or my side try, side chest, whatever it may be, it just looked like from the front my legs looked big, but then when I turn they disappear because it was just flat. You didn't
have the hang.
Then I started doing the other stuff, and then I would feel it while I was squatting. I mean, your quads are going to work when you're squatting. They're going to work. So, but when I had some blood already flowing in there, and then I would squat and I would sit back and I would feel it, then my hamstring started to really make some growth, actual growth, and it just felt a lot better too.
Now, there were a lot of training sessions, and I don't think people get this either, that were just sets and reps.
Yeah.
You know, so it all periodized, right? So there were some, it would be in John's programs, because his programs were, like you said, it's what he did.
Yeah.
You know, so he would do the program, he'd make adjustments, and he would put it in there. You know, there were some phases where it's basically off season. There's not really pushing anything. It's just maintenance type of mode. Yeah. And it's sets and reps. There's no real challenge sets. It's just putting the work in that you need to put in. And then when those sets would start to get harder, it would slowly integrate into the program, you know, where flexible. But the technique was always a vital component. You know, now certain times the technique, I don't want to say it was thrown out the window,
but it wasn't as paid attention to.
Yeah, it's like now you just go to, you know, just do it, just get it done.
But that's when he would pick something safe, like going back to that
leg press,
the death machine that I would call it. Like, it was so, like, you couldn't hurt yourself. Like, there would be times where you would just, at the dead stop, you would just sit there, gather yourself for 3 to 5 seconds, and you're doing one more rep. All right, you're gonna gather yourself again. Like, you can't do that with a barbell squat.
Yeah, well, like you guys did with the chain deadlifts. I mean, that was kind of his thing there too, is we started that off of the floor, you know. So I don't know how we came up with the weight. I think we started with 2 1/4. And then it was like, man, we need like 15 chains, too many chains. And it took a while to figure the setup, because chains were falling off, collars are falling off. So you learn to tape the collar off. You know, and then over a period of time, it's like, man, my lower back's too sore from this. Not like bad, but it's just, we're not training erectors here. You know, so over time, it's like, okay, it needs to be off 3 mats or whatever it's going to be. And 8 chains is about where you want it to be. And then whatever the weight is. And but that wasn't in there all the time. You know, or so it may go from the beginning of that training cycle. I don't know what you call it, like a Jefferson deadlift, where you hold on to the plates on a trap bar, or whatever. Reeves deadlift.
Oh, those were fun. Those were back in
so it'd
the
be
day.
that, you know, and that would be everything bridged into those harder things, you know. So then that would bridge into the pulls off blocks, and then the chains, but when it was ever that challenge set, and I'm sure he did with you guys, you'd discuss it. Like, well, what's the challenge set going to be? Or maybe he just told you. And like, okay, we're going to do this. And this, okay, how can we make this almost impossible to get hurt on? Well, let's shorten the range of motion. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. You know, to be able to, then after we would figure that out, it would be, is there going to be a benefit here? Right. Not only the mental, I think there's a big mental part of that, right? There, you feel like you actually accomplished something. So
there's a great pride in mentally knowing he was doing things that most people could not do.
Yes. And that has its own value, but there needs to be more value than just that, you know, because if that's the case, you whack your head against the wall. And so, I mean, that he was really good on that. You know, that was a skill set that he had, was really good on. I could come up with really good ideas, but then it would be like, oh, I don't know about, like, let's do a script set of squats. Right. And he's like, I don't know about that. Well, what if we just deloaded chain? You know, put 225 on there and put a bunch of chain, and then just pulled the chain off. You know, that way the weight at the bottom, you know, or the weight at the bottom basically stays the same, because the deload, the chain's deload at the bottom. I said, that way we're not going to get this shock, you know, with this deload out of that. So a lot of these things would come in there. Then it was like, we probably shouldn't be doing any challenge sets on the squat, because his back got a little vulnerable. And like, okay, cool, we got to figure out the other stuff. But he had challenge sets for everything. You know, like the rear delt. So the other one that got me was the stupid dumbbell swings.
The rear delt destroyer.
Yeah, it's like, I want you, we're just going to do like rear delt, just little tiny swings. I'm like, that's awesome. Okay.
So let's do it.
So
you do it.
80 reps. Like, huh? Well, they're just tiny. And like,
there was nothing that burned more than those, whatever, rear delt destroyer, or I think that's what he called it. So you could you could search his YouTube and you could see a video, but I can remember we would take 50 or 60 pound dumbbells, and like you're saying, you're not doing a full rear delt fly, you're just hanging and swinging, but you're doing 50 reps, and then we would drop to like a 25 pound dumbbell, do 25 reps, and then you would do a full range of motion without any weight. But when you got to the top, you were fighting against your partner. Right? It was kind of like I don't know what the right word is, but you try to do 10 reps of that, and your shoulders were just there was nothing like that. And like, That's a good example of something. Like everything seems to be.
Or then even
related.
after that, what's those things he called them? They're like spider crawls or whatever.
Well,
Oh yeah, spider walks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even like you do a shoulder workout and then you end with that. That's no joke because they'll make your shoulders on fire.
The one that I couldn't really do because of the range of motion of my shoulder, but I tried. But the 6 ways.
Yeah.
You know that would light people up, which I think was how's that go? A front ways to a side raise.
Was it?
There's videos on his channel.
Side, front, up, down.
I'm a meathead, so I always messed it up. So he'd have to talk me through, but I could only go like my range of motion sucked.
And I remember picking up, it was like a 7.5 pound dumbbell. Like
it wasn't.
You were
much.
Strong if you pick up a 10 pound dumbbell and did that.
Yeah, but that was probably one of the only ones that I was like, damn it, man, I wish I had range of motion in my shoulder to really feel what this could do. Yeah. Because everybody else, it would just light them up, and it was like 5 pounds.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it was always funny is when someone would try to.
Give me the 20 pound.
Yeah, and you're like, okay, go ahead.
Good luck, buddy.
Try it.
Well, that's a thing where when people come out to visit, right? This is where a lot of those videos get really misinterpreted, right? Because that building that work capacity with John took like 2 years, 2.5 years. It didn't start. I mean, the first sessions were brutal, but not like what it was. So, and it took 3 years to get there. People would come out to train with us, and we're like, fuck it, just do what we're doing. You'll be fine. Just do what we're doing. They're like dying. They never... And we never told them.
This wasn't like Joe Schmo. This was like, here's my pro client.
Pro client. They're just smashed. Yeah. And he loved that. And but we never told him it took all this time, to be able to build that up.
That's just a
that's also what's so deceiving too. And he's like, well, when people come and work out with me, I'm going to do what I do. And if they get a good workout, that's great. If they don't, I'm like, okay, let's be real here. Everybody walks through the door, barely walks out of here. At least
but that's what he would always say. It was like, I'm going to kill myself. And it was like, if you want to come along for the ride, it wasn't really, I want to kill that person.
Yeah, no.
He's like, I'm going to basically torture myself. Yeah. And then
Well, as I was telling you earlier, the day before he passed, the Juji put a video up of when Juji and Joey came out here. Yeah. And I'm just taking them through a modified version of one of the leg training sessions, just kill them. And Juji posted it on his site, I believe, and it's just grunt. It's just stuff that goes along with the leg training session. But he took all that and put it in a 1 minute clip, and John calls me, he's just cracking up, man. Like, this is the funniest thing in the entire world. And I'm like, man, we need to do that again. And he's like, he pauses for a minute. He's like, yeah, we do. That would be awesome. And I'm like, but we can't just jump in and do that. It took us years to be. So we're planning this out, I bet, for 45 minutes.
How do you program that?
Well, if we started, you're already above where I am now. My strength is high, but I got to get my work capacity up. So give me like 3 months to get the work capacity up to be able to do what you're doing. And then from there, we'll start planning it out where maybe once a month we'll get together. So, I mean, we're actually laying this whole thing out. Yeah. And it's like 2 years, it's like a 2 year thing that we got laid out there. Then we both paused at the same time, like, you know what? Nah. No, I don't want to do it.
You'd rather eat donuts.
Yeah, it's like, this is too much, man. This is going to take too long. Yeah. I'm like, but we can build. And then it's like, okay, now, how do you get other people? Where can we stop? Then it changed the whole conversation of how do you get the other people there? Is it necessary? How much is necessary? And for that, he had a lot of those answers because I pivoted back into the conjugate thing. Yeah. So then it was, well, how much of all that do you really think made a difference now that you're separated enough from it? And it's hard to tell. It's always hard to tell. Yeah. In hindsight,
is it because of that or in spite of that?
Yeah, you don't know. I mean, but there's that. I mean, we both agreed at the ass end of that period, that was probably too much. To recover from. But and then it did pull back because we had to pull a lot of that back towards the end of his pro career because the 212 part and his waist was starting. He was getting criticized a lot for his waist, but for some weird ass reason, his abs started to come in.
All of a sudden,
which I don't know why.
He said he could finally start to feel them contracting. Yeah, right. He started to get.
He didn't have an explanation why, but
he said he had no idea.
It was like all of a sudden he's got.
Well, that was right before he won his pro card. He said he could start to train them about 6 weeks out. So.
Yeah, and it was a different physique, and I'm like, well, don't do anything to fuck this up.
Yeah.
So we don't want to put in that heavy spinal loading and all that other kind of stuff. So. That's where the conversation went. Well, you think maybe if we would have pulled that out earlier, that this made up, and you don't know in hindsight, but that was it was a weird conversation, right? But but the football came. That's what pivoted. Because I think what he realized through this is going to take a lot of time. And man, this football thing.
He was all in.
No, it was all football. And I'm like, dude, just stay with that. I'm cool doing my reverse band spider bar squat. I can do this forever, and it's cool with that. A bunch of the other. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I think I got one more that like came to mind because you were talking about the pump and that brought it up.
Yeah.
And it's almost like a crazy culmination of 4 training sessions. So like it would have been the last time Missy came out and Ivana came out, because this was like Friday. Missy comes out, right? And what does Missy want to train? She wants to train leg and back. What does Ivana want to train? Legs and back. And so coming in, I'm like, oh, this is going to be brutal. So it's like, I know Friday, Saturday we're training. We're going to get Sunday off. Monday, Tuesday we're training again. And so Missy comes in on Friday, and we're like, all right, we got to do legs first and just get that over with, because we're going to try to somehow recover to be able to then do it all over again with Ivana, right? And
so they're separate times. They're not
yeah.
On the same day?
No. Right.
Oh, okay,
Friday, Saturday,
I got you,
Missy.
Yeah.
Sunday, we actually get a day of rest, and then Monday, Tuesday, Ivana. Right. But that's 5 days. 5 days of back and legs twice, where it's his clients coming in, and when they come in, they're not.
And he's training.
They're not
with
coming
them.
in. He's training with them, and then for some reason I'm riding with them. The exact same way. But they're coming in. It's not like you're going to say. It's not like this is going to be like some boring 3 sets of 10. We're not going to put no. He's gonna. They're in their peak off season, I think, and so he's pushing them. And so Missy, it was like we did 3 different exercises for like hamstring, maybe 4. And then maybe you'll remember, it's the belt squat over here.
Yeah.
And we get to the freaking belt squat, and like you're saying, he's like, all right, we're going to do 30 reps. I'm like, okay, I can handle a set of 30 reps. We're going to work up to that, right? And that's just brutal. Like somehow you like you're able to, because it was you were able to pause on the not the bench, the seat, whatever it is. Because it was a box.
Box.
Sorry. So you were able to pause if you needed to gather yourself. So it wasn't 30 straight. Like this was like basically a challenge at the 30. And so John goes, he makes it through. I go, I make it through, I think. And then Missy goes, she makes it through. And then John's like, all right, we're gonna do it again. And like that's when you
Isn't that the worst, when you feel like you already gave everything?
That's the worst part, because you don't know what again means. Because that could be one more set. It could be not. For me, when shit like that would happen, I would think 4 work sets, because he never did 3. Right, and it's like
later on, he kind of calmed down.
It's almost a good thing too, he didn't tell you, because then that doesn't.
No, it's not.
No,
well, in a way for you, because if you can if you had say 315 on the bar, you can just stand. I mean, not contract. You know what I mean? Because if he's like, we had 3 of this, that first 30, I might just stand up.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So then we get round 2 when John makes it through. And then I go and like I don't know if it was 21 or 23, and I'm like, I'm done. And then all of a sudden you just start cussing at me, and you haven't lived unless Dave starts cussing at you through a set. And somehow I make it to rep 30, and then I remember Missy went, and as she's going, like I don't mean this in like a mean way at all. I swear by the time she's in like the 20 reps, it was like the pain in her face, like I thought she was going to start crying. Is what I saw.
Works, man.
But she worked through it, and she killed it. And I just remember John and I walking, because that's the 5th exercise, and the workout's not over. It's like, all right, time for the hack squat. And now you're on the hack squat, and you're not just doing sets 8 or 10 or whatever. It's like, I can't remember, a couple of drop sets and an iso hold. But I remember me and John walking, and we're like, the pump in my quads. I've never felt this before. Like we're like, this is amazing.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
it was like this absolutely sucked, but it was like the feeling, the pump, like
the pump was worth it, man.
The pump. This is the greatest thing ever. But so then we move on to the hack squat, and then we did, I don't even know, whatever. Like my head hurt. Like I made it through that. And then I'm like, where's the puke bucket, Dave? Where's the puke bucket? And I remember the camera guy, it might even be Jacob over here. It was somebody, and they're like, I was like, man, I got to puke. And somebody's phone, he's like, you mind if I film this? He's like, I really want to get this on video. And my head hurts. I got like the cold sweats. Like my body is just like fighting everything, and I can't puke. And I swear it was like 30 minutes of like, I don't know
That's
if
the
it's
worst.
like a borderline stroke or something, where I'm laying on the ground, I'm pacing back, I'm like, I can't get this feeling to go away. I can't throw, like, when is this going to end? And that was like the worst physical, I don't know, reaction to a training session with Don that I had. Because then I remember I walk over and like Missy and John are just like sitting on the ground playing in the Olympia, and I'm like, I'm dying over here. Like, did somebody be like, are you okay?
Yeah.
Do you like?
That's where you need him here for the EFT. You know?
All I got is the camera. It's just the camera guy. Like, I want to get this on film.
Yeah, you make a valid point though, because when I was training with Louis, he would do the LATs, lactic acid tolerance training, right? So it would be like a deload, and it was always 315 with the or with a yoke bar when we would do that. And Louis would always just smash me, like after 12, 13 sets, I'm like dying, man, I can't breathe. And he's just, you're out of shape. He'd end up always do 15 or whatever sets. This goes on for like 6 months or a year, maybe even longer than that, because it rotated in fairly frequently. And then one time, Chuck or somebody told me, watch when he does this. Yeah. He's not standing up. No, he's not standing up with 100% force. Yeah. I'm standing up like it's dynamic work on every set. And I'm like, oh no, wait a minute. It's only 315. I'm only going to put 315 pounds of force into this, because it's supposed to be dynamic work, but it's not. He's kicking my ass because he was only doing that. So then I breeze through this. I'm like, I can do this all fucking day. Yeah. Then I kind of learned.
Piss him off?
Not really, but I didn't tell him, I know what you're doing, because you don't. I would fuck with him and say, look there, old man, I got your fucking ass now. I figured this out, and all this kind of stuff. I do 30 sets. Let's put more weight on. And he was pretty. Louis is crazy, right? He was definitely crazy, but he was very rigid on what the work capacity was. If you're not going to exceed 15 sets, if you start shit talking, maybe 20. But there was one time Chuck and I did like 45, but that was a whole different. That was normally he would stop and say, "Look, that's it. Shut it down,
guys. Cut this out."
But if you know that, and if it is going to be that many sets, you can kind of pace it instead of just exploding up with the whole thing.
But just to putting a button on that was Friday, and then we come back Saturday. We train back really, really hard. Finally, we get the rest on Sunday, and I just remember driving over to John's house, like practically praying, like, don't let Ivana say she wants to do legs today, because I'm not gonna make it. Like, I'm just destroyed as it is. And so thank God she's like, oh, we can do back, so you guys can do legs the next day. But still, it was like, and then I think about it, like, why did I do everything? Why did I have to do everything? Like,
because you're a washed up meathead.
I could have just been like, well, I'm not gonna do that, or I'm gonna do arm stick. Like that you could have done, but that wasn't even like an option. It was just like, that's what we're gonna do, and that's the challenge of today. Can you make it through this work?
I think with all the sessions that we did with him, the important takeaway is these are all great stories or fun stories, but I would say 80-90% of the training was just the standard sets, reps, just putting the work in. The big takeaway on that part was the consistency. There's a lot of people that's the boring part. Like I said earlier, some of the stuff is just so freaking boring. Like, let's do something else. I'm bored to death. Like the lat pull downs today that we did, that's a lot of sets, right? Where it's fun today because I haven't done it for a long time. Do that for 6 months. It's like, come on, man. This is like 13 sets, 14 sets. And we would use the other handle, then flip it, so whatever sets it was, 8 sets or whatever today, it's 16. It was like, come on, man, I am bored to death. There's other things that we can do.
16 sets for the first exercise, and you got like 4 or 5 more exercises.
But that's the takeaway, because I think that's the stuff people want to do. People that really love to train, they want to do that hard stuff, but that other 80% is the difference between being good, being great. It has to be done consistently.
And that stuff's kind of boring. How do you make a bunch of YouTube videos that everybody's going to want to watch that basically says,
I think the YouTube might have actually helped him a little bit, because when you're not training to compete and you're just going in to train because you love to train, and he did love to train just like everybody else loves to train. If you're filming it, you're going to have just a little bit more extra hype. I'm not saying he's training harder or less, it's just, but it gives you something else to be able to train for, to be able to put in there. But, people will watch those videos or watch those crazy sets, and they gravitate towards that set of Missy doing that crazy thing, but they forget, and they kind of like ignore all the other sets that went on before there. Some of those leg sessions were a couple hours, and it's I mean, I think I saw
Missy do the Bulgarian split squats. I think she was pretty close to a shot. I can't quite remember what show it was. It was about a year and a half ago, maybe, something like that. When it was American Barbell at the
in the back room and everything.
We were in the back room, and she had her red hair going on. I forget which one that was for. But anyway, like you said, people tend to forget the whole leg workout they just did on top of doing the Bulgarian split squat drop set of death, whatever it may be. But yeah, I mean, you have a whole entire leg workout first, and then you do that to finish it
and
off.
He was no different than anybody else. Between sets, you're talking about football, or you're talking about, pretty much anything but training. Yeah. There'd be a little bit, like whatever's going to be in there, but it was just, here's what's going on, and he was no different than anybody else from that regard. He just, when he trained. I mean, it was his profession for so long, and it's, our passion. So it's kind of how we are. And going back to those people that walk around like fired up the whole time. We could go from joking around about some stupid TV show where he's always trying to teach me about, Marvel character comic. I don't know shit about any of that, man.
But he loved.
Oh my God, he loved it. So I would tolerate it because I don't really want to know, and I'm not going to remember any of it. But, he'd be like, well, who's in it? So he'd be talking about that. And it's like, okay, you're up, Now we were diligent on, rest periods, and we weren't timing them. But, people get this misconception.
And then he could just turn it on and go.
And I think that's what people need to learn how to do. That way you do the set, you separate, and you do the set, you separate. And then all of a sudden that 2 hours doesn't seem like 2 hours, and now some of the other, what I was telling you earlier, some of the other sessions were absolutely insane because none of my gyms have ever been air conditioned. This one isn't as bad as what the other one was. It was just brutally hot, where we very well could have stroked out without a doubt. So there's,
he would tell the stories.
I mean, it was just insane what we were doing, but it was a challenge. It's like, okay, it's a challenge. We'll just kind of push through it. I'm like, you can feel the heat, when you breathe. It's like you're in a sauna, and it's crazy.
Yeah, like I think I said when we were training, like I got a little taste of that when we were at American Barbell last summer, because we were it was a temporary pole barn where there was no air conditioning. There's just a fan, and like there were some hot days where you would just walk in and you're just drenched in sweat. You could drink a gallon of water while you're working out, and like you just never even had to go to the bathroom because you just sweat the whole thing. But like you're saying, then you look back and you're like, that was quite the challenge. That was fun.
Yeah.
But then, like, I don't want to do that again, but that was fun.
Yeah. Well, you find you'll see there's spray bottles around here because it still gets hot in here now. So I'll spray myself and stand in front of a fan. So it's like, ghetto air conditioning. So I found ways and started back then on how can I circulate the air, how can I blow it out, and to try to make any difference at all. But sometimes it doesn't mean shit. No. And when you're training, you don't really notice, but it's between movements. You're like, oh God, this is terrible. Like, where's the spray
bottle? When it's just so like humid in the room, like the grip is the problem. All of a sudden, it's just like you're throwing chalk left and right, and it's not working.
Yeah. Now I don't know how much, if there's any science, I don't follow shit like that. But we did find that if we put our hands in, because I'd have these coolers of ice water, we put our hands in ice water between sets. It made a big difference. The ice packs on our neck, so there were things, little hacks, but it helped, but it didn't solve the problem. It wasn't like being in air conditioning. But the good, I don't know if good, the amazing, I don't know how to explain with him because he was so freaking lean. I mean, paper thin, in 2 hours of that, and then he'd take his shirt off and be like, oh, fuck. I could track a vein from his freaking head all the way to his toe. Yeah. And I just sit there. I'm like, look, man, I'm not like,
but Yeah.
I'm not like miring you or anything, but you got like veins that are going from your friggin' toe up through your leg and through there. I'm like, if you like scrape yourself on a machine in here and just like tear one of them, you're gonna bleed out. Like this is
There were so many like Instagram, like, because I would always like, there's so many like pictures and videos where I was the one that took the picture of the video. Like I wasn't usually in it, I was taking it half the time. And so there's so many, like you're saying. Like there's one I can remember him doing calf raises like after a show, and we're doing calf raises, but his quads are just like feathered, and you just see all the little muscle fibers.
Does they start doing this thing? Like,
they're flittering away, and I'm like, what the hell is like this? Is crazy.
It's hard not to be impressed.
Like,
I mean,
I'm just like,
the hell is that?
Yeah,
and I'm supposed to like hold it, and make the video so we can make this little Instagram post, and I'm just like, what the?
Yes.
I remember even after his heart attack, he lost a lot of weight, obviously, but he was like, "What? The legs are starting to come back a little bit," and pulled him up. I was like,
"Yeah,
that's about disrespectful."
I know. It's like you just had a heart. They're like, "Look at his friend." What do you mean?
And then he would come in and he'd be like, "Well, yeah, and it's like, I don't know." It's like, I didn't really eat anything. He's like, "For dinner, I had some Lucky Charms and a granola bar or something." Like it was like he would eat like nothing. Like at that, like at the very end, like he'd done 30 years of following a strict diet, so then he just threw that out the window. It's like, I'm retired, I'm living it up.
Yeah.
And so he would like eat like next to nothing.
Yeah, I've told this story before, but you guys might not know. But when I worked with several people after powerlifting to get my weight down, I'm the fat powerlifter. I competed at 275. And now for me, when I was working my weight up, it wasn't easy to get to 308. 270, 280 is where my weight would kind of fall and hold. Then I'd have to push from there. But when it came time to, let's downsize or whatever you want to call it, I didn't want to, for one. I don't want to diet. And so I went through several different diet coaches, which all helped, but so when I got with John, right, it's like, okay, I want to do this. And it's not so much about getting jacked, getting lean. It's just getting my weight down, because it's probably not a good idea to be walking around at 280 all the time. And even, after working with him, it still kind of goes up, comes down, but I know what to do now. So he's like, well, look, I'll help you out. Just, do this. And it wasn't crazy, and so forth. And so it starts to get towards the end of it, and I'm like, okay, I'm like 255. I'm like, this is a good
kind of
place.
lean.
This is a good place. Right? This is good. It's lean. It's vascular. It's fine. It's a good place. This is a good weight, and he's like, man, just 2 more weeks, man. 2 more weeks, and that you see that vein, and it's going to start to come through up in your shoulder. I never so people get that little vein. Like I never had that. Some big fat guys get it sometimes. I'm like, this isn't fair. Like this is like cool, man. I want that. And so I'm like, okay, I'll stick with it. So then that starts to come in. Then again, it's like, okay, are we done now? Like, because I want this rebound, right? Everybody got that the post diet rebound. I'm like dying for this rebound. And I had refeeds and stupid shit in there. I wasn't doing a show. No, just 2 more weeks, and this keeps going on for like 6 weeks. And it's like,
so you kept doing it.
I kept doing it because he'd find other things.
Yeah.
It's like, man, you see that vein right there? Do you see your obliques now? Just see how it's just popping right there? Then it got to the one where, 2 more weeks, I think it was maybe 3 weeks, 2 or 3 more weeks, you'll see a vein. A vein's going to come up through your abs. And I'm like, wait a minute. Like a vein in my abs? That shit ain't never happened in my life. They ain't never. Usually it's I got one ab.
That means you've gone too far.
Yeah. So now I can see, the abs and all the other kind of stuff. And then now I'm down to like 244. Right. So, it's way down there. And then, he pulled the 2 more week. I don't know how he pulled the last one, but whatever it was got me down to like 240. And then I come in, I'm like, John, look, I'm done. Like it's time to like rebound on this. I've had enough of this shit. I need to have a normal life again.
You were lean too.
And then go back. And he says, and then he said, this is where he's the art and the master, right? He said, now let me point something out to you. I just want you to understand this. I've seen what you've done with everybody else, right? You start at 280, you start at 290, you go down to about 250, then boom, you gain 20 pounds within the first month. So you told me when you started, you want to be about 255, 260. What do you weigh right now? I said 240. And it's like, that's why you went down this far. It's like, now I know you're going to rebound back up. You're going to be 255, but you'll come back up to that. You should be able to stay there the rest of your life as long as you be somewhat due diligent, which I was for a while.
So he used some Jedi Master mind.
Yeah, pretty much. And I know that's, so it's, that was his little way. You know, he had them little things that he doesn't really ever tell you, you know, on how to kind of guide. But that was something that I learned. I didn't like it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't like it.
Well, it's cool. Like when he doesn't tell you, you're like curious as to why. And then he'll tell you later on. Or
then it comes out and it's like, okay, I got this now. Now I at least know I should be able to get down to that. I don't know what I am now, probably 264 or something like that. I can get down in that range now without that problem, and no, I don't have to go, because he helped me with other strategies past that. But there's also other times when my meathead comes in, like, well, if I put 30 pounds back on,
how much is
my bench is gonna, you know, so I can do it. So I got to stop doing shit like that. But one of the other question categories that was in here was, there's the training, you know, what was John like outside of what people see in the videos? Because we all knew him on a personal level, you know, outside of the gym.
To me, like, the answer to that question is like what you saw on the video was John. Like, there really wasn't, he wasn't like, you know, some people put on a persona and for the YouTube and for the clicks of the video. Like, he didn't do any of that. He was more willing to like play the long game and just be himself consistently versus trying to be somebody he wasn't. So really what you saw in the video is what you got. So I'm trying to think of maybe what was on the video or what was not on video that you...
Well, I mean, I would come to him about like girl problems, anything outside of training and stuff too. But he approaches everything very like nice and calm and just like trying to get the story, like, why are you feeling this way? What's going on? He was very caring, really on all sides of things. But then if he felt like I was wrong about something, he's not going to say, oh, I get what he's like, no, I think that you're probably wrong, and this is why I think that, whatever. But he was very, very caring and a lot of
he was humble,
caring, and very real, though. He was very
loyal.
Loyal, yeah, definitely.
Loyal to a fault.
Yeah.
I agree.
He
would tell me stories, and I'm not going to say any story in particular, but he would tell me stories, and I'm like, how do you feel about that? And he's like, no, I think it's a good opportunity. I'm like, I don't think that's a good opportunity. I think that you're about to get screwed, is what I think.
He always saw the good in everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
To a fault.
Yeah.
Yes.
He always gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Yes. So it's like yourself. I had a lot of conversations with, you know, on both ends, all over the spectrum. Yeah. You know, and the loyalty, like you said, it was to a fault. You know, and I'm the complete opposite. You know, I'm way on the complete opposite side of the spectrum, and I know it.
Prove it first.
Yeah, like, I'm not trusting anybody, right? Yeah. It's just not how I'm wired. So, and I know that's wrong, right? And I know he was on that far other end of the spectrum, which is also wrong, right? So if either one of us had these issues that we were trying to work out, it's like, well, how do you feel about it? How do you know, so we get those polar opposites first, and then we could start to kind of move it, you know, in the middle. But, you know, he got involved in some business relationships that he shouldn't have, that, you know, I don't want to say I warned him against, but he should have known better. Yeah. And I think he kind of knew the risk that was associated with it. Over time, he learned how to better tolerate, you know, those type of things. Yeah. But like yourself, the reason why he was such a good trainer, even with his own clients and friend and everything else, is because he gave a fuck. I mean, on a different level. Yeah. Oh man, I was trying to trying to avoid this one. Yeah. But that's what made him who he was. So that's where that humbleness came out, you know, on YouTube. Because as you said, on what we saw on YouTube, that was him.
It was.
You know, humble to. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody more humble. You know, where I would try to, like, you know, mess with him and fuck with him, and you know, gym bullshit, you know, to try to get that, you know, like, tell me you're bad, you know, like, you know, tell me I'm fat, you know, and he would joke around stuff like that all the time. But, you know, and that was what you saw was what that was. And when he was bodybuilding, it was I don't want to say a different John, but when bodybuilding was that top priority, it was a different John, and there were struggles to try to find balance with those other things. And I talked to him a lot about that. And I had some insight because I was that, right? And I was a little bit further away from it, you know, so I could give insight to say, look, I understand this has to be here, and I'm never going to tell you it shouldn't be there. You know, but some of these other things have to be maintained. And he listened, you know, and you know, and digest it and understand, and then actually do it. Where I've had a lot of people that I've had to have some hard conversations with, and that was one of the ones I wanted to tell. You know, the first story I ever told about John after he passed was, you know, there was a time where his marriage was struggling, and it was a hard conversation, and I was hard on him, and I've had that same conversation with a lot of other people before, and nobody outside of him's ever listened.
Where he took the action and put in the effort. He took
the advice, you know, and it was, I mean, where it comes down to was John, everybody knows now John was a man of faith. You know, a lot of big faith. He wasn't always that, right? It was always important. I don't want to say he didn't believe in Christ or anything like that, but it was not a priority. It was for marriage. It was for his, and there was a time where there was a little battling, you know, of heads there. So it was calling him on his own bullshit, you know, and he was he was saying, I think she would be better if she could find somebody else that was like more into the church. And I'm like, you're fucking kidding me right now. You know, why don't you be that person? You know, and that was that hard conversation. I don't want to get into it, but you know, why don't you do? And he did. Right. And he exceeded any expectations I had out of that conversation, probably what she would have expected out of that. Because a lot of times people will do it just because of, you know, but no, he leaned into it, and he came just like overly passionate about that, like he did everything else.
And like you're saying, like I like from afar, or from back, like you could see that transition where there were years ago where Sunday was a training day, right? And Sunday became a family day, a day for the church. And it wasn't like you're saying, it wasn't like he came in on Monday, started complaining about, you know, this or that. Like if anything, it was excitement about what the family did on Sunday.
So he used to come out and train on Saturday and Sunday. And then that is when I heard him say that, you know, that day, you know, that's when it was that conversation. And that was the last Sunday that he came out, and that was good.
That's a very good thing.
That was good, right? And to me, that was the most impressive thing I saw him do before, outside of being a pro card or any of those other type of things, because that, I don't want to say it changed who he was, but it potentially saved his marriage, the relationship with the kids. I mean, look at the trajectory that could have gone, you know, in either direction from that. And it wasn't forced. You know, he did it because this is what he really wanted to do, and it was important. And that's where those conversations like that with him is, you know, he didn't always agree with things that I would say, and I didn't always agree with things that he would say, as with conversations that you guys had with him as well. It's just normal. But when he knew that he was wrong, you know, then he didn't fight it, you know, and a lot of people do. You know, their egos get in the way, and his humbleness, I think this is what this comes down to. I've never thought this through to this extent, but I think his humbleness is what enabled him to be able to say, maybe I should really like think about this and see, you know, what it is. And it did, you know, it pivoted. And actually after that is when, oddly enough, the bodybuilding started to come more into line. The pro card soon followed. His business started to take off. You know, so some of these questions were in here, like about that balance. You know, and I don't want to say that that was like a defining moment or anything like that, but I think at that point in time, you know, anybody that trains hard or puts training as a top priority is going to struggle with balance. And that's because they're trying to look at it being a scale. You know, like there's 4 different odds, and you got to put these weights on the scale, and it's got to balance all out. It doesn't work that way. It all has to be one. You know, the bodybuilding has to be part of the family. The family has to be part of body. It has to all integrate together. You know, so the wife's part of the process. The kids are part of the process. They're flying to the shows. He's spending the money to take them to the shows. It's, you see the transition. You know,
they were coming to the gym a little too.
So the balance was bringing everything in
Yeah.
You know, sharing that world, not saying this is my world, this is what I do, this is my space, you know, and that's what worked for him. I'm not saying that's not, you know, that's not going to work for everybody else, but finding that balance.
Yeah.
So, yes.
One thing that I remember him always talking about was, like, for his clients or just pointers when it came to trying to find some sort of balance when you're a high level competitor like that. Like, of course, communication is key there, but it's like, you know, talking to them. All right, the last 4 weeks here before my show, I'm just going to be out of it. I want you to understand it. However I'm acting, it's not because of you. And then it's like, well, when this show's over, I'm going to pamper you. We're going to whatever.
Yeah,
we're going to go on
preach.
vacation. Like it's, you know, you got to put forth that effort when your time, your show, or when that's over. You got to then put forth the effort to almost make up for
and follow through.
Yeah.
Now you see why I got so pissed when he won his pro card and he started this Vancouver shit. Right. Yeah. So there's this. So that was the point where what's Mary say about this? Well, she's bought in. Like no. I need to talk to her. Like what's going on here? You know. And so that was kind of because there was history there. You see, and I'm like, oh, so now you see why I was I was more than mad. I was pissed.
Yeah.
When you're bodybuilding, you're powerlifting, or whatever sport it may be, I'm not married or have kids or anything, but when you're doing that single and you're just focused on yourself and you can just be completely selfish on like what you have to do, it's very different from when you have a family or a wife and kids, because it's not about you anymore. You got to, like you said, find the balance of figuring that out. And when you start putting the bodybuilding over, or as your wife, kids, or God, whatever, then other things are going to suffer a little bit. So I think that was probably a great thing you had that talk with him.
Yeah, and I mean, and more things were coming into his life, right? I mean, it's different being a bodybuilder when you're working for the bank.
Yeah.
You know, and when he first started coming out, he's still working for the bank. So he was not the entrepreneur. Now you throw that in there. You know, now you got another edge of the scale that needs to be balanced out. And so all these other things started. Then the kids, he had young ones when I met. They were very young. Very young. Well, they start growing up, right? So they require more time. You know, they always require time, but they require more time the more grown up they become. So then that's another thing that has to be kind of balanced out in the whole thing. And so he had all those things that were important to him, but it can start to pull, you know, away from that. To shift topics drastically, did he ever tell you guys the Wendy's story?
You know what? I've seen this comment. Somebody said that. Tell the Wendy's story. I haven't heard the Wendy's story.
Feel like
I don't think.
How about the Baconator story?
I feel like I kind of remember but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I feel like it's
he was proud of this.
He may have had an accident, you know.
Oh yes.
So so I think I know.
We're at our old place,
the
Wendy's story. At our old place, there was not a bathroom, right? The gym was separate from the office, so you had to kind of go in there.
we drove past it on the way, right, by the railroad tracks,
So if he got there first and nobody was there, there's nothing going on. I do believe, and I could be wrong, but I do believe it was one of the times that Ken Jackson came out. And for whatever reason, John decided he was going to have a Baconator.
Pre-workout?
It was either pre-workout or whatever it was going to be, but he couldn't find the bathroom, so he went somewhere, and he blew the bathroom apart. I mean, there was, and he was so proud of this. There were shit particles on the wall, on the floor, on the wall behind. He couldn't figure out how. It got everywhere. Yeah. You know, and I all I could guess, or because I do believe Ken was part of this conversation, is we were trying to figure it out. Like how, because we're like, how the hell do you get shit, you know, on the partition between soles? And what we figured was, because he had a really hard time digesting things.
For anybody who doesn't know, the man didn't have a large intestine.
Exactly. I mean, he shit like 20 times a day. I mean, it was just... I couldn't imagine living like that, but it was normal. I think he went to pull his pants down and it just blew out before he could even get to the
so
sink,
he's just at the right angle.
But, he was, so it became the Baconator story, man. So then shortly after that, I'm like, well, I need to try. I've never had a Baconator in my life. I need to try it. I didn't have the same experience, but it was, it led to the same outcome, where it was just, but you gotta imagine John. I mean, he was proud of that.
That's
you know what
so
I'm saying?
good.
He's like, man, listen to this. What's and he's telling this story, and it's like, oh my God, I can't believe this. It's like, yeah, it was everywhere, man. It was just unbelievable.
He would so my thing was I was always like early or I'm on time, and for whatever reason, doesn't bother me. He was always like 5-10 minutes late.
Yeah.
We're training at 10. He's always there at 10:10. I could care less, but like for me, I had to be on time or I always want to be early. That's just, I don't know, my mindset or whatever. But there were, like you're saying, 9 out of 10 times or something, he could come in and he's just, it wasn't, hey, how's it going? He's just speed walking straight for the bathroom because he's got to go. Because you know, he doesn't have a large intestine. And so if like you ate something that maybe would just make my stomach gargle or something, it was like right out the exit.
Yeah, I mean, when we came here, it made it easier because the bathroom was right there. I mean, the other was like way out there, so I always knew I had to keep that door open to the office because it could be a couple times in one session.
Yeah, we could be, like you're saying, you could be training. And he's like, I'll be right, gotta go.
Yeah,
and it was just, I'm going to the bath. Like you just.
I did want to hit this one thing from the last question of how he is off camera. I think one thing that no one really got to see is how excited he was about certain videos. So I remember there was, I was telling this earlier, there was this one video, and I think people would probably know what it is, but it was a leg day video with Sonny, came in, and Teresa, and he was like, there is, I'm going to say, the secret to getting big legs, and then I'm going to step in front of the fan so you can't hear me.
That's a good one.
He was so excited to do that video, to do that part. And it's like, to someone that might just be like, yeah, we're going to do this, and be like, okay. But he was like so excited. He's like, the followers are going to love this and that. So I was like, man, that's like, he really, it's not like he's just doing it for a show. He like really loved it.
No, he had the humor of a child.
Yeah,
like the Ultimate Warrior
that's
thing.
exactly what I was thinking.
He was like, I got this thing, and I'm going to put the mask on. I'm going to like whack somebody with a chair. And I'm like, John, that's stupid, man.
But
like, no, this is the greatest thing. Wait till you see me do it, you know? And it's like, oh my God.
But he put that mask on and he looked like him.
I know.
Like he was like,
man.
Wait a second.
Yeah. I mean, he would, like you said, he would plan this all out. And it's like the fan thing, I remember that. He was, and there was something all the time. You know, it's just his personality was, he had that side which was just quirky.
Yeah.
You know,
how about, okay, so now we're talking about quirky, John. How about like you could laugh at the shoes he would wear? How about when he had that phase where he's wearing the tank tops
over the shirt? Yeah. And the more you made fun of it, the more he would do it.
Oh,
yeah.
You know, it's like, no, this is great. This is like Rocky.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, you know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, put on the Rocky montage, you know, for training. They're like, well, like what one? You know, and he knew Rocky. You know, the Drago one, you know, the one where Drago's running around the thing. We need that on, you know. It's just it's all those kind of things would just always kind of like come up, and you're just the innocence almost, right?
Yes,
like the innocence of a child and that aspect, which was great because you don't see that. You know, I don't think I've seen that anymore.
And his shoes, like people would, like on the YouTube videos, the more recent one, or maybe it was Instagram, I don't know, both. They'd be like, I don't know, he had like the new Air Force Ones or something. Everybody'd be like, oh man, where'd you get those shoes? I love that color scheme. He'd be like, I don't know. He's like, I went in and asked the kid, what are some cool shoes?
I know. He didn't know.
He didn't have a cool.
Exactly.
Never had a cool.
And then they looked new for like a week. Yeah. You know, then they're like all worn out, you know, but I'd make fun of him for his shoes too, because people would ask him stuff like that.
He would wear them until like they busted out from like the calf training. And then it was like, oh, I got to find some new shoes. And then it would be like 2 weeks later, John, I thought we're getting new shoes. Like you can see his big toe like hanging out the shoe practically.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think he was buying some of them just for YouTube, you know, to be able to create the conversations and stuff like that. This one here, I think we already kind of touched on, but what do you think John was most proud of? Now, we'll just take Mary and the kids aside.
Yeah, I was going to say the kids right away. Oh, God.
Yeah.
It has to be the pro card, right?
I'm going to say it's the football team.
Well,
yeah, definitely. Football.
I mean, towards the end, I think he was more excited about those kids winning that championship than him winning a pro card.
Yeah,
like I can picture that video of him jumping when they won the championship.
Yes.
Yeah. Jumping in the air.
You see it over and over. I mean, he had his phone out. Man, he was.
Yeah, I mean, he was happy that he won the pro card, but he wasn't ecstatic about it. It's like, this is something I've worked so hard for. I mean, you thought that he would have been like, oh yeah, like the greatest thing in the world, but it was not even. I think it was just like, finally, I got what I've worked so hard for. I don't want to say he wasn't.
It was almost
unappreciative,
like a different type of happiness, almost.
Yeah,
and the football thing as well. Like he could do that with his family, and his kids were involved, so he was proud of them. Yeah, you know what I wish is he could have seen them play the next year because Alexander got big. His voice is getting deep, but then Jonathan turned into a superstar.
Yeah.
Like over a year.
He got the confidence, and all of a sudden he's like the starting safety linebacker. Like it was a world of difference as far as his football performance.
Because the year before it was like he would do some things, like man, that was pretty good. But then the next year it was like, oh, where's this kid gonna go to college? Like I mean, he's good now, real good. But I definitely would say the football stuff for sure.
One of these, I'm just kind of flipping through some of these here. One of them is what was his business strategy, and I don't want to go deep into that, but his business strategy was just he obviously wanted to help people. I mean, that's why the YouTube channel and all that other kind of stuff kind of turned into what it was, and it became a passion for him about it because it was reaching more people, being able to help more people. Yeah. So that was kind of all that. But towards the end, it was more, how can I do, because business is business. There's a lot of administrative stuff that goes along with it. It's how can I get rid of like a lot of this stuff so I can just do more of this football thing.
Football and it was like football, the community. It was more about like that. Yeah.
So what he was trying to do towards the end was to create almost an exit strategy. So that all he wanted to do was the YouTube channels to work with the favorite clients, like a handful of favorite clients, and football. Yeah, that was it.
He was like on the transition.
He was getting there. Everything was moving there. All the side hustles and all that. I think that's what
made his like passing very hard, because I think that we knew that a little bit, that he was trying to just transition.
Yeah.
Which is like, man, it sucks that it happened right now.
Yeah, it was close. It was close, man. It might have been a few years out. But it was John too, so there could have been a pivot where, hey, there's this opportunity I want to, but I don't know though, man, because he was really pretty set on the football thing and, all that and, trying to map everything out, for that.
With my conversations with him, it was football was always the first love, the first path. Yes. Like it was like you didn't, a lot of people didn't realize that, but that was always the goal, man. He when he was a kid, it transitioned because it became a reality. It transitioned to like, him seeing the superheroes and whatever the magazine was when he was 11. But he wanted to go pro playing football, and like this was his way to basically experience that, was the coach.
Mm-hmm. All right, so flip through here. What was John's greatest strength as a coach? I think caring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't feel like
even as a person, I think that like every person, it always seemed like everybody who met him was like blown away, how like we kind of talked about how humble, how nice, and it was like he made you feel like you were his best friend after the first 4-minute conversation you had with him.
Yeah, he did that with everybody too.
Yeah,
even if it was during, like, there's a time to like approach someone at the gym. I think like if they're training in the middle of something, I would like just leave them alone. But people would come up to him during training all the time, and he wouldn't act any different. He'd be very nice to everybody. It wasn't like wait till I'm done with this set or anything, which maybe they should have, but he didn't. He was just very nice and polite and respectful to everybody all the time.
Like that was how I first met him. It was where I'm on the hack squat, and I don't know, I'm doing something ridiculous like 10 sets of 10 or something. So I think I probably was there too long.
Yeah.
So he finally came over.
He
came over and just asked to work in with me. And in my head, the way I remembered, it was like we had like a 30-minute conversation about training and all this, and like I didn't know who he was, but I was always a fan of bodybuilding, and I was like blown away. I was like, this is the nicest guy ever. And like, kind of how you would stare at you, like, he's not a dick like you would have thought some people would be like. And just, I had the same experience that everybody else would have had with him. Yeah. And that would have been whatever, 12, 13 years ago.
Yeah. How did you first meet John?
He's been around since I was very little. I call him Uncle John. He's not my blood uncle, right? But he's one of those guys that like.
Well, he knew your dad.
Your whole family history.
So basically, he knew my dad before I was alive, I believe. Like
there's some fun stories. There's some shit we're not going to talk about. We're not talking about that. But John had a wild time.
Yeah,
and it was a lot of that was with your dad. Yeah, so we'll just leave that with what it is.
I thought your dad was the one that got him to West Side. Is the way I remember the story.
Maybe.
I believe that's how it went. Yeah, but so I just remember I would go over to, my dad would bring me to John and Aunt Mary's house before they moved to this one, obviously. And I was real young, but he'd be like, "You guys want a popsicle?" And I was like, "No, man, I want to look like this guy." I don't want no popsicle. Take me to the gym or whatever. But so that's kind of how it started. And then as I got older, oh man, I mean, I was really, really, really young then. But as I got older, I was like, "Dad, I really want to train with John or whatever." And he's like, we'll see, whatever. So then finally talked to him, and he's like, "Yeah, bring him out." And he come out to Lifetime. That was the first time I went out there. And I just remember being like, man, this guy is so, like, all these people were like coming up to him and talking to him, and he's like taking time out of his day just for me. And then after that, I was like, man, this is really fun. So it motivated me. But then it wasn't until I went, like I said, the 2016 Arnold Classic with my dad, watched him do that, and I was like, no, this is what I want to do. 'Cause just the when he got up there, the way that he looked, I didn't know what it took to look like that, obviously, but I just remember the whole place just like went silent, then it went crazy. And by the way, little side note, so my show in 5 weeks is dedicated to him and Aunt Mary and the kids and stuff, but the routine is going to be very cool. It's a very cool. I know you're going. If you'd like to go, you're going to love it. Aunt Mary's going to go. The boys are going to go. I'm very excited because it's dedicated to him. The routine is very thought through, so I'm very excited to like show that I've been working on it for like a few months now. So, but it's going to be very cool. It's going to be super cool. But that's kind of how it started for me. Then I was blessed enough for him to coach me for the last show that I did at the Mr. Ohio. We won our classes. I got second in the overall, but it was just very cool to finally have him coach me and take me on. And now I'm with his partner, Chris Edmonds.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up because I didn't want to bring it up from the beginning unless you were going to share that. You know, John was really good friends with your dad. You know, and, you know, basically saw you born in a way. You know, so he's known you your entire life. You know, so you grew, like you said, he's Uncle John, you know, from that. So you went from, you know, admiring him as, you know, whoever he was to actually training with him, you know, and so that's a whole different perspective. We don't even know, you know what I'm saying? So hell, he may have babysat you for all that we know. I probably shouldn't share stories that I know about your dad and John, some of the crazy.
It's pretty wild.
But, I mean, he was wild, man. I mean, he had his time where, you know, before the wife and the kids were, he was crazy as hell, man. They did some fucked up shit. But so you know, hopefully he helped you avoid not doing those things and doing that kind of stuff.
It's very fun to listen to, like some of the things back then. I'm like, no way, that was you guys. Like, you know what I mean? Because they're so like loving and caring. My dad as well. My dad's very loving and caring towards me and everything, but I got to see a little bit of my dad's crazy side. I won't say too much. I won't, you know. But a little bit, you know, when I was younger, I remember there's this time at the zoo. He won't get mad at me for saying this, but it was really fun. My dad, we were at the zoo, and this guy like flipped us off or something. When I'm with my family at the time, and my dad just like jumped out of the car and ripped their door open, and I was like, oh my gosh. But I talked to a couple of his high school buddies, and they're like, that's how he was all the time. I was like, oh, yeah, okay. But with him and Uncle John as well, so it was, anyway, it was fun stories to listen to.
So are there any questions that people are popping through?
Hang on one moment. Have we been talking for a long time?
I don't know. I haven't paid attention.
About 2 hours. No.
Oh, wow. Time flies, huh?
If there's any that pop up, we'll take a couple of those, and then I got the final question I'll put out.
And then Brett's going to close with a song, right?
I don't know about that.
Oh, okay.
That's not that.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Not my hidden talent.
Nothing that's.
We didn't.
It's mostly just like thanks for everything you do.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's
So I'm trying to find.
No, that's fine. That's cool because we cover quite a bit. The one question that kind of resonated, kept coming through there is, I don't know how to kind of word it. Like, is what is the lasting impression that he's made on all of us? You know, like how are we This is why I put it.
Yeah.
You know, because if you're like me, I think there's certain people that have passed I think of every day. I mean, it's kind of hard for me not. I mean, his picture's hanging on the wall.
Like honest, like just on that subject, like I've been surprised how much I keep thinking about him every day. Like people, like it's like a saying, like I think about him every day. But I'm like, why can I not stop thinking about him? Like I've been like, I don't know, shocked or surprised because, to be honest, I have a tiny little circle of friends, and like it was him, another best friend, and like I spent so much time with him the last few years that all of a sudden he's gone, and it's just like there's like this, there's this void or emptiness or whatever, and it's just like every day, whether I'm driving to the gym or not, or completely not even going to the gym, I've just been blown away how much I keep thinking about him, and I don't know.
I think one thing I've learned, and he tried to warn me about, is the fitness industry inside of the industry can get pretty dark and drama filled and stuff. And there's a lot of times where I want to react a certain way, and like probably in an irrational, not appropriate way, that I just want to handle something. And there's a lot of times that I think he was very good at teaching me not to do that, to ignore certain things, or because there was times I was like, did you see a video that was made about you? He's like, dude, I don't look at that stuff, because what's that going to do for me? I'm not going to look at that, and it's probably not completely true anyway, what's going on. So just to be honestly a good, genuine person, be real, however you are, just be real and be who you are, is a big takeaway. But there's a lot of times, like I said, where I get frustrated about something, but it just reminds me of what you said. Tell me about certain things. I don't react in a way that maybe I would have if I never knew him.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's easy to
kind of answer your question. It's almost like a reaffirmation, because there were we had so many, like the way we viewed life, or I had so many things in common in that way, and it was almost like the takeaway is just like a reaffirmation of the way I viewed things, because after the heart attack, and we would have had a conversation before too, but I had multiple conversations with him just about how precious time is. And I know that sounds kind of weird, but my view on time is time is the ultimate luxury. You can't buy time.
And what you do with your time is very important as well. Yeah, you can waste a lot of it.
Yeah, there's and it's just my view, and there's fancy cars and fancy houses, fancy watches, but all that costs money. And I'm not rich, but I completely stopped working 4 years ago because I had enough money. I just need enough money so I can live and be happy. And I stopped working because work was nothing but stress. And it wasn't something I would do for free, in essence. Why would I keep working? So as soon as I could stop working, I want to be able to spend more time with my family and friends. And I think about my parents. My parents are still around. They're from Illinois. So when I'm working, I was lucky to see them for 5 or 7 days every year. And so now I stop working and I can see them. I can go back, like last summer, I go back and I spend 2 weeks with them. They're not getting any younger. They're in their 70s. And you start thinking, well, how much more time am I going to get with them? And so when I think of John, I stopped working, and it's just a reaffirmation of once I stopped working, that's when I was able to spend 2-3 hours, 5 days a week with him for 3 years training every day. And when you step back and think about that, that's for an average person, that's probably almost a lifetime with your best friend, right? The average person is
it's more.
Probably. You're lucky if every other weekend you go to a movie with your buddy or something. So for me, it's just we would talk about how precious time is, and he, because his family history, he knew, and so to me, my kind of biggest takeaway is that it just reaffirmed that that's my view, that like the most important thing is that time and like the freedom that comes with. I stopped working. I've had opportunities to make more, but what's the once I have that's just my view. Once you have enough, I have enough, and now I can spend that time with my family and my friends like John, and you never get that time back.
No.
Today is like, I don't even know, May whatever the heck it is. There will never be another May whatever 2022. And so it's just that view of time and how precious those moments are.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure if that even answers
It does, because
but it's just
it sounds like you had many of the same conversations with him that I had, after the heart attack, which, is, we don't want to get in, but he I don't want to say he knew, right?
He was aware.
He knew the possibility.
Yeah.
And, and he didn't want to, but I don't want to say was okay with it, but I do, because we talked a lot about that. We talked a lot about, as you're saying, you referenced it perfectly, the time, and how that relates to it. And like yourself, it's like a very, very small circle, it's very small, and you lose somebody out of that circle. It's a big void, so those conversations that I had with him over the 6 months or so before he passed were, it kind of helped a little bit, after he passed, because he knew the possibility, it wasn't like this just whacked him out of nowhere. And he did the best he could to set everything up, for that. And so it didn't really help,
it never does, but
it eased it a little, a little bit from that. But those conversations about, with him, that's where the football, is where I want this other stuff fun. I want it out of my life, but I'm not in a position I can really do it yet, but it's getting it, but I want it out of my life so I can just do, those type of things, which leaves that lasting impression. For me, that leaves that lasting impression of what's really important. And it falls back to, as you just said, it's time, that's, you can earn enough money to buy that car to be able to do that, but you can't buy the 4 hours that just went by. It's gone. And the next 4 they're not guaranteed.
You can give up time to make money, but you can never buy back your time.
Yes. And it's not guaranteed, and I've had enough close people to me to know that that's not guaranteed. Now we do the best to live the best life that we can, as I talked earlier about longevity and all that other kind of stuff. There's also this mental longevity we need to all be aware of. Do you want to sacrifice the time, that's not really guaranteed for something later down the line that isn't guaranteed either? So it's just that. So there's that part. Then there's the other part of, as I said before, he was the exact opposite, of certain things. So if I get into a business issue or something that I'm frustrated about, I'll stop and I'll think, how would John think about this? And it's the complete opposite. And now I have a frame of reference for that, which is, it's a blessing that he gave me that, because I never had that before. I could play both sides, and I could say, okay, here's the opposite of what I'm thinking. But now I have context, to that. Like, what is that? And that is that I'll take that with me until I die, so, and like others that have passed, there'll never be a day where I won't think of him. That's not bad. It's a good thing, right? Because what he left on me and what he's left on you guys is a gift, so for us, he was a blessing in our life. And I hope other people have people like that in their circle, if it's big or small, because, I think we all need them, because it gives that different perspective. And, we all get caught up in our own heads and all this other kind of stuff and all that. But if you can have people that have those different perspectives, it plays into it all. Any other closing thoughts that you guys have? We'll just shut it down right here. And, thank you guys for listening.
Thanks for having me.
Like I said, this was one of the podcasts that I wanted to do. And a little earlier, right? But I had to sponsor stuff up. That
I got
helps.
Can we plug? Just, I guess, plug John.
Of course.
Right. So if anybody doesn't know, right, his website is still up. What is it?
Yes.
MountainDogDiet.com.
MountainDogDiet.com. His programs are still up.
Yeah, where you can, if you buy a program from his website, right, that's going directly to Mary, the boys. Mm-hmm. His YouTube's still up. That doesn't cost you anything if you want to rewatch some old videos for good, an inspiration on a workout. Yeah. If you want to buy, I believe the T-shirt links are still there in his YouTube page. So there's,
and we'll have links to all this in the description for the YouTube and for the so forth. But of course, the program's still, they're up. The member site's still up. It's still being run. Somebody did ask, and I'll put this out. Who's running that? Right. So the YouTube is Noah, right, and that money's going to Mary and. Noah is the person that started the thing with him. Yeah. So, there's nobody who's close to John has any issue with Noah doing that. And he's repurposing, a lot of the stuff that's in there. I think he has some old footage that he'll put out every now and again. Yeah. And when he thinks about, what to do with the channel, he's not doing this in a vacuum. He's doing it with, he's speaking to you guys, speaking to me, speaking to Mary. I mean, we're all, close. It's not as close as what we should be, but I speak to Mary often about different business things. She's, kind of taking the reins on Mountain Dog, and where that will go in the future is it's 100% on her.
Yep, that's what I've always said.
Yes, and we are all, at least I know we are. We are all 100% in favor of whatever she wants to do is going to be done. Yep. And nobody else is going to make any decisions on that.
There's no wrong answer, whatever
exactly.
Yes.
Now any forcing of any, we won't. But that's all his assets, all his business assets are going to his family. I want that to be known. I'm glad you brought that up. I want that to be known. It's, if somebody does try to monetize, on his name. And I've seen some things that I thought were a little funky, right? And my first call was to Mary about that. Yeah. And trust me, if it is funky and if it is fucked up, it will stop, right? Because there's too many people that will put an end to that really quick.
Very
and
fast.
Trust me, you don't want to be the company that's going to do this, because with the support and love that so many people have had for him, they'll never have a business again.
Yeah. That's the difference of influencers or whatever you want to call that. Just put a show on kind of, but when you have someone that's genuine and real, you have true loyal fans, which is exactly what he has. Mm-hmm. So if something like that, like you said, were to happen, then it would be shut down real fast.
Real quick. Real quick. So we'll shut it down with that. And thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for coming out. We need to train again for sure.
Absolutely.
Most people have a 1-to-1 ratio, like you were talking about. So you get bigger, you get stronger. 1-to-1. And he said I had a 1-to-0, which was a blessing, for the sport. I could get stronger without getting any bigger.
Give yourself a back off the number of reps or the number of sets. Either way, take the volume down.